to growth and excellence is what drives the impact we seek to create. As we officially declare the Images Executive Talk Show 3.0 open, I am confident that today will mark a beginning of a new idea, stronger collaboration, and renewed commitment towards sustained performance. On this note, I would like to say a very big thank you. You are all welcome.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Lowry. That is the Group CEO, Images Multimedia Limited. Once again, thank you everyone for being present at this event. Just like the convener, lead convener mentioned, this is a place to interact, ask questions, and probe things, get insight, and of course, connect with people. It was John F. Kennedy, the former one of the former presidents of the United States, that said that leadership and learning are two indispensable tools. They are always connected together. So every opportunity we have to learn positions us for leadership. And simply put, before you start thinking leadership is about being in politics or just being at the helm of affairs, leadership is about influence. Thank you very much once again. If you open your booklet, I'm assuming everyone has one. Okay, I'm trying to identify the exact page, but so I will just count. This should be the second page. On the welcome page, we have the events agenda to the right of that particular page, so you can follow through what will be going on here today. I like to just take a brief moment to recognize our VVIPs and our VIPs. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, we are all MVPs, for even being here at all. So please give yourself a round of applause again. But of course, we have special guests. In fact, the way Images Talk Show addresses our special personalities are very unique. So we have special, keynote speaker. We have the distinguished guest speaker. Then we also have the um, executive guest speaker. And we actually have the special guest speaker, so you discover that our VVIPs, they come in all shades and colors that are unique, and of course we want to make them feel very welcome here today. So we already have some in the house, and please, as I mentioned their names, I'd like you to put your hands together for them. We do have Professor Ademola Adedipe in the house from Phillips Consulting. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. We have also Mrs. Ugochi Osai in the house from Ignite Global. Put your hands together for her. And of course, just a few moments ago, I saw walk in Mr. Pascal DK. Put your hands together for him, a man of many colors from Dega Multi Concept. Thank you very much for being here this early for us. We don't want to take so much of your time, so we'll be getting running. But of course, we still have other guest speakers, like I mentioned, still coming in today, who would also form part of the panelists. The likes of Dr. Niyi Adesanya will still be here. Um, we have a representative coming in for Mr. Kolawole Oshinowo, who is unavoidably absent because he had to travel to the United States. We still have Mr. Olawanle Moronkeji also coming in. as well as Mrs. Adenike Nwokorocha coming in, and Mr. Adebayo Adebeshin would also be joining us. So we are going to have a full house. But allow me to say this. Whenever I see a professor or someone that, has that appellation, my understanding is you are seeing an embodiment of knowledge. So our keynote speaker is not just the principal person from the prestigious Philips Consulting. In fact, I remember that when I saw him today, I was telling him that Philips Consulting happens to be one of those companies that I was targeting when I finished school then, that, oh, I want to work in this place, because of the kind of prestige they had and the kind of influence they still have. I would not say so much because I believe there is a video introduction. Media, do we have a video introduction for Prof? Okay. So we'll go right to the video introduction, after which um, I'll welcome him up stage. And of course, I want you to give him a rousing applause once I ask him to come up stage. Media, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I think I'm off already. We're trying to connect to the video introduction. All right. I think you can all hear me. Okay, because I think they've taken my voice, my mic voice away. Um, so while we're waiting for the video or audio introduction, I like to take the moment also to recognize the chief moderator of our panel session for this event, in the person of, okay, I think she would like Mrs. I wanted to drop it first, but then let us mention it immediately before people start getting ideas. So, in the person of Mrs. Yemisi Larry Idowu, she's joining us here. She's here already. She's a multimedia broadcast journalist, very seasoned. I don't know how many of us were here last year for the Executive Talk Show 2.0, which was the second edition. She actually played the role that I am playing, you know, fantastically well last year, and she's still here with us as a moderator. Please put your hands together for her. She's seated right there, acting shy. You're welcome, ma. Thank you very much. So I understand the introduction piece is ready. So yeah, roll. Thank you very much. Can we have the audio? Okay. For us not to take so much time, I can see that we're seeing it run. So I'll read a few things about Professor Ademola Adedipe. He's a management consultant people transformation expert, and leadership thought leader with over 20 years of cross sector experience spanning consulting, aviation, manufacturing, corporate services, and faith based organizations. He currently serves as a managing consultant at Philips Consulting Limited, where he leads strategic people transformation, engagements, business development initiatives, and high impact consulting interventions focused on organizational effectiveness, leadership development, culture alignment, and sustained performance. In view of our theme for this event, equipping people and organizations to unleash sustained performance, please welcome upstage for the keynote speaking Professor Ademola Adedipe, Managing Consultant, Philips Consulting. Please put your hands together for Professor until he gets here. Please keep clapping. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Okay, if you are from the Western Hemisphere, it's still good morning up till here. But if you are from the Eastern, there will be good afternoon. Let's say good day, everybody. I- yes. All right. So, quite excited on this call, the opportunity to share and to also connect. And we'll be taking a flight, navigating through this experience that we're going to be having. I'll be speaking to this theme, equipping people and organizations to unleash sustained performance. I have here elements of the document or material that I put together, articulated, and I see people standing. I see organizations standing. I see performance standing, and I see equipping. So it means if you do not equip the people component and you don't equip the organization as a whole, then the consequence of having not equipped them will mean you will not produce sustained performance. So one leads on to the other. And that's why we need to be very, very attentive and pay good attention, take notes, and we're going to fly. It's not going to be an academic journey as it were. It's going to be very practical. It's going to speak to what you already, a lot of us are abreast with this reality, but we're going to be connecting even the dots as we progress forward. And thanks to the organizers for bringing me up. I think this came up at the CIPM conference last year when Dr. Debbie, met me and said, okay, she will want me to get involved with something. And eventually, we got to meet the group CEO, the very wonderful Mr. I don't know why he's still Mr. I'm wondering why you are doctor and he's still Mr. I think it has to be Dr. Laure also. Maybe I'm prophesying or saying something now, progressive. All right. So we're going to be looking at you. Please pardon. I will have to be flipping back to be sure I'm on the page. Yeah, I wanted a monitoring system here. Do I? Okay. Once I tell you move to the next slide, you will do that for me. Thank you. All right. Leave all this big titling and all those stuff. Good. Now, if we look at this, let's just flip this off now. If we look at this, we see that for you to have sustained performance, it matters a lot. Nobody goes into business, nobody goes into any engagement, whether a micro system, a macro system, whether a family unit, whether organizational unit, even the communities where he spoke, say leadership is not about being in government, but about providing influence. So when we have this understanding, we see that for us to be able to put all these things and fit them well, it draws very serious attention more than ever before. If there has ever been a time that we need results as an individual, within the family unit, within the community, and in the society, it is now more than ever before. Nobody wants to go into any venture and just moves through the sands and no impact. We want to bring impact on board, and that's why I'm throwing. People say numbers don't lie, but I know numbers lie at times, but genuine numbers don't lie. So we're going to be looking at genuine numbers now. It's not just numbers. So we see that to a large extent, 40% of employees, they say that annual reviews inspire them. Out of 100, 40%, if you get 40 in a class that I facilitate, it means you are coming back next year. I'm sure we all know that. So 40% does not cut it. So if it is at 14%, it means a lot needs to be done. And beyond that, also, we see that 40% of the employees tell us that for them to be retained, especially when there's a performance management system that has been designed, they need, 40% cut it that better employee retention with strategic performance management. It means it's intentional. It is not just because I like your face or I like what you're doing. In the present, you are tall, you are handsome, you are beautiful. That is not what we're talking about. We're saying if there is structured, intentionally designed performance management system, then 40% of the workforce will migrate towards settling because they know that they are putting in effort and their effort is actually being, justifying the reward system that is matching that. And if you also look, it tells us that 30% lower engagement in organizations using traditional annual reviews. What are we talking about? When you say traditional annual reviews, those are you come, sit down, you set your objectives in January, and everybody signs off, the KPIs are agreed to, everything is set. Then you wait till maybe June if that organization is fair enough, or you wait a whole year cycle. It's paper driven to a large extent, and everybody wants okay appraisal. So when you hear appraisal, it's not extending on the back of I've delivered something. It's just opportunity to have promotion, opportunity to have increment. That's what comes to mind when you hear appraisals. People are excited because they know possibility of increment is around the corner. That's the traditional mindset. When you're talking of performance management system, it goes beyond even the traditional mindset. And that's where, at this level, you need to know that it's not just how it used to be. Things are evolving. You heard what the group CEO presented to us, that the landscape of things are shifting. The work environment is evolving. Things are not how it used to be. In fact, the introduction of AI has already brought disruption, mega massive disruption. Now, what would take maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 employees to sit down in a whole month to articulate, if you know how to prompt very well and your prompting is top notch, sincerely, you can have this done under 1 day. I'm stretching the 1 day because I know in 1 hour you can actually deliver with infographics, designs, the template, everything will be generated. So a lot of things are changing. So when you still carry the traditional mindset of performance systems, then sincerely you are still in the prehistoric era of workforce layout. All right. We see here that organizations that embrace coaching, 40% of their workforce actually gets some improvement or the other. These are very big, percentages. But you see, people are employed with the mindset that you've gone to school, one, you've had your NYSC in Nigerian space, then beyond that, you've applied, you've gained experience, and they are paying you to deliver value. And they caught you, throw you into the river and say, swim. Whether there are crocodiles inside, whether there are sharks inside. In fact, in a previous employment many years ago, my CEO then told me, Demola, can you swim? I didn't know where it was going to. He said, I don't think I can. It was within the aviation sector. I cannot swim, sir, but I can learn. I said, okay, because I need you to know how to swim. Reason, I'm throwing you into water that is filled with sharks and crocodiles. And I'm like, really? That was my welcome speech from my group CEO. Within that, we say, you want to throw me in water filled with crocodiles and sharks? It was telling me some that you are expected with all the books and all the experiences, you've written articles, published journals, and everything, you are expected to deliver. And anything short of delivering value, we will not accept it. I say quite a number of times, and some of the things, initiatives that I brought on board are still active in that space today. So performance is not something that is optional. And when you have the mindset that it is not optional, your mind will not be a fixed mindset. It's not like 30 days make one pay. Because a lot of people, 30 days make one pay is their philosophy. If you are looking to performing at the level of what you were employed to do, sincerely for me, promotion will not come. You need to go over and above. And that's one thing I need to let you know even today. All right. Let's and the reality also is that two people can't go to this university, come out with the same degree in the same course, and yet their performance management design will not be the same. And that's why it has to be personalized. But people have generic KPIs, they have generic objectives, everything is generic. No, you need to come to terms with the fact and reality that yes, we may be employed to do the same thing, but there has to be some element of personalization even in your design. All right, let's kick to the next slide, which is beyond this, a blueprint for sustained performance. Now, when I started, I said there are three elements of this theme: the people, the organization, and the culture. So when you're talking about the people, for me, the people, they are the cluster, they are the crux of the system. Everything is people, it emerges, it resonates, and it pulls off from the people component. In fact, when you speak to organizations, people form organizations. And that is the thing. So if you want organizations to actually be very performance producing, then it means you have to pay attention to the components that make up the organization. And that's the people element. So people want to improve the organization. I've had to speak at some conferences before, and I've been challenged at how do we improve Nigeria. And I tell them the only way we can improve Nigeria is to improve Nigerians. If the Nigerian element, the individuals, our mindset is still let us eat it now and think of what we are going to be eating later. Let us just whack it now and wait for whatever comes later, then Nigeria cannot be the same. So the same thing applies within the frame set of this talk show that we're having even today. If you want to improve an organization, focus on improving the people element of that organization. We have not yet improved, and we will not improve until we focus where we need to focus. The people form the area of building capacities. Now, your JD is not important as your skill sets. Sincerely, people go for JDs. Your JD will tell you, they'll give you a job description, they give you a job title. Your job title is not as important right now in this new landscape of employment, landscape of work, as much as your skill set. So for you to actually move productively in any organization, your skill development will have to be you have to pay a lot of attention to it. So developing skills is not something. Right now, I have seen people that are medical doctors, friends that were medical doctors way back in Unilag those days. But right now, they are artistic directors. And you are wondering how it was the switch. They went into a lot of creative things, and they are not practicing medicine. A lot of those things happen. I have a friend that read botany back then in Unilag, and today he's a fellow with Accountant Institute, FCCA, and is a senior partner within one of the consulting firms today. But his primary degree was botany. But because he developed skills and he built up competencies in the areas that he wanted to pursue, His primary certificate, degree from the university did not limit him. And that's where skill, focusing on skill is much more than you focusing on job titles. And moreover, if you are having a job title, you need to pay attention to skills. Do you have analytical skills? Do you have problem solving skills, critical thinking skills, analysis, problem identification? All these things go. Do you have, like I see one of my friends now at the session that I facilitated, we spoke about, well done, nice to see you again. We spoke about gravitas. When you enter a room, how is your courage? You know, people, we need to learn this also. Some people are so cerebrally heavy, but they don't have presence. It's a skill that you need to also learn. So when you get into a room, attentions are drawn, not for you to distract or create disruption, but because there's a movement about you. And as often say, that's it, be the undercurrent when you enter into any space, not just the waves. Undercurrents are always heavier than the waves. So when you look at this, skill development is very critical. And you also need to have environments where you have psychological safety. People should not be afraid to make mistakes around you. But we have built a system that once you make mistake, the society bounces on you. I don't know where we got that from. Our DNA needs to be reset. People make mistakes, but the mistakes they make, if you keep making the same mistake, that's where I have issues. It means you are not open to learning. But when you make mistake, it's an opportunity to learn. That's why I say failing forward. So psychological safety. Let people come up with initiatives. They may not be right at first. It may not make sense, but inside of nonsense, you have sense. Once you have nonsense, take away the none. What will you be left with? Sense. So have that mind. Contribution driven. No matter how little, your contribution matters a lot. So this is still talking about the people component within the frame set of this thing, equipping people and organizations. Live unleashing sustained performance first. We'll get to that. Equipping the people. And you need to have personalized development. Some people are tech savvy. Some people are heavy in terms of thinking, in terms of the disc components. Some people are very frontal. They speak. Some people can articulate by writing. They may not be able to speak very well. And that's why team formation is very important. There are people that can speak well and there are people that can write well, but all of them brings something to the table. And that's the contribution that comes on the back of personalized development. Now, within the organization space here, you need to strengthen the systems, agile performance management. What do you mean by agile? A lot of us feel once you start in January, then you run and get to December, everybody's excited that appraiser is coming. And once appraiser comes, opportunity for increments. But before you get to December from January, you have to get to January 1st, you get to February, you get through March. Now we are in April, my birthday month, and you move to May, my wedding anniversary month. It's quite interesting. And you get to June, the halfway line. And everybody say, first half of the year has gone. We're moving to September. So when you have an agile mindset about performance management, you know that it's going to be progressive. You will not get to December without going through points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what are you doing in month 1? Then before you get to month 1, you get to week 1. Before you get to week 1, you get to day 1. This is progressive. They add cumulatively. So if you are not performing well and your score card is reading in January that you are very way below the average line and you are looking for promotion by year, it means you need to start doing something. You need to start doing something. And you also need to bring cross-functional collaboration. If you are just, I've seen this thing in football management a lot. If you are just a left footer, and the opponent knows that you are left, they will put you at a disadvantage that you are not able to use that left. And once they nip your left leg, you are useless in that match. And that's why you see people that are just one-footed. Once you lock that foot, then they cannot deliver in that match. So the same thing applies. Have a cross-functional, collaborative mindset. Where you are interested, you are in HR, you need to know what the finance guys are doing. You are in HR, you need to know what logistics, what procurement, what they are doing. You are in finance, you need to know what the strategy guys are doing. It cuts across. It has to be collaborative. Everybody brings all their own ends to make the system work. So when you are within that organization system, you are strengthening that system. You are equipping the organization by applying cross-functional collaboration. That's why working in teams, you pack, say for sake of discussion now, I'm sure you are used to the DISC model. You are used to the DISC model, which is the D tells us of dominance, influential, and all those stuff that are in terms of personality traits. Imagine a system where you pack all these into one team. What do you think will happen? People will do music and Gypsy King and Anthony Joshua will happen in that team. Now imagine if everybody is a C. You are just complying. You are just obeying the last command. Nobody is taking initiative. Nobody is leading. Nobody is saying, guys, let's do it. Everybody say, okay, what did Oga say? Oga say, Oga say, Oga say. It's what everybody is aligning with. You are just absolute compliance. Nobody is even challenging the status quo. What do you think will happen? No result will be generated, and that's the sincere truth. Because they will always be waiting. They will be waiting for someone to point them in the direction they should go. But there are elements that when you now bring all the D and the I's and the S and the C's together, and they are actively cross-functionally collaborating, then sincerely, somebody will raise, say, come. No, that thing you said, I'm looking at it from another angle. Can we not look? By the time you have challenges, it becomes better at the end of the day. So it has to also move in the area of data-driven intelligence. This is becoming very, very unavoidable now, data-driven intelligence. You don't move without clear sight. I worked in the aviation industry for some years, and I know that pilots, before they take off, they compute things into their log. They check the weight balancing. They key in. That's why if you come in late, they don't want to carry you. They will tell you that you have missed the flight because the weight, the luggage, the numbers of passengers, the crew, both cockpit crew, the cabin crew, have been computed into the system. So an additional 50 kg on top of that flight after the configuration can actually be fatal. And that's why data-driven intelligence, they are flying, they say, okay, what is the overall weight of luggage do we have? 300 kg. How did you spread it? And we have 80 in the front, 80 at the back, and you are now, that's 160 already, and you're having from, no. If you do that, the aircraft will not be balanced. It's data-driven. They said, no, why can't you balance it across? Maybe 60 here, 60 here, then 80 at the center. It is data-driven. So you are taking a position. What's that rate? One policy by the government can actually topple an organization. So you need to be up to date with the progression of things. And also look at decentralized decision. If every decision has to come to the CEO for sign off every time, that organization will not progress. That's the truth. So with this understanding, there's a component of this, which is the culture. The culture drives continuous excellence. And what's the culture? I've spoken to culture a lot. Advice organizations, faith-based, there's a culture mindset that in this place, this is how we do things. If you don't do it that way, then you are not fitted into the frame of the organization. And some organizations, they'll tell you that no matter how well you perform, if your guy does not like you, at the end of the year, what happens? You join the queue again for another performance. But some organization will tell you, if you like, be the ugliest person in the world. If you are bringing value to the table and it's documented and it's being tracked and everything is flowing well, at the end of the day, it does not matter where you are from. Whether you are from Zamfara, whether you are from Bayelsa, whether you are from Kogi, whether you are from Ekiti, whether you are from anywhere, it does not really matter whether you are male, whether you are female. It does. In fact, I love the emergence of female CEOs now in a lot of our sectors. So it's not a gender-driven thing. It's a competency, capacity-driven thing. And mind you, they are performing very excellent. Very excellent. You can go and check, fact check me like one honorable will say, go and fact check me. So let me say to you, fact check me. Female CEOs are doing wonderfully well in the space that me I've seen now. So you need to understand that what culture permeates within, what is the system that we run by. So before you start talking of unleashing sustained performance, the organization mindset, what do we hold? What are our values? What are those things that we hold on to? Integrity, collaboration, openness, free communication. Not that the flow of information will freeze at certain levels and you are still expected to deliver, but you are not equipped with information and the updated details. You know, there are some people that set you up to fail. I've seen that a lot. Okay. Senior top ranking official, they set you up to fail because all the things that you need to deliver, they don't give you free. They expect you to go and develop. Why do I need to reinvent the wheel when the wheel is already created? I'll just buy the type of wheel I want. So all these things add up together. And a culture of recognition also. Everybody wants to be recognized. And mind you, recognition is not just cash or financial business. Ordinary mentioning in a weekly sprint meeting that so person gave us the idea that led to this breakthrough. That is strong. Very, very strong. But I know also over time that some people are very professional hijackers. You bring in a concept, you bring in the ideas, and they put their name and slap it on the bottom and present it to senior rank. And when you do it once, maybe it was a mistake, you do it twice, the person bringing and cooking those ideas will just fall back. And you lose the benefits of that person's innovative ideas. And I've also learned over time that the brightest person in the room may not really be the most senior ranking a lot of times. My senior son has taught me that a lot and a lot of times. He's a computer scientist. He does cinematography right now, shoots film. The money he has now at his age, I didn't have it. So the boy used shakaras me a lot. So when I need certain angles, I call him and say, come, Ayigola, I need that. Are you there on the system? Are you this? Are you that? He guides me through. If I want to come in the African mindset, I'm the daddy is the son. Do you know I will miss out a lot? And this is his own generation. And me, at times they yab me and say I'm behaving like one old man. My wife will tell them, say, come, my husband is not old, I beg. Don't speed his age up. That's the reality. At times, those little things that people say, just recognize them. Little value they bring on board. Recognize the little, that person will go back and encourage and it will generate more. And what I do, I will now use the brain of an experienced person to now articulate it well and present the idea that junior person gave. But I don't ever, I've never done it. And I think maybe part of the family values that we have. If somebody has done something, give him a thumbs up for that. And if he does not do it well also, don't tear him up in public. That's the orientation my dad gave me. Don't tear him up in public. Call him up, address him, guide him, and point him in the right direction. Continuous learning also. My mom is almost 80 and she still took a course. This is a retired woman. When is she going to rest? I know what she's doing. She's a regional faculty for a body because she was a trainer, head of training for civil service federal for many years, ASCON and all this. So all this HR and all this stuff that I'm doing today now is actually extending from my mom. Till today, she still went and took a course in Coursera for French. And I'm wondering, Senator Fonse, Grandma, what do you need French for? Reason, they gave her a mandate to coordinate across West African countries for a particular group. And he said, there are more French guys in West Africa than English. So if I know how to speak French, she goes to Lomé. She goes to say, will I now be carrying interpreter up and down? At least those basic things. And she went, sat for the course, and she She got the certificate. I said, Mommy, what is certificate? At what age now? Are you going to apply for something? But that sense of continuous learning is something, it's a culture that we need to imbibe. Don't ever get to a level that you think that you know it all. No matter how much you know, there's still so much to know. That's the reality. And we need to have value driven. And if you see the bottom line, then I say organizations don't perform. People what? So if you want to get value at the organizational level, make sure that you get your people to the level that they perform. They begin to perform. And it's an investment too. It is an investment. And when people are equipped, organizations are what? Please play with me, play with me. Let's co-move, let's co-pilot this flight. When people are equipped, organizations are what? Unstoppable. All right, thank you. Next slide. The people dimension, that is building the capacity. So when you talk, I've said earlier on, establish this reality that skills over job description. People like titles in this part too. Thank God, recently they've started regulating in Ghana regulations. If it is a honorary, you put honoris causa. If it's fully academic, then you put. That's why I like the great Samba. He said his own doctor is PhD. It's not a doctor that was given as an honor. Even though that is also valid because people have contributed a lot and they honor them with those doctor of letter, a lot of stuff like that. And it's quite interesting. But he said, don't call me Dr. Sam Mbakwe, call me Sam Mbakwe, PhD. I looked at the man and said, wow, interesting. So when you have this, people are so title crazy here. People, one big position like that, group, what, African, whatever, maybe, continental chairman, globals, many big titles beyond the titles. Make sure that you have the skills. Getting into a room is not difficult. But when you get into the room, what will sustain you in that room is the skills and the abilities that you have, not your name, not your title. Implement skill mapping across your organization. Let people know what they need to have. There are some skills. The higher you go, you don't really need certain skills as heavy. So those skills may just be on a rating of 5, maybe 1. But at certain levels, you need 4 of that same skill. And that's why not just having the skill. We use a platform at PCL, which is much skill platform. And even on the skill set that you may have, we don't have the same ratings of that skill set. Somebody may have the beginner level, somebody will have an intermediate level, somebody will require an expert level. To an analyst, to someone that's an analyst, Power BI is more relevant to you to analyze. The techie guys here, am I on course? The usage of Power BI, the usage of analytics stuffs is more relevant to an analyst than for me that is a senior executive. Or for maybe the MD. MD will want to see the breakdown. Just give me the executive summary. I don't need all those how divide the x, differential, almighty formula. They don't need it. They don't need divide the x, differentiation, and all those stuffs. So implement skill mapping across your organization. Certain skills at certain level, certain skills at certain level, even the same skill, different levels across the meet, and create personalized development pathways. People don't learn at the same rate. There are people that they catch up with things early. Some people you have to wind them like a vehicle that you are jump starting, but once they jump start, in fact, they take over and you are pushing and say, oh, stop, stop, stop. I don't know if some of you saw a Facebook visual, one young girl. He said, run, 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 run. And even when she crossed the line, she still kept running. And the father was shouting, stop, stop, stop. But you were the one that said, run, run, run. Now you are saying, stop, stop, stop. But the girl kept running. And he said, she's still running. The last time somebody saw her was in Canada. She was still running. So we need to understand that people don't move at the same way. So personalize their development pathway is very important. And establish upskilling budgets. Make a budget for it. Training, like you are here at this conference now. We are going to pick up a lot of things across all the speakers, at the panel level, individual presentations and all those stuff like that. So be attentive. Some things that you grab here may not be relevant as it were now, but in the next 5 years, they will be the jokers that you place on the table. That's one thing I've learned. Leverage technology to track skill acquisition. This one is very important. If somebody is here sincerely and you are telling me that you don't want to align with technology, I will need you to go to the back, hands up, and close your eyes. Seriously. Tech is driving everything. Tech is doing what? Driving everything. So we need to be tech savvy, leverage it, and leverage. But what I tell you is that technology or AI should not take over the steering. You will still be the driver, but they are the conductors of the vehicle, the guide, they accelerate, they fast track, and they help us to move. So your title does not determine your career trajectory, but your capabilities do. People could have titles, but they are not very capable. So when it matters, it's actually your capabilities coming on board. And the second principle is psychological safety, as we've spoken to, as a performance infrastructure. When people know that they can make genuine mistakes and you will not crush them, they'll be willing to take more. At times, you see Lionel Messi, let me use him as a case now. He plays free kick and he scores. Do you know that for okay, let me even go older. Lionel Messi is recent. David Beckham. For you that are football, lovers, you know David Beckham. That guy, Roberto Carlos, they play free kicks, and you are wondering, every time. But do you know they have played 1,000 free kicks and they have made mistakes in the practice? So when they now get to the field and they play 2 free kicks and they score the 2, you are like, wow. But they have played 998 other free kicks that they did not score on the training ground. But out of the 1,000, the only 2 they scored, they say, wow, that guy is a free kick legend. To become a free kick legend, you must have been missing it a lot in the background, because every 90 minutes football game is on the back of hours and hours and hours of practice on the pitch. So we need to learn this. So when people have the mind that they can make mistakes and you don't crush them, they will still go and get things fine-tuned, come back with value to you. So train managers to solicit dissenting opinions. When people know that when Oga says something, after Oga says something and you want to raise anything, like they used to say where the village I come from, say you want to use a lantern to see the eye. I don't know. Please interpret this by your own understanding. You want to use lantern to look at the eye of tiger. If you are a Yoruba person, you know what I'm talking about. I did not say anything like that. There are some managers that once they talk, you cannot bring any other idea because they are final. They're final. So train people to raise up things. Even when you as the boss say something and that thing, but also train them to know how to say. People have said that freedom of speech is very important, but if you don't know how to speak well, you cannot guarantee your freedom after you have spoken. So you need to, I said so, I say you have to do leadership by borrowing sense, speaking by borrowing sense also. So if you need to say something dissenting, not dissenting to the personality, but the idea, don't just say, oh God, that thing will not work, and you keep quiet. Raise 2 or 3 options why you think your own idea is better. All right. Reward experimentation also, not just success. The fact that people put in the, the time, the process, before it gets to the point of success, you can reward it also. I do that a lot. For the fact that you are coming up with ideas, I say, wow, I like your line of thought. I like your thinking, mechanisms, the way you generate things. Even though it has not become successful, but I encourage that person to go back and start thinking and start cooking. When you cook a very sumptuous delicacy, it's not just the serving of the meal, that the art of knowing the quantity of Maggi, the one you see, the one you put all the components, all the timing. You don't put the leaves too early so that they don't become. I know how to cook. That's why I'm going to. I'm trying to arouse you. You know the timing of putting the vegetables. that alone is for me the art of cooking. But the serving of cooking is the end result. So don't just celebrate people for serving, celebrate them for the process, how they're able to get to the point of serving. Create anonymous feedback channels. I was speaking to the board of an organization sometimes last year, and they said they want to do whistleblowing mechanisms, feedback, anonymous. And one of them said, that thing you call anonymous, we can track it. I say, okay, you want people to give you feedback. They say, yes, now we have their IPs. And you know what I'm talking about. They can track IP. And even if they don't track IP, back then when we used to do manual feedback to the company and we put it inside box, you know, there was a time a senior manager way ahead of me. I'm talking of 25 years of back ago. The person put the notes in front. They were trying to check the handwriting so that they will know the person that. So you is the one that have loud mouth, Abby. No, this writing looks like that we knew. In fact, as if we knew that comrade is the one that is always instigating people. They track that person with handwriting. So when you create anonymous feedback channels, don't do it to track people that are vocal, that will always say something. It's not okay. It's not a good ethical practice. Create it. Let people send in their anonymous and feedback. At times, you can criticize that thing will not work. But we think this and this. And so don't end that it will not work. Don't end that the idea is not good. Get to the point whereby they've given you that psychological safety to express yourself, but also prefer solutions. Don't just identify problems. Create intelligent failures. In fact, when I was putting this, I was just laughing. I said, okay, when intelligent failures publicly, you know, also let people know that come, this thing has failed, but I think if you can just tweak it and have a strategizing of this, it may work. Celebrate even the process. Boldness and not caution drives sustained excellence. The next page, please. Next slide. Still under the people dimension, from compensation to contribution, the principle 3. Connect individual roles to organizational mission explicitly. Everybody's role, let them see that that is the goal. That is where all of us are going. You may come from the left flank, you may come from the right flank, you may come central, you may even come from the back line, but we are all going where? That place. So when you point people's eyes to the final goal, the objective, it's not how you dribble that matters. But if you don't score, even if you have 99% possession and the team that has 1% possession scores you, you know you are out of the tournament. Let people know that your collective contribution matters and tie it to the organizational mission explicitly. No ambiguity. Anything that you need a senior official to come and explain is not simple enough. Make it simple, make it clear. No ambiguities. Share impact stories regularly across the organization. And that's one thing also in the previous organization I worked with that had a challenge. They felt that they don't want people to be knowing how the financials were going. For crying out loud, if the boat is sinking, everybody deserves to know. Everybody deserves to know. And if we are really flying high, every other person, but they were doing that in that year to avoid bonus at the end of the year. And one of the comrades will lead me and say, oh, guy, you are not going anywhere. If you don't tell us the true position, this company is making profits. Management, you are lying to us. I say, no. And you know the next thing they say, and we know you are a pastor. You cannot lie. Ha! I say, okay, I'm not lying. No, I've not lied. But even at that, I told him I have a professional assignment, even as the head of HR of this place. There are certain information that will come from the CFO. Yes, we made some good movement, but we need to get it from the right source. I didn't use escapism, but I just borrowed sense, not to say what I'm not authorized to see as HR. So please always learn to do leadership and management by borrowing sense. I've said that like 2 or 3 times. All right. So implement peer recognition programs that celebrate contributions. Don't take the glory of the process that people want. No matter how you are. Yes, you can be the presenter. I've seen this happen a lot. In football, let me go back. I love football, so let me go back to football. Somebody plays, and it happened sadly during US 94 when the Eagles were playing against Bulgaria. Very first match. After Rashidi Yekini is a goal, all the other teammates decided to stop feeding him with the ball. Did you observe he didn't score anything after that in the whole tournament? Why? Because for them, they felt that their contribution were taken over by Yekini. Took the glory of all their effort. Finidis pass, dribble, playing. Amonike was waiting. Amokachi was at the center. All of them wanted to be the first Nigerian to score at the World Cup, but it happened to now fall to Rashidi Yekini. So they felt that all their contributions, somebody is okay, and he went. Instead of him to leave, we are analyzing now. God bless his soul because he's passed on. We are analyzing now. But they felt that he should have come to them to celebrate, but he went to the net to celebrate by himself. And that's why we all need to learn. He shook the net. That kidney is a goal. And that's why at times people feel that we worked for this thing together. Why take the glory all by yourself? My own analysis, I may not be totally right, but that's what I saw in that match that day. And they shut him out of the game. He never scored a goal after that. So we need to be careful. So when we are, we should imbibe celebrating contributions. And that's why you see now, even if Ronaldo scores the goal, he will point to the person that passed and say, yeah, you gave me the shot. Thank you. Me, I shall know that. You professor. I'm still on slide. I'm on slide 5 out of 13. Okay, I'll do something. I'll just punch it. So, guys, let's ready to elevate. Let's go to 35,000 feet now. 25. So let's take higher. So personalized development pathways. It's very, very important. So don't just think when development is personal, commitment becomes powerful. You know that you are having intentional focus on developing and building that particular nature. So when we're speaking to equipping people and organizations to unleash even sustained performance, all these things needs to be fitted together. And principle 5 and 6 is which is the next slide, agile performance management. We spoke to this already. Don't just run from the beginning to the end. Know that for you, you have to have an exchange. January gives the betting to February. February gives the betting to March. So when you are performing, you are rating and assessing yourself progressing. You are looking at this, okay, what am I doing now? What do I need to? And that's why I love the process, the SSC model. There are some things you need to start, and there are some things you need to stop, and there are some things you need to continue. Start, stop, continue model. If you get to the ending of January or maybe the first week, and you know that if I continue this thing, it's going to put me in a lot of issues. I need to stop it. Okay, when I'm stopping this thing, what do I need to start? Some of us we are not used to we are not consistent. Let me use that word. We like waiting for 11th hour. Does that sound like a Nigerian thing? Go and check your NIN. Everybody stays back. Now, when the government now says it is expired, in fact, the deadline is Monday. Today is 18th. Tomorrow is 19th. 20, maybe let's even say Tuesday. 21st of April, the deadline. You now see on Monday, everybody will now rush the platform and the server will now start jamming. And you had 12 months. You had 12 months to update your NIN, but you never did. So that's, agile performance system is something that we all need to embrace. Empower teams to adjust goals based on market realities. Don't just stick and get about something. Be very flexible and agile as it moves. The cross-functional collaboration, we spoke to that also, that we should be willing to learn what other people do. In finance, a lot of us, if I start asking, how many people are in core HR here? Very big, core HR. HR, human resources. Be proud about our practice now. Finance. You are afraid. There's no CCTV that will capture you here. finance, okay, in logistics. Okay, the many of us, where are we? Operations. Okay, we have plenty of operations. Okay, if we are an executive, like I said, if you are an executive, oh yeah, you are an executive arm. You see, I said it. Irrespective of where you are, you need to be able to know a bit of what's going on here, what's going on here, what's going on there. Otherwise, hmm, let it not be that to be packaged and be wondering what just happened. So it has to be data driven, and also that's on the 7 and 8 slide for principle 7 and 8. Data intelligence is very, very important. Decentralize your decision making. This is, I've learned that if you stifle people and if you take their sense of initiatives from them, you are just destroying the organization. You're destroying the organization. When teams own decisions, they own result also. Result also. Okay. So I'll fast track to the next one. Leadership as enablement for this performance that we are all looking at. We're looking at sustained performance. So leadership has to enable, train your managers, shift from what did you do to how can I help you succeed? How can I help you succeed? I've done that consistently over time. Once people know that you are interested in their success path, they give you full support. Once somebody knows that this person is contributing actively to me getting to where I need to get to, they open up to you and things move. Obstacles are removed, it inspires vision. Recognition is fostered and promoted, and the sense of continuous learning is imbibed. The ecosystem uh, slide, performance ecosystem. Okay, I'm on 9 now. So all those other ones are the people, the organization, and the culture triangulated now. There's a triangulation that the people has to be so strengthened that they convert their strength, the personal strength, to organizational strength. Within the organization itself, the individual has to be very good. The department has to have the effect of the individual excellence. Then every department also contributes up to the division or the regional or however it's structured. Then all the divisions or directorial contributes to the central level. So if these things are clearly understood and there's no ambiguity about it, people are strengthened, they carry over their strength into the organizational level, and both the people and the organization sit in a culture that drives performance, then we are getting somewhere. Sustained performance is what we're going to be looking at. So that triangulation will have to work well. The people dimension rose into the organizational dimension, and the two of them like a subset within the culture, because the culture permeates both the personal and the organizational. And once all these things are properly, put in place, the sustained performance that we are looking for is something that we're looking at in a short distance. The next slide, please, the roadmap. Having said all these things, we're looking at equipping people, empowering people, giving them all what they need to deliver. When you are not Samson in the biblical story that goes to use his bare hand to tear lion, if you need me to go and fight a lion, you are going to equip me with what will make me overcome that lion. But like I said, a lot of times also it's assumed that you have the competency, the capacity to swim in waters, in shark and crocodile infested waters. But if you cannot swim, please tell them, like I did to my boss years back. I say, sir, I don't know how to swim, but I can learn how to swim. I never knew it was inside sharks and crocodile infested waters. All these are people too. All right, so we have this on this slide 10, uh, access. In the first, it's a roadmap, just a sample roadmap that I've created. Know where you are, know where you intend going, and know how to get there. It's not just knowing where you are and where you need to get to. Know what you need to do, where you are going, know how you will navigate across that system. And beyond knowing how to, with whom are you going to be navigating? What's going to be the mix of the people that will? So you have to access all these things. Conduct audits, surveys, review existing processes and systems, benchmark against industry best practices. You know, okay, if you're talking of telecoms, arguably, who is the number one in Nigeria? That's why I put arguably. All of them, as far as I'm concerned, they are all drinking from the same, they're extending from the same signal is lost. I'm talking, somebody is not hearing. My data is zapped up and they're wondering, and sorry, we're having a system issue. They are telling all of them run us through all those protocols, but nonetheless, when you say anything, so if you are coming to that space, who should you be looking at? NTA. How do they work? How is their networking and all those things like that? So you align, articulate your vision, strategic objective, secure leadership commitment, align. Then when you align, it's not just knowing what should be. It's not aligning to how. Then you take action. No matter how beautiful a strategy is, if it is not acted upon, the best is just a document on the shelf. That's the truth. Beautiful strategies. Nigerians can be very good strategists, but get on the field and play the ball. They shoot over the bar. And ongoing, you adapt. That adaptation is the agility that is there. If a policy is changed, how do I respond? Not react. How do I respond to it? How do I see ahead? Everybody is doing tax declaration now. And now they're telling us, apart from the corporate one, you still have to go and do personal filing. How are you? In fact, a lot of Nigerians don't even know what to do. You shall know that they say all of us should go and file, and there's a deadline set for next week. If you don't know, I'm telling you now for free. So I'm not going to be charging. So go and file your personal, you know, you know, tax returns. If you don't do it, penalties will climb on top of because they have access, the government has access to all your financial transactions. So if you tag it that transport and use it to go and buy shawarma, they track it. That was consumable, you use it for. Adapt, be flexible, and be agile. So the call to action. Let me close it at this level now. Call to action. For CEOs and executive leaders, thank God we have quite a number here. Audit your current performance management system. Audit it. Is it delivering what is expected? If it is not, then you need to review. Commit resources to it. There are some that you can drive, Oracle, using SAP, those performance PMS systems. If you are not at that scale already, there are a lot of apps that you can be designed that can give you that. Model the behaviors you want to see. That's very, very important. So that leadership and drive is very, very key. And for the HR and people leaders, there's the expos, there's the HR. Champion the shift from compliance to performance. For general managers, have meaningful performance conversations, maybe weekly, but not annually. Don't wait till the end of the year and you tell me I did not perform. If you do that, I have a friend, we were in school together in also, and we're both activists in school. So where is his name? I will call him up and call VDM and say, please come and support me. My manager is telling me in December that's in January, I have not performed. You know the reason why you kept the review till the end of the year. So make it progressive. Weekly, monthly, as the case may be, so that adjustments can be made along. If you are taking a flight at time, aeroplane will go down. When it sees turbulence, at times it goes round, at times it goes over. Then when it cannot go anywhere, aeroplane goes through the turbulence. So let it also be that for every professional that is seated here, own your own development. Sincerely, I tell you, organizations will help you, but own your own development. Seek feedbacks actively and contribute beyond your job description. I've told people this that you will not get promoted if the best you are doing is what your JD has described. That's the truth. You must go over and above. And finally, which is the last slide, an organizational future worth building, where every individual understands how their work connects. Feedback is immediate. You are not waiting till I crash. Once you start seeing that my oil is short, you tell me so that I can gauge it up. Don't wait until I crash before telling me, I will have told you that time that your oil was short. You didn't measure it, you didn't gauge it. Development is personalized. Own it. continuously and accelerate it. Team collaboration should be seamless across all boundaries. Leaders enable rather than control. Don't have a control, don't be a control freak. Innovation is rewarded. Failure is also a learning opportunity. And I'll put it at the back that like performance is not a once a year thing, it's a daily discipline. Finally, the one that shows my handsome face, that one that has my face. Yes. So that first one was taken in Hawaii. That banner in 2015 when I was facilitating a program in Hawaii. My, my wife has told me to change that picture. So I'm bringing this. This was taken just last week. So I'm going to replace that 11-year-old picture. I like that one. I wasn't using glasses. I don't know your own view. Please advise me. First one, that first one of 2015 in Hawaii, which was the Mid Pacific area, or the one that I took was at a program and I took this picture. I didn't like. So, which one should I continue using? Oh, that is the one that is on your is on the program. Just check. That's the one on the program. So you see what I'm doing now? I'm influencing you to open and bend. You see how powerful leadership is? So for us to keep, to have sustained performance, leadership must be willing to equip the people, equip the organization, and move us to the point whereby performance is unleashed. Equip your people, strengthen your organization, and drive sustained performance. So at this point, there's no excuse. The tools are available. AI tools are available that can synthesize things for you, do a lot of stuff. So no excuse. And on that note, I will put there's one big thank you that I normally put at the last slide. So please help me put that thank you and God bless you all. All right.
Thank you very much, sir. So we'll be having a Q&A for this particular session. So Prof will just take a seat briefly, and then, of course, if you want to stand to answer the questions. Then. Okay. Um, it's been a wild session, right? You agree with me, at least for those who started. And even if you join midway, it's just been so much of an interesting session with so much body of knowledge shared. Because Prof is standing, I wouldn't want to go over my own notes because there are some very solid key points here. We're talking about people, organization, and culture. And like the slide says you think of it as a what? A three legs stool. Once you remove one of the legs, structure collapses. And then I also remember this one about the fact that it is people that do, right? Organizations don't just become sustainable performance all on their own. It is if you build the people, you equip the people. That is when you can build an unstoppable organization. Thank you so much, Professor Ademola Adedipe. A round of applause for him. Okay, so before now, I should have notified us of a few housekeeping, or what you might call ground rules. It's not too late yet, and I will do that a bit more effectively later after this session. But because of the question and answer session, I just wanted to say that if you have a question, which I expect we should have for Prof concerning this session with regards to the team equipping people and organizations to unleash sustainable performance, that all you have to do is raise by show of hand, then we'll pass a mic to you. And the way to easily do this for us also is that, your first name is okay, maybe your sector where you play, very fast, and then of course you go to your question all within a minute, and then we'll have Professor Adedipe respond to that. Um, I'm looking for the second mic. Is it available? We already have a show of hand right at the back. Who is with the microphone? No, it's to your back. Yes, please. So, sir, you can stand up. I'll hand over the mic to Prof.
Hello. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Israel Adeniran. I operate in the finance space. So my question, I appreciate so well your presentation, sir. It was quite informative and engaging. My question specifically is about the aspect of you being expected to face a lion and you are not being equipped. Because that's maybe that's based on my own work experience anyway. Uh, how can that be solved? Of course, you mentioned on your own development, but how tools are needed to perform optimally? How can one be able to scale to such as well? Thank you.
All right. Okay, so Prof has noted that question. We will respond to it. Any other person? Okay, we have a young man to the front here. Any other person?
Thanks for the informative stuff. So my question was this.
Your name, please.
Okay, my name is Moshe. So I operate in. So my question goes this. If you work under a boss who doesn't appreciate process for results and you feel demotivated, what should be your disposition towards it? I'm speaking from the place of tech, in tech, deals with a lot of analytics. Sometimes you are thinking how to run the process and your boss is like prioritizing you. This should have been done. And it has been a discussion. So what should be our disposition?
Thank you very much. So we have a lot of female in the building by my own assessment, and we've not had any female ask a question. So can we have females, you know, our CEOs who are doing far better than, okay, you didn't say far better, but who are performing? Okay, we have a sister to the front here. Thank you.
My name is Sumaya. I'm still a student. So my question is, we talk about organization, how to bring people together. So, okay, if you own an NGO, if I own an NGO that is still like coming up, and the members I have or the volunteers I have, like, are friends and students, right? And we don't pay them. So how do you put the organization together where it doesn't look like you are using them without paying them and you are doing their job? I feel there are a lot of anomalies that run in the organization. I won't be able to correct them perfectly.
A round of applause for her. That's a nice one. Any other person? Just one more person to add to this. Thank you very much. We have someone to the left again.
Good morning, everybody. My name is I. Operation International Students. So my question is, how do we balance? eh, How do we balance celebrate with learning from setback without demotivating the teams?
Thank you very much. I hope that question is. So, Prof will answer the questions now.
Let me start from the very last one. It's a cultural thing. How do you balance celebrating wins, learning from setback without last demotivating the team? It's a matter of culture. If you if you have not been doing something and suddenly you start doing it, people will suspect you. So that's one thing I always like to establish. Now, you appreciate people as a matter of yourself, not something that just woke up one day. People suspect that there's something coming up the pipeline for you to be appreciating something that that's why we spoke to psychological safety. Create a system, communicate that system, and let them know that people are, in fact, communication breaks a lot of issues within the organization. When people know that even when they make mistakes, they are not going to be crushed, then you are opening up the environment for progress. And that's the truth. So celebrate people when they win. And even when they fall short of winning, for me, I still call them winners because they made effort. Celebrate that also. But don't let it end there. Point them to the fact that there's still somewhere that they need to even get to. So balancing celebrating wins, learning from setback, something that should be applied as a cultural thing and without demotivating the team. The motivation in what way? Somebody is saying, hey, you failed and they are appreciating you. It's not failing. You went through a process that has not yet delivered the intended result. But that's the way I see failure. Except you need to, and that's the agility part. If it doesn't work, stop it. But Nigerians, a lot of us don't know when to cut something and say, this thing cannot work. What else can I do? So if that does not speak fully to the question, maybe we take it outside because of time. The NGO volunteering system, I salute your courage, seriously. At this level, you're already having the NGO mindset. That's a very major thumbs up for you. And see, volunteering system, yes, you said they are not paid. You need to set the terms. Let everybody know what they are coming into. When they start feeling being used, then it tells me that they have not bought into, especially the system that you have put on ground. Maybe some of them are having in mind that something is coming in for you also, because people also support NGOs. Might be a lot of things could probability could be. Maybe somebody heard that they gave 50,000 to also, and it was not accounted for. And that's why accountability, openness, transparency must be on ground. If there's something on ground supporting even what you are doing, everybody knows. If there's nothing on ground and you are using your out of pocket, your school pocket money and all those things to fund it, sincerely, before long, they too will start contributing because they know you are transparent. But once they sense that something is coming in that you are not declaring, then they begin to agitate that from that thing that they perceive is coming in, they also need a slice or a share of it. Nigeria, we like sharing a lot. I won't run away from sharing myself. So you need to understand. So it's volunteering. You are not paying people. I've done NGO systems before, and out of pocket expense. But when things start, everybody knew things were moving. I left them after some time, but at least the marks are still on ground even till today. But you can still research further. How do you run an effective NGO, especially from this prompt? Maybe ChatGPT or Cloud or any of these things. They'll give you ideas. Huh? Thank you. I salute that movement. Our boss likes results, but he does not really like the process. For your IT and tech, you know, except the person does not understand the tech space, it involves a lot of processing. So the process, you draw the flow chart, you do the test, case, a lot of stuff like that. You don't just get to the result. So, but you also need to carry your boss along every stage. Don't, most of the challenges I have about tech people is that they want to work in silo. They stay in one corner. They are brainstorming. They are losing sleep. They are taking extra coffee, black coffee, without sugar, without milk, anything. And their eyes are bulging. But they don't tell you what they are doing. The only time you get to know is when the result is ready and say, sir, that is ready. But while you were moving, that's the agile mindset. Carry your boss along. Milestone points. We are here now, sir. This is what I'm trying to test the prototype. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. We'll be able to have success in that. I want to scale it up. Carry them along so that when you now get to the result, he will appreciate the process that you have gone through. So you are waiting for you to get the final output. You now say, sir, I'm done. This is the work. We have press it, enter. It's working. How do you press enter and it works? Let them also be carried along. Huh? Does that resonate? Okay. Last but not the least, the lion man. The man that has he wants to face lion. I don't know whether it's lion you are facing, but me, I face crocodiles and sharks. How to engage when you are not duly equipped. You have said it to your own personal development is your own responsibility. That's the truth. But beyond that, also have some sitting with your guy. Let me use a local parlance. Agree on what you intended, what even your expect, what does the person expect you to deliver. But beyond what they expect you to deliver, how do they want you to deliver? Is there a framework already existing, or you have to create a new framework? Are there things that would enable and facilitate you being able to deliver? Do you need to sign up to a particular tool that you have subscription to for you to be able to deliver? Those that are designers, you know all those tools that people generate. Some are paid for. So are you using a free subscription to be able to generate your output, or you need a paid subscription? Do you need certification? Because now, if you don't know, anybody that wants to practice HR in Nigeria and you are not registered with CIPN, you are committing offense. So by law, statutory now is mandatory that for you to be a practicing HR person, you need to have HR practitioner's license. So all these things are not what you just stay back and you say, okay, they didn't equip me. What are the options of equipping that you have? Up and create them, and you sit with them, have a sign off. If they say no, let them advise you on alternatives. Because for me, co-creation is the way forward. You don't generate things by yourself alone and think, they should know. No, co-create. Go to them. If they don't agree, look at option A, option B, option C. At the end of the day, you discover that gradually, a lot of things you don't achieve them overnight. You achieve them over time. And that time is expensive, and you have to give it what it takes. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Professor Adedipe. It's been an exciting time. Thank you very much, sir. Please let us give Prof a round of applause. It's really been an engaging experience. I wanted to mention earlier when we opened the event that what are the things we should expect at the executive talk show. And if you go through your program booklet that was shared to us, you see that one of the key things is strategic knowledge. The session that Prof just took us through, I mean, it was that deep, you know, core strategic knowledge that we can all apply in our career as organizational leaders, and then, of course, even in our community um, that we operate in. So thank you very much, sir, for taking the time, breaking it down. I mean, like a true prof, you know, I mean, it's just such an exciting moment, an impactful moment for me. So please, let's give Professor Adedipe another round of applause, all the way from Philip Consulting. We really appreciate you, sir. Please allow me to recognize the presence of, okay, I'm trying not to use titles, but then these are people with titles and result. A group CEO, we have group CEOs a lot here. I don't know whether that's the new trend, but then they are handling multi-sectoral businesses, emerging, and then the ones that are established. So we have a group CEO who is actually going to be speaking as our executive guest speaker here today. He walked in the course of the session, and his name is Mr. I don't know whether to call him Alaji though, but his name is Mr. Ibrahim Tiamiyu. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome. is the group CEO of Plan B Group of Companies. You might not see his name inside the brochure because he's standing in for Mr. Kolawole Oshinowo, who is unavoidably absent because he's out of the country at the moment. All right. Next up is a networking session. So this is supposed to give us the time to stretch our legs, meet the people across the aisle, not just the ones you are seated with. And also, if you need to use the restroom, and this at this point will lead me to a few ground rules. But while we are at that, I know that our VIPs will be ushered in to go and stretch their legs outside by themselves. All right, so yeah, just to let you know, we're going into that session, and I think it's for 20 minutes networking session, and so for us to meet one another. But as we go into that session, I'd just like us to bear in mind a few housekeeping guidelines for us going forward into this program. First of all, of course, you already possibly identified the exits to your left, to your right, and then we have at the back, and then we have the convenience at the back of this particular auditorium or room, as you might call it. So you have to use that. And of course, we have our ushers. Okay, yes, there's one inside now in case you have questions or you need any form of assistance. Because this event is being streamed live, we try to avoid and we request that you cooperate with us in that we avoid walking across those middle aisles, right? So you can use the ones, well, maybe the one on this side more, and then of course, the limited space there or the back if you have to make movements so that you're not walking across the camera. Yes, of course, the event is being streamed live. I wanted to ask how many of us are already following us on WhatsApp, the channel. Okay. Um, I'm hoping media, if okay, you can put the channel up there. The idea is that, of course, when you are following the WhatsApp channel for this event, you are up to date on what's going on concurrently. The link also for the live session is already dropped there, I'm sure. Then, if you have to share with people who are not here within your network, they can join in and be a part of this impactful session. Um, I mean, the first session for me has been mind blowing. And so I can imagine what we are still going to witness. We have sweets for some people. I wanted to just give some people, but I'm told they said it's going to be for everybody eventually that you can mix sweets. So some of that will be passed down the aisle in the course of this program. So feel free also to pick and lick. But beyond the sweet matter, I'm tying extra sweets to some questions which I will ask in the course of this program. And if you are able to give us or give me the right answer, and an extra sweet. All right. I understand that people who are watching virtually would definitely have questions for our speakers. That's part of the reason we are requesting also you follow the WhatsApp channel so that when you send in your questions, either through any of the social media platforms, some of those feedbacks, it could even be post the event, which means after the event, some of the questions, that would be asked if they are not asked in the course of this event, we would definitely send to our distinguished guest speakers to be able to, panelists to answer. And of course, the organizers will be able to pass those across through the WhatsApp channel. So it's important you follow the WhatsApp channel, Images Executive platforms. Once they drop the link, you'll be able to know exactly what to type. In addition, okay, All right, like we said, and I'll just put it this way. Of course, we've been and please a round of applause for everyone. Put your hands together for yourself. I just wanted to say that we should be professional, but in all sense of it, we have been so far. So put your hands together for yourself. Thank you very much. We're going into the networking session, and of course, make sure before you leave this hall that you collect your goodie bag because we have something for everyone that is physically present here, to carry home, having spent the whole day with us, and we still have a couple of hours to still go to be, impacted. Thank you very much. We're going into the network session now. Um, Feel free to engage one another, and also we'll be having a video play just to engage us also that will be sitting in here and glean some insight. Thank you very much and see you in the next 20 minutes. DJ, can you give us some light music for the Bible?
My fall like Sade, baby. I know feel like you, baby. For this life, I go love you daily. You be my fall like Sade, baby. My fall like Sade, baby, baby. Take all me steady. So long we done the wedding. You be my fall like Sade, baby. My fall like Sade, baby, baby. I cannot deny it. Oh, I'm biased. You're like what David did to Goliath. Got me falling for all the little things. And little things start fires. Have I told you, Imi Ati Iwa? Yeah, I've said it before. Every time I'm with you, I feel like I'm 20 feet tall. The feeling of finding the missing jigsaw. That little piece that fits. Tell me what it feel like. Tell me what it feel like. Real cake, real dough. How it feel to be a real pie. Yeah, you know you a real pie. No, they do like you don't know, baby. Occasionally, I just step out of line. Show me another dance that they one step at a time. Listen, you carry for behind, it's hard to leave it behind. I mean, love like this is hard to find. But you know, I don't feel like you, baby. For this life, I can love you, baby. You be my fall out, shawty, baby. My fall out, shawty, baby, baby. Take all on me, steady. Slow down, baby. You be my fall out, shawty, baby. Fall I tried it, baby. Standing by the shore now, permission to dive in. Dive in. Used to think real love was just about providing. Used to think real love is just
So cute. They just so cute. Our people they go just so cute. First man they go just so cute. When the bed to the enter body, and the girl them go shake their body.
Maybe
They
next
go
time I'll be
shake
looking
their
at
body.
I'm coming,
Go
coming.
nothing. They mo go nothing. You know the money you take off
Put that
police.
picture, yeah.
Me I they laugh you gone.
Off presentation. Minimize presentation. That's presentation now. Presentation, yeah.
And say I take Chris alone, but I go spray with the money on your back. You supposed to know, say me not be no come back. So my baby make you no go down, no go down now. When the bed they enter body, and the girl them go shake their body, they go shake their body. Go go nothing, they won't go nothing. You know the money you take off police, they laugh you gone. So they sing the 50 pounds, got to be put jump around. Make you don't leave so
My hey,
shout.
hey, off that camera. That's a home.
Listen, let me tell you what it's all about. See what I do, no. See, when you say you say you be proud. Oh, yeah, look,
Off that camera. That one. Not this one though.
Just my picking with the para with the dog.
As that's the picture I want. See all those people are talking. You cannot, all those, if you take 100 pictures, it's better. When we want to select, it's too plenty. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Like that one are talking outside, go outside. Tell them to take with the banner. Come outside, boy. Yes. Okay, give it down.
Give me that love, give me peace of mind. I'm here with you. I want the peace of mind. Take all the time. Baby, now it's me there. Give you all this time. No pressure. You give me that love. If you give me, give me
Question, Daddy.
break it dance floor.
No, no, no.
You give me that love. If you give me, I'm not going to let go. If you give me, make it in the break it dance floor. If I give you my love, make you not disappoint. If you for my love, if I give you my love, make you not disappoint. Easy boy, make me dance. Stop boy, make me dance. I got my song, daddy, oh, make me dance. Easy boy, make me dance. Daddy, oh, make me dance.
Let me tell you all about social media.
Let's make you sing something. Got me that oh, yeah, that my song she dey sing something. She never ever told me. Nobody cares. She did like the one dress. She didn't leave that dance. Let's know she the way. She got me for that. And then I want to give me. She tell me every day she wanna see me. Easy. Start walking easy, but I'm making it easy. I'm nice, and I swear she the best. Valentino she the way. She be the best. I know the love is the best. I got all easy boy, make me dance. I like the way you dance, I like that you dance, I like the way you dance, and baby, you for Babylon, and feel me, baby girl, give me one girl, 5, 6, deep on that toe, and feel it dance, girl. What I do dance, 7 minutes, don't beat it. What the teacher say, don't open and close, dance, feel it and girl. Tough, wind up close, do what the teacher say and put on the guitar.
Sit down, chick, I sit down, start with my money life. What do you need to do that?
Get it for shita. I get it fine, senorita. They call me young Dangote. Na na na. Hello, it's nice to meet ya. We know they ready same. We know they want the same agenda. For all the people living downgrade. Na na. I became that nigga. Come to me, go on. I'ma show you good, they no come back. I'ma go to the ocean, go shots with. I'm not the good from Sunday blue. I'm not feeling no go. If you marry, don't want like you. Tabata di baba shot then you. It's fine like that. It's fine like that. It's fine like that. Let's go for once now. Stand up. Oh, yours. I know that's, but if I climb the train, it don't cost you. If I drink, and if I got you, then it don't cost you. Now, fly away to do it. Yeah, I'll be gonna fly away to do it. I know step boy, I did that. I could get to me some body. really now. You go, I and I'ma put you down, down. How do you go to me? Anywhere you want to go, anywhere you want to go. Something, how do you put your anywhere you want to go, anywhere you want to go. Travel around the world, I know price. But if I climb the train, it don't cost. I'll travel around the world, know how you find you. And if I got you, then it don't fit you. You won't fly, I'll be good. You won't fly, so be good. Carry your body. Man, wanna things I can't explain. The way you move, me feel like you be different. I need to know where you're from, girl. They must be fishy. When you're putting up, only delete. Just give me, but I'm not be greedy. In a long time, I don't usually think I'm that tall. Just want your body sleeping in my room. Tap your dancing through. And come show me what your best can do. Beat up the room. You got me in that room. Tap your dancing through. And show me what your best can do. Move like a goddess, 'cause she pretend, she not pretend. One of a kind, the way she whine, this just as I like. Move like a goddess, 'cause she pretend, she not pretend. One of a kind. If you know me now, me with King Party, you know me now. Oh, if you be gold, you got do me funny, oh boy, you don't need that. You just get past you, my area. Come with my blood, oh, if I'm here, oh, to you, she was born, give it about, I'm kind
As I know Nigeria, we always you see the Nigerian people. We should everything has gone off. Light, the project. I know Nigeria. Should. What do I think? I know. Still internet now. Yes, ma'am. Me, you are in Nigeria. You don't know Nigeria. You want to be in Nigeria? You go prepare. Wash it. Wash. So, don't, don't spoil. Oh, okay, but, what's it? Don't say that. No, don't go that way. Because it's me that was already all friends like this. Yeah, I mean, come and read. Hello, Buffet. Check if that guy is still there, please. I won't do. I don't come. Hey, I know you outside to something. Oh, that bad.
No, real?
Forget your phone. No, no. I already have like. They take your phone. No. What happened? Say I should take it. What did you learn? Film was open. There is what? It's not game. Don't game. Hello. 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 Good evening. Good afternoon. How are you doing today? Yes, ma'am. You just generated it.
So you have to leave it like that. I want to send this again to
You told me what's there for my so I will be sure that
should I send this? This one is under YouTube. Then the picture.
this is what
They want no, they want to now try to do send it to the picture. Send it to my own picture.
can send to your laptop. That's what I'm looking like.
I could have given you the password.
No, what's send me your password now?
Okay, it's not that. Oh no. How are you? See? How are you? When I okay.
It's Kelpie
Yeah,
vibes.
I'll send it to David. I'll send it to David.
It's not funny.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
You for the club, for the television, yeah, but show no no sense to you carry to kill somebody. You know I'm feeling bad, you feeling bad, so baby why you bad? I know you shy, but it's cool. I'm making me out. On the loop, 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 on the loop. When you look, I'm telling you, would my temperature. I'm looking for the young, so I made you forever. I can feel like I'm not even so when I walk in my pocket, I say that you see on me like I knew that. I feel I'm And I need to see you every day. We gotta stay in touch. Right now, we go learn on. Whether you like or not. Yo, my shit clean, carry day. We this your big go come. You get free, go strong. I feel that I'm gone. People just don't want to your love. Cause it's such a waste of waiting with your love.
Connect to the phone. Remove that battery. I don't know why you people doing like that. Screen that thing. Please don't spoil it. I don't want to get this thing.
You can't come in outside.
Yeah, upload that one.
Why is this not coming on?
Let it by then.
No, this is
It's not coming on.
not on.
How is it not on? Oh shit. Plug that in there. Bring that charger quickly. Yeah, bring that.
Have you done it?
So, bring some. Bring some. Sleep. What will don't go off? No.
Sorry.
You went to take picture of the car. Don't worry. They are going to. They are going. Oh, yeah, let me see. Tell you what. Bring it. You, Buffet. Oh yeah, let me see. Tell you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh yeah.
Pictures are insane.
Ooh,
we'll soon
the
wrap
one
up
that's not
the
good.
Eh?
networking
Wasn't
session.
that not taking?
Just
I'm
want to
stopping
bring
stuff.
much your attention. The QR code, barcode rather, is for the WhatsApp channel. So you can just, I'm sure most people would have by now. Seems for our generation, it's just typical when we see quotes like that. We even want to give it a try. Like, what's the aim? So yeah, it's for the WhatsApp channel. Kindly do well to
People that love us.
and get
I love
updated from next time with the executive talk show. Thank you very much.
Me go. You're trying to see.
It's good. Off. No, I turned it off me. No, I think no, they said they've not started.
Pick whatever you want. Select. No, you can pick select. No. I don't know. No, let's. You can finish your open. You select. Oh, now it's and we are sending it to them. I'll put that.
Since you upload,
Begging anyway, and beginning with.
hello, hello, sir. When I'm going to, what's all that we're doing is, I'm doing it. What's all that we're doing? It's not coming from my mind, you. It's food that I want to. I'm not eating it fine. I gave it to my boys. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I mean hungry. So I can six with executive. Six with kí ni tí fẹ́ ṣe láti ní. Wọ́n ń jẹun, mo jẹun ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mi dáhùn kan jẹun. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ń jẹ fruit. I live here. Oh,
Let's go now. Let's go.
then let us settle. So let me just go check it out. Something because you let me not like me as I am like this now. What would have arranged something for myself? Apart from
Okay. Yeah, I don't look bad.
Michael, we say, we do, ṣé iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe ni iṣẹ́ ní nínú máa ń ṣe ni ọmọ yìí ò ní gbogbo iṣẹ́. Pé kí ló bàbá kú tí wàá wọlé rẹ̀. That one is there. Take it from me. Yeah. Oh, you will get it. Walk on to me by don't do it. I said the don't do it. Buffet. Buffet. Put no mate. Tana. ẹ kó fóònù wa ẹ kó gba fóònù tiẹ̀ náà bọ̀ wá. See that man that just came, that Mr. Lee came in, nobody's fancy. See what he has done? He has come and he has gone outside. Come and see him outside. Let me go and take this picture.
Let me tell you, so you know go fi stand 1 minute so we come back around. Feel it, move up your body right now. Money, don't never worry. Fake love,
They're going outside, do
press
it.
like a vision. Burn them, free them.
So don't sit back.
Listen, we took a million and flip the precision, yeah. Give me something where I know if you see anywhere. They wanna try, but they know if you see me for them. They messing with the lie. Big shot bigger than your title. We need 100% of the body. They wanna know what the reason for the violence. I get the heat long
You're not
time,
ready. You're not.
money energized.
You're,
And every time I'm shining, one of a kind. I know most days they try to take me down, but they move too slow, but I know they're around. Hello, Jack, what do you
how come your camera does not flicker? What's it now? Your camera does not flicker. The inside of it.
I don't know why I'm getting it, baby. I'll be getting it, baby. Yeah, baby. Stacky paper, yeah, bad man, she love me no raper. Stacky cash by the pound, we are we cash. Carry the God crown the town with a laser. Navigate hard to the money place gone. Get a youth with a lot of determination. For me, exam, me occupation. The youth we are trying to keep his station. In the road, we down, over this big thing spinning. King for the city,
When
when
you
you
go
see
pick
we
up
you
at
see
the
riches.
food,
And we got the pretty girls too.
don't mind.
Them know I east side of emotion. Skill like the way
You
of
are not
the
able to
ocean.
get.
Run whole place, not a potion. It's a universe program. Hello,
More extra. You need to charge our battery. Right? Sorry, my phone. Yeah, I don't know where it is. My phone are low. Phone I'm using to monitor it, and it's at 10%. So if I can find it now, plug it at.
Now before I digress, my girl, you told me that I'm naughty, I love interest. See my girl, the last time that I checked, see nothing ain't changing. Got a big bag and a big flag. Nobody tell me no, it's my nigga. She says so cold, my nigga. But nobody come cry me a river. I'm a pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. She says so cold, my nigga. But nobody come cry me a river. I'm a pull through like the strings on my guitar. I don't want pull no trigger. I just want it. What's up, going to? I don't want no one. It's so cold outside, my brother. You are not the heat, brother. When you're ready.
But you, uh-uh. Be high. Yeah, I know you can't. Oh, you get that. Yeah,
I go minus. I'll probably come in there. Maybe I will use it from the balance. Mo fẹ́ ṣe condition àwọn batteries ẹ̀ fẹ́ fẹ́ oníṣẹ́ ìlú ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀. Báyìí translator ó wé kò pé. No, ó ní kí n kàwé báyìí ó ní fẹ́lẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀. Okay, just look at actually. Should we what you want? What you want? One. Okay. Easy. What's that? Oh, ah. Oh, Come here. Give me that. Do you social media? What is social? What is the index? Posting. Do you know that? Do you know that? When you see things,
No,
it's 14 years.
no, look at
And you can
no, look me and tell me what you put in the eyes.
people are connecting that. That's the way we are sitting. Sit down.
Maybe our
Are you there?
are you part of the body? Are you part of the body?
Okay, you know, we used to do them as well. You know, maybe I can't do it. You know, yeah. Come on. Yeah. Okay, come on. I can't make us do it. I can't make us do it. No, I'm sure they do. Some of them ain't doing the channel. Three don't. They keep it for you. Wọ́n ti change mẹ́ta padà. People, that's why I don't like this thing. See, people have gone online. Nobody's online again.
The break is too long.
Yeah, it's too long. You don't do that. Yeah.
How many minutes is that? You think they gave them
Look here. No chop. Sure. What's up? Let me see what he snapped. Where's that?
Yeah,
Wait.
who's collecting the slides?
Is he ready?
Yeah,
Yes. Collect his.
I know.
Yo,
How do you? He's on his phone, so
he's
just
on his phone.
one.
Is he using an iPhone?
Come.
Oh yeah, sound go. Down, go.
So you send the pictures.
Quickly. Think what? Think fast.
Come. Just follow me.
All right,
No,
you can
just follow
go.
me. When you get there, no, I meant you to come. So just in case.
Where's my other phone?
Come to.
HR makes sense to appear here now. Here now. What I do?
Coaching. Check. Just move your leg.
Before I digress, I know you told me that I'm not your so my girl, the last time that I checked, see nothing ain't changed yet. Except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Nobody tell me nonsense, man. They got streets is so cold, man. They got nobody come try me. I'm a pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, man. They got the streets is so cold, man. They got nobody come try me. Every fire. I'm a pull through like the strings on my guitar.
I'm stepping back for the
I don't
session.
want to pull no trigger.
I want to think that
I just want to what's up, man?
you have
I don't want no
opportunity to
one.
meet someone new
Outside my brother.
and add to your networking, of course,
Brother.
of
I
the
just want
elongated networking session that we had,
he's so
right? Anybody met someone new? I did, right? We still going to have a session like that, but it's not likely going to be like extended the next one. So it's good we utilize this one very, very well. So we're settling back in. DJ, tone it down, please. Thank you. Welcome back to the continuation of the Executive Talk Show Platform 3.0. And As you know, our team is equipping people and organizations to unleash sustained performance.
Hey, Addison.
All right. As we get ready to enter the another session, of speaking, where we'll be hosting our distinguished guest speaker for this event. Before he comes up, of course, we expect to have a video introduction, which we really hope would have a voice when it starts, but still hold on it. Once we're ready, I'll key you in. I wanted to say that let's be reminded of our housekeeping rules. Let's start working down those middle eye because of the camera. It's a live streamed event. Our convenience is still at the back of this auditorium, and of course, the exits are to your left or right. Of course, you use the back setting to exit, as it were. May I recognize our VVIPs and our VIPs who have been here even from the start of this meeting. Some of them actually did get here before even a sizable number of us were in this room. Please, as I mentioned their names, I would like you to give them a round of applause. And then, of course, I would also recognize our distinguished guest speaker who just joined us, a few minutes ago. Please give it up for our keynote speaker who did an amazing job. I was not able to really comment so much on because my notes was so full. And, that word of John Kennedy, JF Kennedy, kept ringing in my mind about the fact that you cannot just separate leadership from learning. It's been so much learning, which I believe we could use to influence our world. So, Professor Ademola Adedipe, thank you for coming again. Please, a round of applause for him. And of course, we also recognize his team. I'm not sure whether they're still around. Okay, yes, please put your hands together for his team. Thank you very much for being here. Then also, I have Mrs. Ugochi Osai. A round of applause for her. She's been here. And, we appreciate your commitment and your patience. Mr. Pascal DK, thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Please don't be tired of some days we'll be clapping for you too. And then we have Mr. Ibrahim Tialiu. A round of applause for him too. Thank you very much. And of course, more certainly joining us, 1.8. So like I said a few minutes ago, of course, he's going to be coming on stage soon. After his video introduction is Dr. Ni Adesanya. And really, there's so much to say about Dr. Ni Adesanya. But then I don't have the time, so I'm going to keep it brief and allow the video introduction to do it. But for the little time I have, I would just say that he's a multi-dimensional person, a cross-sector, who has cross-sector reach from corporates to governments to entrepreneurial ecosystems. His broad influence and footprints can be felt, in building structures, shaping leadership thinking, and consistently driving performance outcome at scale. I'm sure the video introduction will say more. But if you think about an organization called 50G,
I think I just sort out. Once you don't do it
plus
yesterday.
Dr. Niyi
Off
Adesoye,
on.
founder of
Transfer. Man, transfer back.
LC. So I can be sure, we started with professor, body of knowledge. Now we have a doctor, PhD by the way.
Right.
Oh, it's not PhD, honorary. Oh, okay. Doctor. Well, of course, like Prof mentioned in the course of his presentation when we were talking about, he was talking about title issues. He said, of course, there are people who are given honorary doctors because of the level of their contribution to the body of knowledge. And of course, that is what merits the doctor of Mr. Lee and son, so that I can talk tautology. Video introduction, please. Media, are you ready?
Yeah.
After the video introduction, I'll welcome him and please, I want us to celebrate him and, be prepared to get the best out of this session. Thank you.
Within the African consulting landscape, renowned for his transformative impact on organizational development and leadership strategies, with a profound commitment to growth and innovation. His unparalleled insights have earned him a well-deserved reputation as a trusted advisor to CEOs, C-suite executives, and seasoned professionals across various sectors, helping them navigate their business re-engineering process. He is an unrivaled and renowned performance strategist and speaker with strong business humor. His business and life coaching platform has helped business owners across various sectors cut through the complexities of today's rapidly changing business environment using its innovative MACE procedure template that he developed from his years of leadership management practice. An offshoot of these engagements with the business owners has yielded between 63% to 313% increase in their bottom line. Beyond the boardroom, his influence reverberates on a global scale through his captivating keynote addresses. His eloquence and insights captivate audiences, making him a sought-after speaker who inspires and empowers listeners to catalyze change in their sphere. His profound contributions are exemplified by his commitment to nurturing leadership excellence. His flagship program, the Lee Adesanya Leadership Bootcamp, Africa's premier leadership pilgrimage, draws luminaries and industry leaders from around the world through immersive experiences and practical tools. Participants delve into the depths of leadership teachings, emerging as agents of transformation in society. He Adesanya is the CEO of Denver Plus, a consulting, recruiting, and publishing firm with clients including at least one of the top 3 organizations in major sectors of the economy. With much insight and depth provides expertise consultancy while chairing strategic sessions aimed at helping these organizations optimize their corporate potential. He was awarded Nigeria's foremost performance strategist Middle East Africa Business Award, Leadership Coach of the Year by Top 10 Magazine, and awarded the African Prize for Leadership Excellence. He is a doctoral fellow of the Institute of Leadership Assessment and Development and accredited member of International Council of ILAB. He was issued a certificate of honor as the Personality of the Year by African Advancement Forum. He is also an esteemed facilitator at the renowned Daystar Leadership Academy in Nigeria, a nonprofit institution dedicated to leadership and management development. With a legacy of over 50,000 graduates since its inception in 2002, his literary contributions further fortify his legacy as the author of 6 compelling books on public speaking, leadership, and peak performance. He imparts wisdom that transcends pages, igniting transformation in individuals and organizations alike. Multifaceted roles as an advisor, author, leader, and board member epitomizes his holistic approach to driving centenary change in the corporate landscape. He is also the chairman Board of Trustees of the Lee Adesanya Foundation, a non-governmental organization with the vision to raise empowered Africans full of and confidence, catalyzing positive change across the continent. Emages are proud to present Lee Adesanya.
With a round of welcome, please welcome Dr. Lee Adesoye as our distinguished guest speaker.
Thank you. Round of applause for Tolura. Okay, good afternoon, am I right?
Yes.
Good afternoon, right? Yeah, good afternoon, Your Excellencies. So good to be here. But let me quickly address something. I don't know why people always put the title of doctor because we need it.
and shouted and shouted and shouted. I guess we're in a country where title counts. So I do not believe that once you're given an honorary title, you should put it, compare yourself with people who really stand for it. So when you see my own publicity, you will never see Dr. Lee at the top. You will see me at the top. I guess people find it hard in this one, but they want to put a title to it. I have other titles that you can't. Number one, I'm an ordained pastor. So you can put pastor. Now, if you feel that the thing is religious, I don't want to put pastor. I'm a prince from Shagam. You can put prince. I'm from the ruling family in Shagam. They are Benue clan. You can put prince. I qualify for that. By birth, I'm a good lord. If you find it hard to put any of those, just put Mr. Because I always feel when people use the
Echo one word.
not necessary. Not necessary. Then you now make me start competing with the professor. Now start gauging his presentation. Then now, why did they call him doctor in the first place? Anyway, it's good to be here. I'm going to face some few challenges because not few in one, but I'll
No, it's a poju.
while I was coming, I didn't get a proper brief. I said I was going to talk to CEOs. So I know we have CEOs in the making. CEOs in the making here. So I don't teach you something that will make you resign your appointment tomorrow. So I will try and see if I can rejig my presentation today and see how I can just speak to the people who are here and also putting into consideration that some people are CEOs also here. And first, thank you, my very good friend Pascal. Thank you. We've come a long way, and it's a beautiful wife. We jamming ourselves in different places. We spoken as fast as spoken. I'm a native way to listen to. An encyclopedia of knowledge. You're listening to. So quickly, this is what we do. My slide seems to be a little bit out of tune with the people who are here. Definitely, we're talking about performance. Am I right? And every organization wants to perform. Every organization wants to eat the target. But most of the time, the mistake we make is that we always want to hit our target in 12 months or in 4 months. We don't have a long-term perspective to things. In as much as we plan for the long term and break it down to short-term goals. But anybody who has a long-term perspective is always better when it comes to organizational planning than somebody who has a short-term goal. And there's something called the long-term perspective. It means that the longer you put into consideration when you are planning, the better you are than somebody who put a shorter time into consideration. So somebody who is planning 50 years is way better than somebody who is planning 5 years. Somebody who is planning 100 years that probably you will not even live in. No, not probably, you will not even live in it. Is better prepared than somebody who is planning 10 years in 1 year. Why? Because when you're planning 100 years, you're already planning succession. When you're planning 100 years, you're already looking at the child yet unborn, the kind of education the guy needs to go through for them to be able to lead the organization you're trying to build in 100 years. And I got this from the Dubai Emirates. I mean, they are planning 100 years. Even the man that is planning 100 years is almost 80. He's usually a walking stick. He knows he can never be alive. He knows even his son will not even be alive at that 100 years. That's the crown prince. Not even his grandson probably will not be alive that 100 years. But yet, they are still planning 100 years. And you can see how the progress that they are achieving there is mind-blowing. Now, let's say this, that look, the first thing, when it comes to performance, and individual performance right now, before I share a formula with you, there's some things that you need to look out for. First, do you have the skills necessary? The skills necessary. And then you must pay attention to that. You must acquire a skill. Now, I know all of us are trying to, I guess some people were trying to go to coding some 2-3 years ago. When COVID happened, then everybody should go coding. You know, coding is useless. Like, there's nothing about your coding. AI can render all your coding. useless right now because some of us don't even know how to cook. We just need to AI it, and then we are good to go. And people will even get it better than you. So that tells you something that if you move with the dictate of the season, you will not probably be prepared for the next season. Uh, when the trends that are happening right now are the things that you're judging your career with, by the time the trend comes and goes, you may be an endangered species. So that's why this brother said, don't work hard on your job, but work hard on yourself. In other words, as an accountant, it is not expected if you really want to succeed and get better in your career to work hard on being an accountant. Rather, work hard on being an exceptional individual. Once you work hard on becoming an exceptional individual, you will automatically become an exceptional accountant. I hope you believe that. Because sometimes, you're doing accounting, and then we have accountant, and probably we have even AI that can even make your accounting position obsolete. So what happens? That will let you go. But if you have developed yourself as an individual, and then even when we say, okay, we don't need 10 people again in accounting, we need 2. And because you have been an exceptional individual, we can say, okay, because this person has become an exceptional individual, this person can be useful in marketing because he has developed his or her social skill. Are we together on that? He has developed his or her social skill. So this guy or this lady could be more relevant at that angle. Am we together here? So skills is very important. That's the first step. After your skills, then the next thing you need to start thinking about or developing is what we call your self-leadership. Your self-leadership. Forget about my slide. Don't even open it. It could be tempting for the CEOs when they see my slide that you need to go into that slide. Self-leadership. And when we talk about self-leadership as somebody who wants to really grow in your career, you must realize that self-leadership has 3 angles to it. First is self-mastery. Second, business mastery. And the third is relationship mastery. Self-mastery, business mastery, relationship mastery. What do I mean by business mastery? No matter who you are as an individual, you have the skills. And then, but you must understand the business that you work in. For instance, I'm not IT. I would say I'm not the IT inclined, but I don't like IT. I don't like gadgets. But if I find myself as a board member or as the CEO of an IT company, my job is now to sit down, probably with the professionals who are there, and I must understand the business of IT. And I must master it. Failure to master it, I will fail woefully. Because sometimes I can say I have the leadership skills to be able to move 2 or 3 people or 10, 15 people to do something, but that can only help me for a little while. By the time I start speaking the corporate language that we call corporate jargon sometimes, I'm sort of wondering, what is it? When COVID happened, we were told that it's a internet of a new thing, blah, 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 like that. And then some of us were very slow in learning. So we knew that the only way out for us is for us, whenever we have our meeting, we ensure that somebody who is IT inclined is in the meeting. It may not be a board member, it may not be a top management person, but you have to sit down at that meeting to observe. Because sometimes when I tell my sister something, I whisper to her, by the time it gets to professional, you know it will change. So when you have to discuss, when we're discussing a new IT person, it's very likely when they get down to the person, it may be different from all the things that we say. And again, the person may not even feel the passion with which we said it at the meeting. So sit down there. And then this bloody guy, very interesting guy, very intelligent guy, whenever we're talking back and forth those days, they would just say that, the algorithm does not support what you're saying. Algorithm. I was using that word algorithm. I had to go and study algorithm. Because this guy is kind of using this algorithm to shut our mouth. And there's something I witnessed that I have, which is a strength. I listen to professionals. I listen. If you're a Christian, you understand that. When you look at the story of Esther, Esther won the beauty pageant because she listened to the professional. every other person did whatever they wanted to do. She said, no, she's not going to do it. You know, tell me what to do, and I'll follow your instructions. So when you understand that, you listen to
My
the
phone is
people.
blue,
This guy
sir.
was algorithm.
Look like that.
I
Yes.
so much knew that algorithm that one of my programs, I had to call it leadership algorithm, so that they just settle this thing once and for all. So business mastery is very important. But before we even start talking about the business mastery, you must understand what we call the self-mastery. You must master yourself. You must master your emotions. You must master the personality. Because look, no matter what happens in your department, whenever we brainstorm in your department, whatever we come up with at the brainstorming session, if you cannot comprehend it, we have wasted our time in that unit's strategy session. Wasted our time. I mean, we're coming up with lofty ideas, but your mind cannot process it. Your brain cannot process it. You're so limited in your thinking that 2 nights, 2 days, or whatever day strategy session is wasted. And I always tell people this: any unit that you are leading, you are the strategy and you are the culture of that unit. And the CEO here, you are the strategy and you are the culture of your organization. Anything that you can't take, anything that you have not built up yourself to the point that you allow people even become who they are, then that thing is a waste of time. I don't care how much you have spent on consultants to come up with all those things. If you can't comprehend it, you're gone. So self-mastery is important. Now, when we talk about self-mastery here, what does it really mean? How do we improve on my self-mastery or mastering myself? Stephen R. Covey wrote a book. It's called The 8 Habits, and it's a sequel to The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And in that 8 habit, he wrote there what he called the Greek formula for self-mastery. Greek formula for self-mastery. He mentions 3 things in that book, but when we looked at the book and analyzed it, we realized that it may not be that applicable to us in Nigeria. Because you know sometimes you read books from people who are over there and you bring it to Nigeria, you may get your fingers burnt. Now you bring the principle from there and you contextualize it to the environment that you are in. For instance, that they may tell you that, you know what you just need to do is to bring up your idea, go into the market, and the market will make room for you. That's an American dream, not a Nigerian dream. The environment does not empower you here. Sometimes, you know, those people, when they finish their MBA, as long as they're American, they're ready to give them funds. But you know that even if you finish your MBA, even if you're a professor, you still need your mother's death certificate and every house to be able to get a loan in Nigeria. Do you understand what I'm talking about? So it's quite different. And because I talk to a lot of, I coach a lot of real estate entrepreneurs, I always tell people this: look, there is nothing Harvard can teach you that will let you know the dynamics, the pain, the struggle that you will go through as a real estate practitioner when it concerns your money. You know, sometimes you can buy a land in Nigeria, you say in this Lagos, they can give you the paper.
Oh, Dennis,
You can sign.
let me take that.
You can go and check it in Lagos State Land Bureau, and they say it is authentic. You have not bought the land. Hope you know that. How do you know you have bought the land? Put your signboard on that land and come back after 2 or 3 days. If the signboard is still standing, you have bought the land. So if it's not standing, you need to go and meet the second family that has been fighting with the first family, and God help you, there's a third family. Do you understand what I'm talking about here now? So when you look at all those things, you realize that no matter what we learn, we must bring it down to what we're going through here. So looking at those things that I said, we have to stretch. After you've known thyself, know yourself, you know, Gen Zs. I know you've the whole way our ancestors were speaking English those days. So okay, know yourself. Let me correct myself. Know yourself. The next one is to love yourself. When you have discovered yourself, then you need to love what you have discovered. Because most of us, you will discover who you are, especially when you play this, when you go through this, what's it called, psychology, psychometrics stuff, the personality type, the DISC personality type. There's some things that you will discover. You will discover your strengths and your weaknesses. So sometimes your weaknesses are speaking so loud, louder than your strengths, and then you may not like what you have discovered. But you know what? That is the beginning of this empowerment. So once you've discovered it, then you need to love it. Then once you love it, then you move to the next stage, which is empower yourself. Am I used to that old English? Empower yourself. And in empowering yourself, you need to pay attention to four things. Four things. Number one, your thoughts. Two, your feelings. Three, your behavior. And four, your environment. Number one, your what? Your thoughts. Two, your no, talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Feelings number three, behavior number four, your environment. Now, if we are magnanimous enough to be, kind to all those four factors, and we distribute the 100% equally to them, 25, 25%, not being biased, not being, just let us be kind to everyone. Then you realize that environment only carries 25% impact on you. While you have 75% control of whatever happens to you. Because you can take control of your thoughts, you can take control of your feeling, and also your behavior. And you know what? Those things are even actually connected. The way you think affects the way you feel. The way you feel has a way of impacting on your behavior. And your behavior, most of the time, impact on your environment. And when we talk about the environment, it's not just about the aesthetics, the building. The environment is the way I perceive you. So you see, the way I perceive you will create the kind of environment that you like or you don't like. Hope you know that. And perception is very powerful. You know why perception is powerful? It doesn't mind. Perception does not mind how much you know. As long as perception does not perceive you know you don't know.
Panie section, to się panie psu
It does not
kamera,
mind. It does not.
ale siłaczu.
With all respect to
Nie
prof,
ma panie
please.
sobie.
Remember those days that I used to go from campus to campus from what's it called? From 2010 ish to 2016 on the Bill of Etisalat those days. And I realized that a lot of people were getting a lot angry with the fact that they're paying me that amount of money. I mean, they were really angry. And then some professor also said, how can you be paying this? This is our 3 month salary. So really, really, it is not just about what you know, it's about the way people perceive you to know. Perceive you to know. Also, I do a lot of charging when it comes to my profession, what I do. And people are wondering, why are you charging that much? I'm asking them, you to go and do your billboard, Zumba by the way, now know how I'm charging that much. When you do billboard in along the Lekki Ekpe stretch, you will have an idea how much this guy is paying to maintain the billboard every month. And they have been on those billboards right now for over 12 months. Perception. Are we together here? So the environment is all about perception. But you must think differently. And one of the ways to think differently, if you want to perform and you want to be a high flyer, is to control information through your 5 senses. Are we together here? You know we all got 5 senses. You know that, yeah, good. Information comes through the 5 senses. There's a 6th one though, but I don't want to go into that, which is intuitiveness, which is not probably part of the 5 senses. But let us leave that. I don't want us to get too spooky right now. So your 5 senses are very powerful, and the 2 most important of the 5 senses are your eyes and your ears. So look, if you can control what you see and what you hear to a large extent, then you will control the kind of information that you process. Are we together here? You know there's something called the RAS. It's called the reticular activating system. The reticular activating system is like the gateman, in layman's language right now. It's like the gateman to your mind. The reticular activating system does not allow all the information available around you to be processed by your mind. So the RAS shift information. Those days when we learned about RAS, they said RAS is about there are about 8 million feet of information coming at you at every point in time. That was when the internet was not around. Now just imagine now that the internet is around. Those days when they say it's 8 million feet of information, know what they are saying? They said that knowledge increases every 18 months. We know that knowledge increases every 18 seconds now. Just imagine what it will do if your RAS is not functional. So the RAS only allows the information, some particular kind of information to be processed by your mind. I know what gives the RAS the code or the ability to the code that the information will now pass through for your mind to process it. You know what gives it? The RAS is the command. Your belief system. So whatever you believe, the RAS will allow the information to go through and to be processed by your mind. If the RAS breaks down, guys, you will not be sitting here right now. You probably will be at the left side of okay, there's still the left side of your life.
Kenny, I want me
You
to
will
do
be there because
something.
your mind will be seeing a lot of things. When you see
That my
smart men around, they are saying
that
some
my
things.
clothes with
You
you.
also the
Change it
information
today.
available, but your RAS is not
Like
going to allow
today.
you to see it. I will get on that. So your thoughts,
Yeah.
your
We are
thinking,
check.
your
Make I know,
thinking
please.
control what you see, what you
Yeah.
hear, and then you're good to go. That's why you cannot afford to be involved or be part of every program that comes on TV, every music that is being played around, and then you wondering why did my mood change? Your mood actually changed because you didn't pay attention to some wordings in those songs, and then they have turned your mood into a particular spot that you may not be able to recover from. Some of the programs that you watch, you need to control that. You control that, and then you control your thoughts. Remember, what you think affects how you feel, and that's where your self-esteem is. Self-esteem is the strength. Self-esteem is the place of energy, and you need energy to be able to survive. Mental energy, internal energy. Now, the biceps are good, the six packs are good. The six packs are good. Some of us don't have six, we just have one. It's okay. No, I got one. And got six. My trainer, I have a personal trainer that comes to my house. The guy was trying to get me to have six. I said, what's your problem? That's not the objective. The objective is that I want to stay fit. I'm not concerned about six packs. The guy was still going on and on. I told him, look, how long do you want to work with me? 3 months or 3 years? He said 3 years. So what are you trying to achieve? A 3-year goal. In 3 months, calm down. I'm not trying to impress any girl. Any girl that doesn't like this one part. Leave me alone. My own is that I want to climb the stairs without hitting. Just give me incremental stuff. Then, feeling. Remember your thoughts, your factory, your feelings. Your feelings will always affect your behavior. The way you carry yourself, the way you talk, and everything depends likely on what you have been thinking. For instance, if you're thinking yourself as less, the possibility of you acting less is very high.
One, two,
So for when you dealt with your thoughts, you have a good view, you have a good self-esteem. Nobody is superior to you. Neither is anybody inferior to you.
you could just see.
Are we together?
Done.
You have that balance. Nobody is superior, nobody is inferior. So you come into the house, you come in with a great sense of respect to everybody, no matter their cadre, which is very important for you and your career progression. So that's the thought, and that's the behavior which eventually impact on your environment. I have a long way to go. I can't stay too much there. Remember, we said something about know yourself, am I right? Know yourself, and then love yourself, and then empower yourself, and then the fourth one is you must what? Control yourself. That's your mastery. You control what has been empowered. Because power without control is a disaster. Power without control is like you're driving a Ferrari. And have no brake. You have a Ferrari, brand new Ferrari, but the brake is faulty. You will crash. crash because you taking a look at the honor, the euphoria of the speed, and then when you're supposed to match the brake, you don't have match the brake. You're gone. Both you, your Ferrari. Somebody said there's a point to get to that when you get to speed, that even the angel that has been with you in the car will have to leave you on your own. So you need to pay attention to that control. And this is how you know whether you're controlling yourself. When money makes you lose or makes you feel less or more, you don't have control. You don't have. Losing money makes you feel that you are being reduced because you lost money. You don't have. I want to get rid of this. I can stop now. No, I'm not speaking on the script. I'm just trying to see how far I can go because of the change. So that's that about control. Then you move to the next one, which is give yourself. You want to master yourself, then you must give. The strength of mastery is how many people you've been a blessing to. I tell you, you don't even understand it.
No, if
The
you
value
can I
that
check?
giving has. You don't understand. You can never quantify it.
Oh, no.
So, giving yourself to some body adventure or venture
Calling for me.
right now is something that you need to embrace. Now, if you have a passion for
Your
something
point,
that you don't have the
point, you are all right,
capacity
that your
to
picture will be that.
actualize,
Are you
what I would
increasing it?
advise you
Come
to
and take a
do
picture,
is
carry a
to
picture and
give
companies are you are
yourself to
zooming.
somebody who's already
Pretty so.
actualizing that kind of passion.
Look
Give
at
yourself
your
to it wholeheartedly,
4,000. Check for the noise.
and
Bring
from
that
there you'll be
picture.
able to build the capacity to even probably to drive your own in the future.
Why
You
are
must
you not
give yourself.
increasing this one instead of increasing?
And please try as much as possible to outgive anything that you are involved in. You outgive anything or
You mean
anybody
that you should
that you are
increase
involved
this one instead of increasing
in.
your
And that's
eyes?
why
Why you
most people don't
blasting
get
your
the
eyes?
best out of
Never
networking
seen it.
because they take
Why
more
do you
from the
know
network
eyes?
than they give
What
to
you are
the network.
supposed to take is that lens, New York, what
You need to take
you are
more
doing
from the
is the
network
lens, that
than you
lens
give
you
to
are
the network.
supposed
You
to.
eventually become a parasite to the network. You don't become valuable. So you must give more to whatever you belong to, whoever you're connected with.
Hello?
You must give more to them than
I want me to
taking
do anything.
from
You don't use it.
them or the network.
You don't use
That has
it.
helped me greatly. Nobody
Right.
knows that. Nobody.
I'm
President right now has been able to outgive you what you have.
not
And I'm not talking about money here. I'm talking about talent and time and everything. Once you're treasury to me, I make sure that I'll give you. And sometimes I need your help in some area, and I've measured what I've done in time past or probably in recent time, and I realize that
it will be in the
that's
washing machine.
too much. I'd rather go through the pain than making that demand from you.
Open
I
for
will probably give it some
God.
time so that I can make my investments in you
Hello?
before I come
Hello?
back and come and
Yeah, I
ask you
don't
for
want to remind open for
those
God.
favors. So you must understand that.
Oh.
So giving
The hell,
and
yeah,
the
this
sixth
person,
one,
where
which is
they
the
make
last one of
stuff.
self-mastery, is renewing yourself. Renewing yourself. Renewing yourself. Now, for Nigerians, we need to pay attention to this very well. You need to have a time that you have to recalibrate. It is demanded that you have it at least once daily. Once daily. Now, your Sundays, especially because it's a public holiday, am I right, in Nigeria? Public holiday. Saturday is a public holiday. No, Saturday, no, but sometimes you have to do some homework events. I've got some homework events to attend right now. I've got people back in the car. Yeah, I asked to pray, blah, 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 like that. You know, I'm conversing about stuff. But you're still our culture. Give me your 100,000 naira. It's not as powerful. Playing screen. When I speak, more check I do. You have to put in the middle ground. Hope you're not recording this, so that CBN does not come.
What's your number? What's your number?
Are we together here?
Only time for guys to be on. Only time for
How did I get to CBN now? Okay, renew yourself. Renew yourself. So you must renew yourself. Spend time once, at least one in a month. Most people don't understand that. I, for instance, try as much as not to go out on Monday because I'm an entrepreneur. I try not to go out on Monday because sometimes my Sundays beat my Mondays. So my Saturdays extremely free. But Monday I start not to go out. But you see, that Monday that I don't want to go out, there is so much clarity. So much clarity. So much rejuvenation. So much power being restored. And then when you see the things that I do, the crazy stuff that I do, in my industry, nobody does. Nobody can even attempt. Nobody, not in Nigeria.
I mean, you are.
If you don't know, you have to be a Nigerian Fury or you be a Zenith or what's it called?
We can give you
I mean, the top 30 in Nigeria Stock Exchange for you to be able to attempt what I'm attempting as an individual in Grantai. And the place of Monday that I get my energy from. You know, sometimes you get the energy, you're not even so sure that it will work, but the energy keeps pushing you. And then it pushes you to the point that you now begin to see the pattern and now see how this thing can work.
Sure.
I mean, I'm having a program next month in 3 cities in Europe. 3 cities in Europe. 50-year-old homes in London, 30-year-old homes in Paris, 30-year-old homes in Villarreal. That's crazy stuff. After you book all that, you begin to get visas for people. That's crazy stuff. But so far, only have 5 rejections, which were going over, but we're going to turn around. Because last year we had about 7 rejections that we turned around. So we're not even gotten to that 7 yet. So we'll turn. We have almost 30 people because
What's the problem?
30 people don't need to get.
What's the problem?
Because
I mean, excuse your problem.
the kind of results, the time, the demands that you spend one particular day in the week where you do nothing but get in touch with your inner self. Rest, think, pray, fast. No matter your religion, pray, fast, stay there. Some of us may do it, some of you may not be able to do it. But if you do few hours, the hustling and both of the day, if God Himself can take a day off, who are thou? Who are thou? So that's not about self-mastery, then we're going to relationship mastery. That's not where I'm going. Relationship mastery, I think I just quickly. How many minutes? Please let me know where my check the time again. I know. Check it again. Right. Just flow, no guides from the screen, no nothing. But I think you're enjoying it. Am I right? Good. So remember we said something about talent. Am I right? The talent and skills that you do self-leadership. And in self-leadership, we mentioned self-mastery, we mentioned business mastery, we mentioned what? Relationship mastery. And that's where your emotional intelligence comes in. Look, if you're not emotionally intelligent, you cannot survive. You cannot survive because when you get into the office, when you get into the office, you are the base, entry level. We look at 75% technical skills and 25% what? Relationship skills. By the time you get into the middle management or middle level, then it changes to 50-50. 50% people skills and 50% technical skills. But you move to the top of the pyramid, you know what happens? Then it changes entirely. So 75% people skills and 25% technical skills. So we are not so concerned on whether you know the job or not. What we're more concerned about is that how can you carry as many people along? How interactive are you with the people that you are leading or that are leading you? You cannot afford to be the one that is the problematic staff. No matter how exceptional you are, if the CEO knows the importance of corporate culture, he will have to sacrifice you the most outstanding person because you know you're being toxic in his organization or our organization. That's probably the sacrifice they will make because for the long time reason. And so if you that's toxicity in that you're dressing some petty guys like that. Gotta do something. But my prayer is that they don't even do anything about it. One demonic proverb. Somebody on the gospel.
Full transmitter camera.
Are we together?
Reload.
So, relationship
This was in there.
mastery. You must understand that. There's no time for me to go into all those details. Relationship mastery, you must understand, especially when you're a career person. You must understand what we call the stakeholders analysis. There are some people in your office that are stakeholders. And any attempt for you not to embrace it and understand that you are endangered. Look, I don't know whether Prof said it before. Let me just say, look, there's a particular position you can get to.
You're looking for
Your intelligence and every of those things. The only way you can get there is through relationship. Board membership, you don't get the board membership. The best you can become general manager. By the time you see somebody who's an executive director in an organization, he was recommended. He was referred. Look, nobody gets to the top. Everybody brought to the top. And that's why your relationship mastery is important and understanding the stakeholders analysis. And for those of you who did project management, you know, we do this stakeholder stuff only for projects. People like us who do project management, we do this stakeholder stuff for us to get advantage. The best guy does not get the best job. Hope you know the best guy with the best relationship. I think the Igbos call it Madura. Am I right? Yeah. Person who know. We know somebody. What are they? Now working hard. Okay, we shall see. Along with your working hard, you better be working hard on relationships. And then when it comes to stakeholders analysis, there are two things that they look at. Number one, power and interest. What power to interest? Power and interest. Now, when you put the people in your organization, how do you know the stakeholders? You look at the stakeholders, people who are powerful. Anybody who's powerful is a stakeholder. Now, you see, they could be so powerful that they are even your junior. Because some of them are powerful because they are the secretary to the decision maker. That makes them a gatekeeper.
We're not using this slide.
I say this junior, stupid, we shall see. Your file will come, but you will not get, it will not leave my. You will even be seeing it. How come you not pass this thing? He has a lot of things on his table. After a while, your file will be, it's at the bottom, and they have come up, put it back at the bottom. So this useless person doesn't know how to greet. Somebody who's a secretary, you are 10,000, sorry, some levels are above the person, but the person will not allow your file to go up. So when you talk to power, it's not just position, it's not just anybody. You have to be smart. Knowledge is power. Somebody who has, the guy who got algorithm tendencies, more powerful than you that don't even know how to spell it. So if you need some algorithm in your life, you have to go talk to this guy, and that's power on its own. And then the second one is interest. Now, how does this work? There are four categories of people in that is a quadrant. There are four categories of people in that. Now you have someone who is not powerful, zero power or minus P, and then they are not interested in you, minus half. Those ones are not stakeholders. But if I were you, building my career, because this much not powerful and they're not interested in you, does not mean they can be powerful tomorrow. So I need to stay close to them, keep them on my radar, greet them in the morning when I'm going, greet them. I mean, anytime I meet anybody, you have to be generous with your greetings. Not just greeting your face. No, no, I'm not going to greet you. I like your face, don't be like this. I mean, hard like this, no, it's not just hard like this, and that's how my face. Better go and do something about this because it don't pay you. I don't know whether you guys saw something on Facebook so many years back. 4 years back, a lady who was locked up in the refrigerator from the fisheries or something that was only sick because she breathes. Because whenever she's coming in, the janitor, she greets the janitor, and then when she greets the janitor, and the janitor has always been looking forward to it. So she greeted when she was going in, but when everybody closed, something greeted you going. I don't know what the guy was looking forward to. Probably he has not been greeted before by his wife and everybody. So that's probably just for him to remember. No, 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 no. This lady has not greeted me going out. So they start to find that they realize that she has accidentally locked herself in a cold room. You have just frozen up to the next day. The greeting of a janitor that has got nothing to do with that promotion. She forgot it. So not powerful and not interested, you better pay attention. Then let us move to the next category of people. The next category of people who are not powerful, but they are interested in you. Some of them are your family members. They want you to succeed, but they don't want to. They pray for you. They love you. They want your success. They are interested in you. And sometimes there's some people around your life right now that you are probably trivializing their relationship because they are not powerful. You will kill yourself in the future if you don't get it. Anybody that is showing interest in you, you must show interest in them. Right? You must give them the attention that is needed because I'm talking from experience. I'm talking from experience. There's a particular guy in this country. 15, 20 years ago, he was interested in me, was not powerful. But now, mega powerful. Not politically, financially, mega powerful. Thank God I paid attention to him, sir. He will come to my house and he will be sitting down and taking notes and talking and everything. 15, 20 years ago. When I lost touch with him and I was trying to apply a program, and he told me this guy is somewhere in I said, I don't know. Because his face and his company is so they don't know you know into your board. I say, so now show me because is he in charge? Say yes, yeah. Who gets the number? I do. Hope you didn't hear that. When you know the high, you can let us say, you know, people say, why should you waste time? Your boy has been coming back. You need to clearly see. Oh, sorry, the man. Then I sat down with him. Let me kind of made food. So, not intentionally. Now bring out the notes. You know how to continue us. So, what I told you, and you utilized, gave you all these things that I'm saying. try to utilize what I said. That was what was going on in my mind when he was talking. He was telling me about his receivables, blah, 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 blah. So at the end of the day, after I was intimidated, not intentionally, you know that sometimes some people will share some testimony with you. It won't really depress you. It will depress you. Not really depression like that. Not that you're not happy for them, but you don't want to go out. They will go, boy. You know, hey, man, like this. I've never thought of this guy. And then, as we're going, I didn't do it. Sir, just go like that. Can I have your account? Well, I see you. No. That's not why I came. Why not? That's not. But deep down inside, I was praying. He insisted. And it was really, you know, Yoruba people that come and eat in your house. What do you like to eat? Like, no. You better bring food out too. Especially your in-law. Your culture is that you don't ask your visitor what do they eat. When you give them food, they say, that's your back. Or just bring something out.
Yeah.
I'm okay. You are finished though.
You can get
Oh,
your
in-law.
just like you
Don't
put it
try it.
on.
So my sister, I give you my account number. And when he send the thing, I was not allowed.
See your short.
It was epic. This was around 2011, 2012.
Yeah, battery. Even for the battery, let me see.
So that number one,
It's only one that is there.
you are spending the money.
See,
So the money is not remaining.
it's the only one that is got. It's not good. He said it's not
I mean,
free.
when he sent the money like that, I mean, it was epic. You know, I had the phone, it was silent, and then the money would happen inside the phone.
There's supposed to be 5 batteries there.
Everywhere. And now drops, and when you drop on the floor, it's still somersaulting and everything. That's the thing.
So 5.
Send me 7.5
It's
million
one charging.
around that time.
Where is the one charging?
I'm asking you when it's charging.
Then a week or two later, he added 2.5. I mean, he probably felt it was not rounded very well. There was a simply sent me a text message.
Bring everything after that one.
Battery again inside. I said charging. Okay, I'm not saying that.
How many is with you?
Just one.
I mean, 2012, just imagine that.
Wait, no, there's a charger on this battery here now.
When there was no power.
No.
I mean, it was 20 years or 25 years. We were around probably
They don't consider that one. That's why I removed that red.
No, there's one that's
Yeah.
The third one is the people are powerful, but they are not.
no. Take the camera is on. Bring that one as well.
Remember the first one? No power, no interest. Second one, no power or interest. The third
The other
one
camera.
is power, no interest. Now, those are your target
You should do it.
audience.
Yeah.
And most of the people you have in your offices that decide your appraisal are in that category. Anybody that can make you +1 or -1 as far in anything that you do, that can make you +1 or -1 or keep you where you are, that's far. Now it is now your job to now manage how you are perceived, whether they will like you or not like you. Now, before you start playing politics and trying to be a sacrifice around them, make sure that whatever people say here comes to productivity. Because when you meet somebody who is very objectively sound, and when you're trying to be close to them, they will know that you're a sacrifice because they can see that there is no objective, there's no
Thanks, man.
productivity around it.
I didn't owe you one key.
Put together that. So make sure you're sound. Make sure you're meeting your goals. Make sure you're achieving as much as you can in the office.
Dennis,
And then after that, then you now begin to look at
wọ́n
this
tó parí
particular.
rẹ̀ ara àwọn blue shoes
Now,
ni
how
tọ́kọ́
can
ní wọ́n
I
wo ètò
get
lérí ìgbọ̀n tó
close
wà
to
ní
you? How
ojú
can
wa
I
ṣùgbọ́n pẹ̀lú wọn
ignite the interest? Then you now begin to pay attention to his or her area of concern.
yẹ́ kò tó gbòdì.
His or her area of concern.
àti pé ìlú gbòdì.
I live here right now. Some people come and do me, want to do this, want you to do this, but me, I will not pay attention to you. I will smile. I don't have to do that political smile. Sorry. Diplomatic. I even give you my number. Just like you call, you send message. But there's some people that will come and tell you, check your
Dennis, this girl, she no listen. She no listen. She no listen in the morning. Put camera for her face.
That person will call me and we become
Like, very well.
you're sitting in the gap in what they're doing and you're offering
Dennis,
solution.
yeah, well,
You will get the person's attention. So always look for gaps and look for what you can supply. Now you might even be the one that has the skill. But you know somebody that's got the skill that can bring in the skill to this person and then make the person better. So that's the only time they can pick up the phone because you're not a parasite, you're now an asset. Now an asset.
well,
Then the last set of people is what we call powerful and interested. Those are the stakeholders. They make you invincible. They make you invincible.
I didn't hear.
They make you untouchable.
They offend you.
They make you
They offend you.
more than
You have at the packet, they offend you.
because look, whatever you know is always amplified by the people. That is why what makes someone be careful about the person that introduces you to the person. Because anybody that introduces you, you don't have the pedigree and the brand that is strong enough. They equate you to the person that introduced you. You get it? It's at every stop. See, we have the buyers, only buy properties. The person that introduces you is very, very important. Very, very important. So you have to make sure that you're building quality there. When someone say, I know this person, let me know this person. How much of respect? You don't have to person, how much of respect? You have to do that analysis. How much respect does this person have for you? I mean, if the person has value, but you just keep him around, I now introduce you, you have more pitches to make to convince me that you're not like the person that is introducing. So you have to look at what other people introduce. But the stakeholder that you stakeholder, they will amplify what you know. I don't do it with stakeholder. I do know what you know. When I tell people that with university this you think I'm that stoic. Meaning, have you anybody rejected, have you refused, you gave yourself up? Right here, you know what this is in the letter? You have no right of appeal and no administrative review. Even with that, we review. No, another relationship that was strong. And the relationship was invested in, seriously invested in. If you ever see my people, you want me and one man like that, and Uzumba graduate, people will go out on you. So I do my time. 1 minute more, no time. Just say, don't worry, don't be too official. Fine. You're generous. If you are involved, you see that, no, listen. no, I had a program in about 2020, 20,
Okay, change it.
20K is a program.
Card.
2021, just
You, how do you do it? This one.
so
You need to see. Between four and which of every
we
single.
that
We
was
are aware.
so I invited second person and the first person together. Serious question, we just start. So the second question was
Yeah.
so we're now going to do a 2020. So I invited new introducee or introduce whatever it is, you understand? And then the other two people to do it. And then the third person got to do it. You need help. And I now give me 2 laws. Now give me an example. Wanted to invite you, but someone says in pocket to tell you that you now have the strength that said one of them, whenever you're going to anywhere, flies to private jets. One for the bodyguards to go ahead of them. And then the second one will now come. Once you say that, the plane started come to you. Even if they don't say I can pay them, what if they say I can fuel the jets? And then when someone is flying through private jets, that means all the pilots has to be accommodated, not of the field. All the bodyguards, are you bodyguards with it? So that's called grab this one. It's not a business, like a business ticket that I buy. So that one came to Doha, Swansea, pretty American, and those your feet. Yeah. Just follow the very, very appalling when it comes to dates. It came the next year. It came the year. Fourth one. And guess what? The third person, the second person, the first person started the whole reaction. I bought them business ticket to come. Now I finished lot basically. After we got it to go, now brought to the English. Like I said, the rest is sent a letter to the committee that invited some people to come to the House of Lords. They want to the High Commissioner invited to the company. So the channel of communication has been open. We explained further. And interestingly, people who are collecting this around, they call them. You know, they don't call people. They just refuse visiting that. Now they call to ask them more questions. Why? Because one man. And look, even you can see that the thing is expressing to bring all these people together. Then sometimes being creative in connection does not involve that much money. Sometimes
How many minutes
you
I
get
want to give?
expensive for something.
How many minutes?
Good example.
Sit down.
When we got to
I don't
Doha,
matter.
and I came down from the aircraft,
I'm coming.
so that there were some people that they came to speak with the sedan cars. I mean, the saloon cars. And we went into the bus. You know, there are these interesting things in business class, economy, and everything. Although we went to them, well, who are the people that they came to pick at Tamak? So I got to the hotel and was now asking, what kind of special equipment is that? Are they royal? They said they are not royal. If anybody can do, I said, how much? I am serious there.
Sorry. Go to phone.
See, spoke for all my seekers. God, I know you're listening to me too, God. And then they picked him up from the tank. He told them, who's this me for? From the tank. And then he didn't see immigration. They took him, sat him somewhere, told him to the papers, went to security, everything. And then they ushered him out. And then because it was the hotel that he paid to do all those things, the living car from the hotel was already waiting for him. So, what's it called? Qatar Airways handed him over to Marriott. Marriott took over from there, put his belongings in the car, and then drove him straight into Heathrow. When I say drove him straight, the car was there. What I mean is that they drove him to the airport, so to the hotel, he did not see his envelope. He did not see his envelope. From the car straight into Heathrow, and guess what? The room had been decorated, and I see all this while, I've not taken it. When I saw it, I was like, and I brought it to Nigeria. My own days, big. And when he came down, I said, you're rich, man. Hey, my program, the program, nothing close to my program in Nigeria. You are not seeing that kind of program. Trust me, believe me. Once you get into my program, you enter the door, you must stop forcing. You can't just walk in and go and take this. Not possible. When you enter, you stop. What is this? You now catch the press. Go and take this. And then when you take this, you are on for 5 minutes. Try to soak in that. Then when it's walk together, you fire all of this. We're waving like politicians. You know what? I'm pregnant. I knew I was coming to London. I wanted to be Muslim. But I didn't tell him this is where I wanted. When he heard I was coming to London, I would like to host you people at the house of God. When you see me most
Where did you go to?
that will reverse visa. Because of the I've been able to improve the career. God bless you.
A round of applause for Prince Need Adesanya. So it's still a honorary belt fight, but you're there with him. The Prince is even more suitable. So that we put the tone of culture to it. Please, what can I say? So much. It's powerful stuff. That masquerade. It's not the masquerade. Relationship, big stuff. But because of that time, we're not able to keep on this session. Sorry, please.
Oh.
Just before 10 minutes. Please just join us. Like to say welcome. Allow me to take this moment also to welcome Mrs. Adin Kem Nwokocha. Did I get it right? Nwokocha. Please, a round of applause for her. She's one of our guest speakers. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming in. I'm trying to.
What's the problem?
And that people will be on it.
They have their logo on it. That's why we try blocking it.
Okay. All right. Question and answer. Who's with the mic, please?
You say that.
Please, if you have a question, of
Hiding.
course, I know we have a lot of questions.
Funny now.
Even though some of those has been clarified.
We are gone.
And may I just use this moment to also announce that Prince Nili Adestoya, but then you won't find Prince on that book. Oh. Yeah, again, because now I want to announce some of the books that, I'm finding it hard to say Nili Adestoya. Okay, I'm going to announce some of the books that Mr. Nili Adestoya brought, some of those which he has written. I'll be mentioning the titles, and the reason why I'm even announcing that now is so that some of us will have questions, and of course, getting any of this book can actually answer some of those and even other questions that we might have. Because of course, he writes out of the abundance of knowledge of what he knows, he has practiced,
Drive.
experience.
Yeah, drive. I want to back up.
Of course, from those abundance to the speak. So we have the book, The Speaker, and there is another one called Game Changer, The Leadership Quadrant. That's another one. And then Grow, which of course is going to be very suitable for all, career people and professionals. So these four books are available at the book, stand outside. So please feel free, check it out, buy, and you know, boost your knowledge based on the specific topics. All right. So the question and answers. If you have a question, please just kindly wave your hand. I'll identify you, and then we'll have someone get the mic across to you for you to ask directly. We are aware that we are streaming live, of course, and people online who might have a question. We earlier announced that we follow the WhatsApp channel of the Executive Talk Show platform. If you haven't, please start following us there. The idea is that you can drop your questions on the platform on social media, and answers will be gotten across to you through the WhatsApp channel. Not necessarily in the course of this program, could even be post event, but we would want to address each questions that are sent. Thank you very much. So, anybody? Questions? Oh, from the end. Okay. Thank you. We have a lady here. Please, your name, the sector where you operate.
Thank you.
At what point in our career do we want to prioritize? Because I assume that different points in careers you have to prioritize different areas of the stakeholders. So at what point in career do you want to
Number one, prioritize all of them. You can't choose one. You don't want to grow before you start talking to people who are powerful and interested. I think the first thing, what I would advise you to do is that first, when you get into the organization, look, there's a pyramid there. At the base, what we look at for is your technical know-how. Now, get good at what you do. Be exceptional at what you do. Understand the processes that get the job done. Now be the go-to person at that level. So once you have mastered productivity, you have mastered performance, then probably stakeholders. You see, all the other not powerful and not interested, they're not interested. All the not powerful but interested, they're still not stakeholders. They're stakeholders that people have power. And the ones that are on your side, the ones who have power and are interested in you. Now, there's no amount of English you can speak to me trying to get my attention, especially when I've dealt with my low self-esteem and I don't need your praise. Although don't get me wrong, I need your praise, but I don't feast on your praise. So that means that you have to show me productivity for me to be interested in you. Let me give you a good example. I was at a party. Somebody walked up to me and said, blah blah this and that. I want you to mentor. I'm a five person. When you say that to me, like I said, I don't take it serious. So because we're at the party, we're sitting on the same table. I just told him to tell me about more about himself. Then he said, you know what? He's into IT. I've done over 21 certifications. 21 certifications. He was rolling those things out. I don't even understand those things. Then I was telling myself inside me, internally, it's me that need mentoring from this guy. But automatically, you know what? Because he has improved on himself, I was interested in it. And if you get my book, The Speaker is one of the people that contributed. His name is Chidima. At the point in time, he became the chief technology officer for different brands in Nigeria. Do you understand? So you can see that somebody got better. I was now looking for a relationship to get even more better. So process, understanding the technicalities of what you do, and you must be good at it. If you're looking for a relationship to promote you to somewhere that you're not good at, you're fraud. Are we together? I hope that settles it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have space for two more questions. Okay, two more. So we have a lady there, we have a lady here, and we have a guy there. So I think we'll just take the group.
So, my question is, maybe you are in an environment where you want to, you've created a relationship there, but your mindset has grown. Like you are growing, you've grown, and you are like anytime you go back to that environment or discussion or to that place, it doesn't feel like you anymore. You you come beyond there, and it's like it's bringing you back to what you are not anymore, or to what you've grown beyond. So how do you still keep those relationships and like still guard your mind, your thought, your mindset, and not lose yourself back to what?
Very easy. You know what? There's something called the Pareto principle. You spend 80% of your time to 20% of people give 80% of your time. Hope I'm not too fast.
It's very weird.
80% of your time, 20% of people give 80% of your result. So you should spend more time with the room that is bigger than you, and less time with the room that makes you free. Because I won't tell you to automatically or 100% discard the people that you grew up with. You know, like they said, that even a bad child has his own thing. Yeah, just trying to translate it. So you may still need them. You know, there was a time, let me just start with you, just came to me. There was a time I used to go to the prison to preach with them. So many years back, so I was in the bus. The conductor was harassing me. Like, I can't fight. If you look at me, I'm a softie. The conductor was harassing me. I was beating my father, but I couldn't even talk. But but with the guy sitting in front, just the way the conductor was showing me, they bought my mama behind, the car, showed that the guy just looked back. One person went fast. One of the people I used to preach to in the prison, we sit down together and praise and worship, and share bread. And he said, hey, my pastor. Ah, I was now begging him not to deal with the conductor. Hope you understand what I'm trying to say now. In as much as it's not a place I want to be, it's not the kind of people I want to be with, but they also have their own things. So you don't discard them So when you discard them, you become, they tag you arrogant. And you don't want to be that. So what you do is that 80% of your time over there, the bigger, because every one of us must get to rooms that are bigger than you. If you don't go to rooms that are bigger than you, can never be big. You can never. You go to a room that makes you feel a little bit stupid with all the things that you know. Not that will depress you, they will inspire you to do more. So I think that solves it. You're into IT. Is the lady in red in front of you? Hmm? In front of you. That's Kemi. She's somebody that you need. Kemi, stand up. Kemi came with me. Ah, She's, she's, she's strong. IT. I mean, IT, you raise money to for people to try. So why am I saying that? So when I leave here, instead of you coming to meet me, that I should mentor you. That's your mentor. And I said that because she just walked in and you're talking about it. And look, guys, let me just add it to it. You must look for mentors. I don't have time to teach about mentoring. Mentoring is a your easy access to big books. Easy access to it. There's this guy. I don't know how many of you know Praise Moore. Praise Moore. Some of you know Praise Moore. 2005. I was going for a meeting. Praise Moore said, "Sir, can I just go with you?" I said, "Why not?" So I'll just be observing. I'll be helping you take notes. When we got into the room, I was meeting with two editors, Azubike Sikwen and Simon Kolawole. So I sat down with them and I had to introduce the person that came into the room. This is Praise where he writes on sex, family life, blah, 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 blah. And then Simon Kolawole said, it was a light bulb. I've been looking for somebody to write on sex. He was the editor of This Day, Saturday This Day. I've been looking for somebody. That's how Praise Moore became a columnist by just saying that let me go with you to that meeting as an observer. Even till tomorrow, I'm not a columnist. But Prince Ruel got it. So you need to understand young people how to serve without necessarily looking for monetary gain. Like I said in my teaching, you have to give to your network more than you get from your network. Two other questions and then I will run because I have to run down.
Good day, everyone.
I've answered your question. Eh? No, no.
Good day, everyone. My name is Esther.
You know what? Just move out this way. Come out this way. Okay, good.
Yes. My name is Esther. I am a
Move
student.
back a bit. Move back a bit. Keep talking.
Yeah, my name is Esther. I am a student of LASU, an engineering student. You mentioned something about networking and then giving more than you are taking for the network. Now, in case where this person you're trying to network with is a very big person in the industry and you are still growing, you're still learning, you're still developing, and you have little to offer to this
You
person.
actually have nothing to offer him for now. Let me just cut you. Okay, are you done with the question? How do you connect with the person?
Yes. Right. So it doesn't look like a test or something.
You're actually a pest. I just want to be frank with you. You will never connect with the person. If you connect with the person, you just put in a place where you cannot even get too much from it. Now, there's a place of observation. There's a place of proximity. Because, sometimes people think that when you're around someone, what you get from the person is what they say. No, it's not about what they say. It's about the energy that is in the room. There's always energy in the room. When people who have accomplished great stuff are in a room, just sitting there, even if you don't pay attention to what they are saying, there's something it does to you. People don't understand. Energy is everywhere. So it will, because you can't even understand the language they're speaking. Right now, you want to pass your exam. You don't even know how to write exams. Eh? So what you do eh, is to look for somebody. Let's just explain this way. You're on level one. Hmm? This guy is on level 1,000. Your language is different. what you are going through, he does not understand again. So what you look for is somebody who is at level 10. Because within his circle is at level 1000. There's somebody who's within his circle who's at level, let's say 500, who is connected to somebody who is at level 100. And the guy who's at level 100 has somebody within his own category, his own circle that is at level 10. That is who you need. Because you need that one to take you into the gathering of the hundreds. And then if you have done so well, and then you are standing, and then your mannerism, your language, and then the way you comport yourself and do stuff appeals to him, they can take you to the room of 100. And in the room of the 500, most of the time, the guy from the 1000 can always come to the room of the 500. And then you meet the person. And then if you've done your pitch very well, like I said, you've figured out his area of concern. And then from your engineering skills, so to say, you can offer him one or two things. What he will always say is that whenever the level 500 is coming to see him, they should always bring you along, or you will tell the level 500 that whatever we're doing, this girl needs to be part of it. So you're closer to the person. But if you want to say, how do I connect, give him gift and everything, that's not what you want to give him. I've not even finished bringing it. Hope you understand. That's just being practical. So you have to look at that and then look at people within the circle that can take you to all these places. And don't try to look for somebody. For instance, now, can I connect with Dangote? I don't know yet. Yeah, I've been trying. For instance, I've been trying to get Femi to the on my platform. Tried him, Melu Melu. He didn't accept. You know what? They first look at you on social media. And then later we realized that there are 3 levels or 4 levels that you must cross before they accept your invitation. And I always tell my people, we are trying our best, we are trying our luck. Because we do that, sit down with King of Saudi Arabia, sit down with King of Dubai. Now I want you to come and speak to 700 people in Lagos. It has to be something added to it. So we knew that we have to work hard, make some noise. That's one of the reasons why we are putting billboards in Lagos. He will be passing one of them, they will be saying, how is this boy need? Inside the boy that invited me. We capture him. So I know that levels are different. Eh? But again, once you become an outstanding person in your own field, no matter you are number one or you are the top, and once that field start becoming recognized, you may not be as successful as him or anybody, but because you are that high level, top 1%, it's always easy for you guys to connect. Last question.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Emmanuel. I'm a tech person. In
What is
fact,
it about tech people here? Is it a tech event? Tech, innovation is the new thing. Don't let us take us out of our destiny. Innovation is making everything better. Once you are innovative, you will always be relevant in the tech stuff. Good.
so my question is, you talk about giving. So I'm someone that naturally goes out of his way to help people resolve their problem without maybe asking for payments just to maintain relationship.
How old are you?
I'm 34, sir.
Need payments. Okay, go ahead.
So at the end of the day, I will feel like I'm being used for, because when I eventually ask for the payments, the kind of response I do receive sometimes, like it's something very discouraging. Like it's not just those kind of what's it called, response. So my question is, how can one manage the situation and still maintaining the relationship without you feeling used? And secondly, I have another question. I have a colleague at work. The company employed him as an intern. So they employed him, and there were 5 people in his department. So he developed his skills over time. And at the end of the day, um, those people in his department, they resigned, and he's now the only one in his department, and he's handling the role of 5 people. He's the only one. Just because he developed his skills, they decided not to employ other people. He work on the website, do graphics, create content, and other things. So I feel, is it that developing skills is, I don't know how to, but I just hope you understand.
Let me just address it because I know people are already murmuring and everything, blah, 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 like that. Look, if I was to talk to that guy, I would tell him to keep it up, take all the responsibility. But if I were to talk to his bosses, I would tell them something different, that they're about to work that guy out and he may leave them very soon. But he's gaining experience, he's getting better. Because no matter what he has given in that organization, the day he gets a better offer, he will be way better than most of his colleagues. So if I were going to talk to you, I'll tell him to stay there. If I'm going to talk to his bosses, I'll tell them they're being stupid for making him work 5 people to work without giving him a raise, a very substantial raise, and getting him probably an assistant. So, it's a different people, different advice. So tell him to keep it up. You will pay him in the future. He must be a young guy. Very young. Yeah, he needs it. So let him work. Is that? There's a guy who is doing very well in tech right now. Very, very well. He was 20 or 21, so many years back. He was working with Microsoft. So he came to meet me and he said he wanted to resign. I said, you must be stupid. Microsoft. Let me hear that from you. Then I turned and asked, how old are you? He said 21. I said, resign. Immediately without thinking about it. I told him resign. Why? 21? You can experiment. You, 34. 21, 20, 22. Experiment. Go anywhere. Resign. He can even come back to that Microsoft later, but he didn't. He's doing very well right now. Very, very well. So a 21, a young guy, let him work there. Let him give him experience. You see what he's doing there, you will never get it elsewhere. Hmm? But if you know his bosses, I cannot do that. And the first question that you ask, how do you start charging? I can't help you. Because like I told you, it's all about perception. They've always been perceived as someone, no, not even free. They just did not see too much value. They see value, but they don't think that the value is enough to monetize. And one probably is the way you carry yourself, the way you talk, and everything. I don't have the time to diagnose that. What I would advise you to do, eh? Not to offer solution to anybody for the next 3 months. Okay? But let them be seen that you are doing the course online. That's what you post it. When they call you, say, no, we can't do that now because you have to probably turn around some assignments. And them know the kind of assignment you are turning around. And when they say, I can't even do that, you don't know. If you know how much I paid for this course, and what are you doing? You're trying to program the coming back. Do that for 3 to 6 months. And then when they now call you and say, why? I just do the course, so if you know how much I did the course, and then you can change the game for you. Thank you. God bless you guys. Now you can see that my advice to all of them is not book, it's not book advice, it's street sense. Mm, street. Mm. How do we win on the street? Prof. Yeah. And when you now combine school and street, you now become street credible. Thank you and God bless you.
A round of applause for Prince Niyi Adesanya. Thank you so much for such a wonderful session. We're still at the Executive Talk Show 3.0 platform, and it's really been a mind-blowing experience in terms of the insights we've been getting from our speakers. From the first keynote speaker to our distinguished guest speaker, Prince Lee Adesoya, until next year, he will still be a prince for me. So please, a round of applause for him again. Quickly, we'll be going to the third speaking session, even though I think the guest speaker is not on seat right now. I think he stepped out briefly. But before he comes back, I will use the moment to recognize some of our VVIPs who just joined in. I think I can identify two people that came in the course of the last session. First would be, and please, when I mention their name, please do well to give them a round of applause. Mr. Adebayo Adebeshin from InterSwitch as Chief Internal Auditor at InterSwitch Group. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. The other time, okay, I didn't mention, so maybe I should this time. And honestly, you guys would do better to really, really put your hands together again for Mrs. Adenike Onwokocha, who is the managing director, Zenith Bank. Am I right? What? Oh, no, that's what is here. Okay, okay. So she's from Zenith Bank. Please, a round of applause for her. Finally, but not the least, I saw working earlier Mr. Olawanle Moronkeji, Philips Consulting. Is the Chief Operating Officer, obviously a colleague of Professor Ademola Adedupe. Please, a round of applause for him too. Thank you so much for honoring us. Thank you for coming. And of course, we look forward to the sessions you will be participating or speaking at. Now, I like to also identify some of the partners and sponsors for this event. If you take a look at the back drop at the behind the hall, you will see some of them listed. Please, as I do mention them, just let's give them a round of applause. Of course, we're going to have a session within the program where some of them might have the opportunity to engage with us briefly to tell us what they do. The offshore sponsors for Images 3.0, where I say Images 3.0, Images Executive Talk Show 3.0 are Blue Chip Technologies. Please, a round of applause for them. And then we have Foresight Consulting Limited. And we have many other event partners like Philip Consulting, a round of applause for them. Fifth Gear Plus, that's some of those places where we have some of our lead speakers, leading and managing their affairs. There is the Green Hedge Resources International Limited, and then we have Coach Gochi. Thank you very much. And of course, we have Airtel, we have Easily Group, and then all the other subsidiaries of Images Media Group are also partners on this, as well as Precinct Solicitors. A round of applause for all our sponsors, please. Thank you very much. Quickly, we'll be going to the next session. So let me just intimate you on this. So after this particular session, we're supposed to go into our panel session. I know that some of our timing has been altered, but we'll find a way to adjust as much as possible in the course of, subsequent event. So let's wait and also look forward to the panel session. Of course, that's why we have this, and then we'll have opportunity a whole lot to even engage more with our distinguished speakers. For now, we would be having the executive guest speaker.
Olahole Asimalo is an accomplished business leader.
The executive guest speaker, who well, like I mentioned earlier, originally we have Mr. Kolawole Oshinowo, who is the CEO, the group CEO for Izili Group, you know, who is supposed to speak for this particular session, but unavoidably absent. He's not in Nigeria at the moment, but he's done well to send a worthy representative to stand in for him. Of course, a man who, in his own right, has made impact in the SME sector. We don't have a video introduction, or do we have? We don't have a video introduction for him since it was just a step in at short notice. However, I'll just make a few comments, even as I welcome him to take the session for the executive guest speaker, still speaking on the same around the same thing. But then what you notice is, different perspective. Like when Prince was here earlier, he was, responding with a whole lot of very practical street approaches that we can take on. We have when Prof was speaking, giving us very corporate technical details of how to move forward, whether it's in your career or as a leader in an organization. But the whole goal is to build us as a people and then also teach us those strategies to build organizations that can consistently unleash performance at every step of the way. So, in the same vein, we'll be welcoming the group CEO for Plan B Group of Companies, who is here with us today. He is an instructive entrepreneurship facilitator, SME development expert. He's a sought after speaker himself. He's a trainer, as well a blogger. He has multiple e-commerce, should I say, products online due to his digital marketing expertise. If you go to Facebook, you type his name, of course, you will see his page is heavy on content that are very, very practical about how you can run your business, develop your business, grow your business, and of course, create sustainable performance, either as a person, an employee, and then also as an organization. So put your hands together as I welcome upstage as our executive guest speaker, Mr. Ibrahim Tiamiyu. By the way, his own Ibrahim doesn't have a high, it's a double he. Very interesting. Put your hands together, please. Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. My name is Ibrahim, but I would like to first of all um let you all know that I am here on this stage wearing an oversized shoe. So speaking on the same stage with all these professional speakers and teachers is not a small task. And this is the second time I will be coming to this program to represent two of my principals. First was 2023, and this is the second one. I think I am in the position that Mr. Adeniyi spoke about regarding how the people you know will amplify the little you know. But you have to make the effort first. That's when such opportunity arises, then they think of you. Now, Mr. Kola Oshinowo prepared. In this, in addition to what the Prof has said, you must really, you don't want to be in my shoes right now. But thank you very much. I will just be speaking to or about little that I've learned running my own businesses, sharing knowledge with my friends and colleagues in different industries where I play. I am very, I have an opportunity to play today in industries that are what we call diverse, opposite to one another. So if you hear that Plan B has interest in this, then why are they also in this? Because the journey of entrepreneurship is pretty much the same. The principles are universal. What works here? Because we are dealing with people, we are dealing with customers, I'm dealing with my colleagues at work, I'm dealing with stakeholders. An average human being thinks exactly the same way. They want almost exactly the same thing. The approach may just be different. And I'm very happy. How do we bring about change that will transform our organizations sustainably? As a small business owner, a group of small businesses, because Zenith Bank is there before they approach me that, sir, we should bring your accounts. It's small money we are talking about, you know. The man did a very good job. I was telling Mr. Pascal that I didn't tell him anything about myself, but everything he said is the truth. My experience has shown that no organization can actually grow beyond the capacity of the one leading it. So you want to make 1 billion, and it is what I've done. I used to make jokes with my wife that, you know, I have this diary that is funny that I don't like to open because almost everything there has happened. But there is one funny thing that used to make me laugh sometimes. I woke up one day after listening to a lot of coaches, including Mr. Adeson. I was in his house at Domole. He will not remember, 2015. To learn, yes. Because we met at a program earlier where he said that don't find mentors. Mentors will find you. I say, what is he talking about? And he proved it. And I was convinced. And I made up my mind. I'll be learning from this man. So I signed up for his email. I used to go for the program. All right. In that diary, I wrote in there that God, if you can just let my business give me 100,000 naira per day revenue, I will be very okay. Then, old diary now, when I was still, an hustler, all I wanted to make was 100,000 naira. And I arranged everything around my business towards that goalpost of 100,000 naira revenue per day. I'm sure if I want to be saving 100,000 naira per day now, it may not be able to pay my children's school fees because of the growth that has happened. And every time we find ourselves in a standstill situation, this revenue has not been growing. This product has not been moving. This has not been happening. I have learned that I don't look elsewhere. Where do I look? Then I have to change myself and move to the next stage. The goal, the next stage will not come. This one, I'm directing it to the CEOs. I will say stuff for the emerging CEOs and for the career people among us. But let me speak to the CEOs among us first. When you want a change in your organization, the first person you need to face is yourself. But sincerely speaking, I don't know for other businesses. For the businesses that I manage or I run, that truth is the most difficult truth to face. It is easy to blame my accountants, to blame my salespeople, to blame the digital marketers, to blame our delivery guys. You, Port Harcourt agents, you are the one that is not delivering to the customers in time. This and that and that. But I have forgotten that what we are running today It's the system I built before. Now we want to move from maybe a particular amount of revenue per month to another revenue. Some things need to change. If you put a bad engine in a very good car, it does not matter how good the body is. That engine will not be able to perform beyond its capacity. If you put maybe 1982 engine inside a Ferrari, for example, 2026 model of the body, forget about it. So as CEOs, our job most times, like, this, I made a post about a 1 minute post there about this. They say, young CEOs will have heard it. The most important skill in your business as a CEO that you can have is sales. I don't know who said it first, though, but I don't think it's totally correct. I think the most important skill is the missing link between the current position and the next position. He said it well at the beginning. And you see, the way it is in career most times, it is also the way it is when you are building a business. Because as a career person, young person, you are dealing with people, your boss, the executive team members, your colleagues, then other stakeholders. As a young business owner, fresh out of school or from anywhere, you are dealing with customers, your colleagues, suppliers, the bank, and so on and so forth. So it's the same. At the beginning, the 75-25 rule applies. In between, you may be the first salesperson for your company, but it will be a total waste of time and loss of resources at a particular stage in your business to still sit down with sales as a CEO is a big mistake. Say, I'm the best. Anytime I come to any day when sales is slow like this, and I pick up the phone and I call people, we sell. I'm sorry. The problem is not sales. The problem is you have not been able to duplicate yourself well into other people that can do it. Like, if your staff members can achieve 70-80% of what you can do, leave it and move on to the next stage. Leave sales for them. Train people enough. No organization develops or grows or transforms when the leader remains exactly where they are. And there is this arrogance that comes with early success in entrepreneurship in Nigeria. They just launched this product. You are lucky enough to listen to quality speakers from this place. You apply what they have taught you, and money is rolling in. Then you stop learning. Arrogance. Some of us have managed to do maybe masters, and that's all. MBA, that's all. I have MBA. MBA in what? The way the dynamics are changing in the entrepreneurship space in the country today, it requires flexibility and serious agility. You have to be learning every day, every time. And the person that will be the model in your company, leading the change that you want, is you. If you bring any policy to the table or to your office and your colleagues cannot see it in you, forget about it. It is dead on arrival. Strategy is good. You lock yourself, you go for retreats, you do team building exercises, strategy, whatever, everything. If you don't execute properly, and who is leading the execution? You. They see it in you, they follow. They see the change in you, they follow. Once you see that they have followed and the result you want is happening, then look for the next trouble to fix. As an entrepreneur, as a CEO, if everything is fine, working on smoothly, you are not doing your job. The problem is coming, but be proactive enough to always identify it. You have to be ahead of every situation that will come up in your business. But if you are busy working in the business, you are not going to be able to even see the problem because you are already too involved in the day-to-day activities that you should leave for other people to handle. So when we are talking about transformation in businesses, depending on the size of the business, you want to check your own skill. your capability in leading that change. Now, let me quickly speak to the young entrepreneurs among us. And this will also be beneficial to the career people among us. I think there are three things that we need if you want a fast growth or transformation in your life, in your business. The first thing is competence. For you to be noticed that what is happening, who is that guy? Something must be different about you from or among your colleagues. So let's say, why is it that, the workplace is an organogram? It's like a triangle, like a pyramid. A lot of people at the bottom. How many people at the top? One. That one guy was employed probably to the same office the same day with 15 other people. 5, 6 of them may still be in that company when that guy has become a CEO. The remaining people they employed him with, who are now members of his team, why didn't they become CEO? What will have is going to get you noticed. It's going to put you on some people's radar. They will notice you. Why will they notice you? Competence is measured. The metric to measure competence is how good the results you get is. Let's say I employ 10 sales rep, telesales, for example. We give them phones, we have trained them, say close this prospective customers daily. And the target, let's say maybe is 10 per day. And there is a guy who consistently does maybe 90% every month, every week, day in, day out. Others, 40, 50, 70. The guy has stood out, right? That is competence. That is what it does. You are competent, we see results. You are competent, we see results. To move to the next stage, you are supposed to be able to understand that where you are moving on to now does not require as much competence as the last stage. The next stage now will require that you have confidence. And that confidence, there is something we call 360-degree leadership. You are working in a company. I know corporate people here will understand it. Sometimes they call it office politics, all those things. There is this guy in the middle of the whole pyramid who has influence to the top, across, and to the bottom. Even if the boss needs something to be done from the bottom, then they call the guy and say, Stephen, we need you to address, your colleagues. Difficult situations, they push it. Working on transforming his companies. When you start the business, what you need at the beginning will be different from what you need when you get to a particular stage. There is a book called ORK, OKR, measuring what matters. The business that you want to transform, some of us don't even know the metrics to put down to know when we have actually grown or not. So you are moving, but there is no direction. There is no goalpost. There is, to a large extent, beyond strategy, I've been able by his grace to lead compassion. And I feel that people start to think about the business beyond themselves. So when you are able to transition your people to that level, you win. Because at the end of the day, everybody's a winner. If you bake a cake like this, let me see the devil that you will say that you should not share it. That's my philosophy. So I tell my people, this is where we are going. And we are going to galvanize ourselves and get them.
But I want to show good faith. I want to address your people. So I very, very much value inclusion, equity, diversity. There have been analysts in my team that said, one OSM, I want to push back a lot of people. I don't say you are stupid. I know that. I don't say that is his perspective. I feel that organizations should start to think the other way around. Don't think about profitability first. Think about people, performance, profitability. My three P's. And they have been working. And they will continue to work because I believe so much in it. So I don't really orchestrate things. I just work. And they tell me things I don't know. Because the way you do it yourself. And at the end of the day, who shines? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. People, people, people. That's just what I've been able to get. Investing in your people. It might not be the money, but then, in this economy, the Gen Zs, right? We've been talking. I can see you're picking your microphone. Well, this question isn't for you. Let me take it to someone else. I've worked with Gen Zs. I have them in my team, and they could just wake up and tell you, um, Ma, what you have asked me to do, yes, somebody mentioned it's not in my JD. I'm just like, okay, it's not in your JD, but I've come to the realization that if I don't come down to their level, we will not get the work done. I've been in that place. By the way, I worked at TBC sometime and I had to resign. Why did I resign? Because I needed to go and learn how to do anything digital. Because I saw that, okay, if I do not learn digital and I keep doing a traditional thing, then I wouldn't improve myself and they would come be my boss. I took that decision, even though my dad is still haggling me that why, TBC. I'm like, but I've never regretted it because I've moved from TBC, I've been with BBC, I've been with that, and I think I'm better for it, right? But how do you begin to manage a Gen Z who, yes, you are talking about the people. They are not even talking about they get tired. They get tired easily. If they don't see something that would interest them or would challenge them the next minute, even. So I'm coming to you, Ms. Wokocha. Yes, you've been here. I think we talked about this last year too, when we had this conversation, and it's getting like that. And if they are not even getting, I think sometimes they're not even thinking about how much you're paying them. I don't know how they think, honestly, and I really would want to know how they think, how we could manage them better in this kind of environment, and how we could keep them glued, maybe glued for a while on the chair before, they opt out to the next level, so that we are sustaining our business, you know. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, panelists, opportunity. And all the Gen Zs in the house, are they here? Hey, hey Gen Z. So, I think it's the reality of our today. For me, I think it's two things. Right? Organizations have to adapt to the reality of our today workforce. And this changes don't necessarily quote, have to do just with the Gen Z. So many things in terms of your workforce dynamics change. Okay, so for organizations, for leaders, adaptability is something that we say we must have. So for an organization to exist today and tomorrow, we must be adaptable. But then I'll flip it on the Gen Zs as well, okay? On the other hand, for us as organizations, we need to understand the workforce that we have today. Most of them are technology native. They were born with an iPad in them. They can do so much. Sometimes we don't even embrace the full capacity of that potential because we don't even give them that opportunity. So much more than just the emotional temperaments which we talk about, is to more look at the potentials of these Gen Zs, what they can help your organization achieve.
giving them an enabling environment that allows them have a voice, have a say. Now, for traditionally very quote old organizations, the flexibility is not there. You come in, this is how it is done. Do it like this. No, that's not a today generation. They want to know the why. They want to understand why they should buy into the vision. So you must be able to espouse the vision to them clearly in the way they can understand, in the way they can have ownership also. Do you understand? And another thing we must do, we must give them a voice. We must give them a place where we listen to them as leaders, as team leads, as heads. We must be emotionally intelligent, emotionally in tune with them as well. You know, listen to them, give them a voice, mentor them. A lot of them need mentorship, you know, because they're coming into our own world from their own perspective. So there's potential in the Gen Z. On the flip side for the Gen Z as well, I know the Gen Zs and the technology natives, they're expecting the whole world to shift for them. Sometimes you walk into an organization, you need to understand that this organization, sometimes they've been there for 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. Structures have been there for long. So it might not shift one day. It might not shift even in 1 month, but things will change with time. So what I would say for the Gen Z is have patience. Have patience with us. Have patience with your bosses. We're trying to handle it the best way we can. All right. So it's tough for you. It's tough for us as leaders who have been there and done things traditionally in this way. So it's adaptability from us, adaptability from them as well, so that they get the best in terms of learning from the way we have worked and succeeded. And then we get the best from them in terms of tapping into their capacities, their competencies. Because these Gen Zs of today, they're the CEOs of tomorrow. Anyway, we're not going to be there 10, 15, 20 years from now. So they're going to be the leaders. So we need to be able to find a place where there's synergy and we can mentor them and tap into their potentials to be the best. But like I say, there's a lot of potentials in this generation. Remember that as a man thinketh, when you begin to think about them in that light, you will react to them as a burden and as a problem. Gen Zs have a language. Gen Zs like flexibility. We do all these disc tests to find out what your, what your personality is. And sometimes when you do those tests, you find out that your personality is different in the office from the home. Look at Gen Zs as just different people. They think different, they talk different. Put them where they can excel. Abroad, they have flexi time. You say put them in a chair, they can't sit. Or most of them can't sit down. It's just boring. Challenge them, stretch them. That's how you can get the best from them. Oh, do they need to learn our language? Do they need to, be like us? I don't know. Try it. But I'm saying don't think about them as a difficult subset. They're extremely talented, extremely innovative. If you've got people that are going to think outside the box, it's them. I just want to put that in.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I think the word is just have an open mind towards them. That's just it. And, while we're learning their language, I think they should also learn our language, right? All right. Talking about ownership, Miss Adenike did say something about ownership, allowing them, giving them that ownership. And I don't think it's just about them, it's about everyone. So this question is for you, Mr. Pascal Dickey. How can organizations create that culture of ownership, innovation, as well as that continuous improvement within the organization?
All right, thank you. And I just want to say that it's really good to be here. I want to thank Emages Multimedia for setting this up and for inviting these wonderful people. It's good to be here with you. Thank you. All right, going to the question. I want to start with two practical examples. One is, and then I believe most of us in the room know, I'm going to use myself as an example and around it.
There is a man called Herb Kelleher. He's the co-founder and CEO of Southwestern Airlines. When you check and do your research in terms of CEOs and founders or MDs that motivated employees to build loyalty, to get results, and to get what we call sustained performance, he's in top number 3. Top number 3. The question is, how did he do it? Now, Herb took responsibility and influenced his staff. So for me, leadership first is defined by 2 words: responsibility and influence. So first, he understood that as a co-founder and a CEO, he had responsibility to take ownership, to ensure that he accepts whatever the situation is in the company. He does not pass the ball, rather he deals with situations. So one way he led by example, as you asked, how to get everybody on board to build loyalty and sustained performance. Each day when he gets to the office, he goes around meeting the staff. He serves tea, he serves coffee. He sits down with you, have 2-3 minutes conversation. And he did it sustainably. Beyond that, he goes to the airport. He talks with the pilot, the baggage handlers, the customer service, everywhere. He didn't sit in the office. So he built a relationship that everyone could relate with. Like he did mention, he was very compassionate. But beyond that, if you walk in where they're having dinner, having an event, you will never be able to say that he's the CEO. It's not possible. But he sat where everybody sat, ate everything. He didn't sit different. What was he trying to do? He was trying to build loyalty, build inclusivity, and ensure that everyone could have a voice. We're talking about psychological safety. When Herb sat in meetings with his team members, you can say anything without anyone, psychologically intimidating or coercing or trying to call you out of order. He did that regularly for 35 years. I mean, 35 years. And if you go back and check, when airlines had most difficult situations in the world, Southwest Airlines was performing and was still not just being profitable, but retained their staff and employees because of their loyalty built. So he led by example. As a CEO, he didn't sit in the office. That's one example. The other example, I want to use my little self as an example. In 2016, I served a global organization in 120 countries, 200,000 members, headquartered in the US. I had to go to the US 16 times in 1 year. And usually, every year we review the subscription, the membership that individual members pay to the organization. So there were 4 attempts in 6 years, and it didn't work. So when we got on board, we said to ourselves, we're going to try to do this. And 80% of those who knew what we were planning to do said it wasn't going to work. It would fail. And there was one particular reason. The members and the leaders from Europe will always say no to it. So from Asia and the Pacific, it was fine. From the Americas, from Africa, it was okay. And I said to myself, we need to do this, even if it takes us some time. So we started consulting. It took 4 months to talk to presidents from Europe, leaders from Europe, and then we went to St. Louis in the US, where we're supposed to have a 25-member board meeting to discuss if we're going to put that out to General Assembly. So there were 6 leaders from Europe, 1 executive vice president, and 5 vice presidents who will sit in the board. Usually I do what I call meetings before meeting, right? So I called the executive vice president to my room, and I sat and I put out the agenda. I said, this is all we're going to discuss tomorrow. Do you have any concern? Of course, he started it hard. That's okay. If you were in my shoe as president, how would you address it? So I put the question back to him. So he started reading out all the things he's good. I said, fine, so let's have some understanding. I agree with the certain things that you have said, but is it okay if I share with you some of the areas where I think we should do it differently? He said it was fine. And then we spent another 40 minutes talking. When he left that room, he said yes to everything that I had wanted to do. Now he took the responsibility to go to the other 5 vice presidents and convince them when we come to the board meeting, we are good to go. For the first time in 6 years, that matter was tabled. There was no dissenting voice from anybody in the past. Now, why did that happen? And I'm going to tell you the same thing I learned from her. When we go to dinner, when we sit in non-formal settings, you will never be able to tell who is the president. Not me, because I don't sit at the head table. If we attend conferences, I don't go to VIP dinners all the time. I sit with the members to understand what their concerns are. Because I traveled the world, 63 countries in 1 year, and I met members. So what am I saying? It is about that being compassionate. It's about understanding that the individual members are there because they provide the support, the finances. The same way, if you do not connect with your people in the workplace, the job will never get done. And that's why people are important. And I want to close with this. There's one thing I ask all leaders to do for you to understand where you are and how you are perceived. First is what I call self-reflection. Sometimes we assume and claim to have the capacity to do the things we cannot do because we have PhDs or certifications. We think we are more intelligent and smarter than everybody that work with us. That is not correct. So one thing I ask leaders to do, go into your room, shut the door, look yourself in the mirror and question yourself. Be truthful to yourself. The things you claim out there you can do, can you really do it? Are you performing well in your position? Do you think you are the right person to lead, or can you get someone else sometimes to share that leadership? What the geese, if you know the geese, what they teach us, as birds. That's number one. You need to do that and tell yourself the truth. When you tell yourself the truth, that you know what capacity you have. The second thing you do is what I call self-regulation. Focus on the things you can do, the things you have capacity to deliver, and the ones you don't, either you seek help or you delegate it. And the final one is self-reflection. You come out to the people and live truly according to who you are and do not find anything. That's what I call false impression. We all have that. Sometimes we want people to perceive us differently, but within and inside, we are different. So let people know your authentic self. They are willing to give their hand when they see your heart. What does that mean? When you are vulnerable, when you let people understand, I can do A, B, C, but the other one I cannot, I need your help. They step up to help you and support you, and you accomplish a lot of results. That is one thing the geese teach us. When the leader geese gets tired, he goes to the back and asks another one to take leadership. And when they work together like that, they increase their flight efficiency by 70%. That's why one goose can fly 6 hours. Together in information, they fly 16 plus hours non-stop. That is something we must learn as leaders and those who work in teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that insight into that. People. It's still that thing that is ringing here. Connecting, being able to connect with your employee and the next person to you is very crucial here. So perhaps we've been doing all of this. Now, this question goes to you, Mr. Debeshi. You've been doing all of these as a leader, and every other some organization may also or may not be doing this, but then they're achieving results. And you have been doing this, and you feel that you're not there, you're still not there. Yes, Mr. Lawali talked about, I'm not looking at the profit. Yeah, he's looking at the profit at the end of the day, but his people are very key to him, right? But then you've been doing this and you feel that you're still not getting result, or you're not getting that sustainable performance that you want to achieve. So in this environment, we're seeing the way the world is economically now, and you want to stay competitive, and we see technologies evolving by the day. I mean, how do you even sustain this? What are the kind of risks you should be taking or not taking? I don't know if you understand me. So, yes, I'm sure you've been there. So how do you get across this?
All right. Thank you very much for the question. I mean, a lot has been said that actually lays the foundation for what I can build on. Yeah, so you've been trying a lot of these things. You've been going for a strategy session, you come back. It appears that maybe the profitability is not, is not what you want it to be. Again, I think first is there must always be the urgency for innovation, right? You must not just think about innovation. You must think of innovation as something that is urgent. And so it drives the way that you demand accountability and you demand, outcome from people. But again, it goes back to and quickly, just so that I can just contribute to what has been said and build back to your question. A lot was said around Gen Z, right? And I was talking about innovation, and they came back to mind. It's a massive, and I agree with you, massive, you know, area that we can mine for innovation because of the flexibility. By the way, I lead a team of Gen Zs, right? So a lot of time when my last panel that I was speaking and in a bank and they were talking and I didn't like the conversation because I want Gen Zs to be on the panel. We have to always think now and innovation. We need to think of Gen Zs on a panel when we have other generations because they need a voice. A lot of the times we are talking about Gen Z as the other side of the podium. They need to be here because, when, and I may be not on the full trajectory of your question, but if you allow me, when I was brought into Pioneer 18 to start a kind of capability that was not in company that used to be fully outsourced. And I put together a team, and this was full Gen Z that would challenge you. And they are very well read, as I am also, but I see that the flexibility they bring is different. I have my strength, but I quickly recognize that. So the first thing I told them is, you know what? I need you to be around for 2 years. We can stay with you for 2 years, help me build a system. When you eject, somebody can come in and we can continue to run. Is that cool? They said it's cool. Because they are thinking about 1.5 years actually. So to see somebody accepted, by the way, the maybe 3 years was the earliest. Because when you give them meaningful work, you know, you create pull factor that keeps them in. Something is calling them out, but they don't want to go. So there are ways to, manage because my organization, for example, Gen Z is the like 80%. People want to dress in a different way. I don't wear jackets actually. I had to respect the executive in the name of the platform, in the executive platform, to find a jacket. You know, they want a free hairstyle. That, the braids, the dressing is different. I have all manners of sneakers because I need to go talk to them. So we need to just be in that. And to think that we don't need to change is myth. We need to actually move as much as they are moving. So when we have a strong, foundation for innovation, innovating everything, like, you know what? When you ask them to innovate, by the way, I run. I'm into governance, risk management. So to know how this way we could be. First thing I did was to introduce an agile methodology because they don't want to follow the process. Do this before this, do this. So I say, you know what? There is already this agile thing that's ongoing. Can we tap into it? One of my Gen Zs, can you come with this agile methodology, develop something? Let's change our. And that was one of the first things we did. They were happy not to finish one before the other because that's the way they were going to run. So we are going in sprints. I started learning agile rather than the normal we want to do. We go in sprints and they own the language. So it's important for us to prioritize innovation. And the most powerful part of our workforce today are those guys that want to innovate. The second thing I would say is leaders need to begin to think of leadership as stock in trade. A lot of times, we think it's only I can do um, data analytics, or I can do strategic thinking, I can do sales. That is key. Leadership is stock in trade. Until I've been leading for some years, for quite some years, and I understand fully that what we learned of leadership in school around planning, motivating, organizing is actually true. So you want a performing organization, you need to plan, motivate, organize, and get people, set them free to begin to perform. And again, finally, just the third thing is, what do you reward? What do you incentivize? Where is the incentive going? What do you espouse in your values, or what's really happening in your company? So a lot of the values talk about interesting things, like when you read the Nigerian pledge, you see loyalty, integrity, honor. But the real things that we do is happening on the roads as we drive. as we need to queue up, as we need to get our driver's license. That's the real values that we expect. So I would say that lay out the real values, and make sure that the leaders actually walk the talk. When you do that, it's much easier for the people that are coming followers to actually align and perform. Again, shout out to the Gen Zs. I love them. If you're in the house, I'd like to meet you after the conversation.
Where are the Gen Zs? I think I'm one of them. All right. Please give him a round of applause. As leaders, we need to walk the talk. It's very important. And we're talking, he talked about values. What are those values on the streets? It's very important. It's not just you talking, but the action. People need to see that action in you. You need to, act as a leader while also serving. You need to act as a leader. And that takes me, because we don't want to waste time here. Time is fast spent. And yes, please put your thoughts together if you've got questions. We don't have room for questions, even if it's one or two, please, just one or two. Thank you. One or two. Yes, we need questions. All right. Okay, so that takes me to you as a leader, we need to talk to you as a leader. And that question is, that question cuts across to everyone. Um, what what daily habits, what daily habits or discipline have helped you maintain consistent high performance as a leader? What daily habits or discipline have helped you maintain consistent high performance as a leader? It could be a sentence, it could be, I don't know. I'll start with you again. Yes, yes. Let's start with the last person.
We'll keep
Yes.
it short so we can go. All right, for me, it's accountability. I account for my time and I don't joke with that. And I tell my team, if you cannot account for a day, you cannot account for a life. It's impossible. You are joking. If you think you can account for life after 50, or you're not accounting for it. So for me, it's accountability. And I want to account for everything I do with my time. So I'll keep it at that.
Accountability. One, accountability. Yes, Coach Gochi.
I think for me, it is making sure that I am aligned with my inner throne, what I call my inner throne. And that involves prayer, that involves meditation on a daily, as you said, on a daily basis. I need to be sure connected to my God, ability to hear him, for him to direct me. And at the same time, be sure that my beliefs, my values are in alignment with who I say I am as a leader. So I think if I speak more than this, I probably will go into other things, but really that is what keeps me going on a daily basis. But let me just say something. You kept asking about how do you make money? If whatever, you kept asking about that, and we didn't hit that. Every organization has their strategy. They come up with their plans as to how the organization will make, how they will meet the needs of the members of the staff. When change, turbulence, everything has become the norm. If you get your people right, if you get your systems right, if you have people who are free to fail, innovate, and rise up again, and your eyes are on your party, you're able to tweak, agility, all of that comes in. You will make the change because you're on top of the situation. The strategy is clear. You've done your 5 years, your 100 years, or whatever. So anything that is happening, all you need to do is pivot. But your eyes are still on the target. You will make that.
Thank you. Thank you. In other words, the people would make the money if you get them right. All right. So yes. So our own daily ability, our own daily habit is God connects,
Yeah.
connecting with your inner throne. All right.
I love play. Yes. I make work play. and it's my guiding principle as my colleagues here. I don't really want to monitor my students. I don't need it. Once I connect them to a purpose, we pray to achieve it. And so with that flexibility, if you look at some of the things I've shared over time, I call it work. Nobody work. It's a work. So when they work, I've created an environment for that. We work 98% virtual as an organization. But we created a culture that we bond twice in a month in the physical space. Not to come and press computer, just eat, chat, connect. Honestly, if I call any of these folks at 12 midnight, they respond. So I want to make work free. I'm not really interested in how many, and honestly, they put their best. And it's not only for my work. Even when I speak to my children, we play. You will think that my children are my classmates. They play with me. So once you do that, you unleash the best in them. They are self-regulated, self-made. Nobody, they're not looking at, oh, one is coming to monitor. Yes, of course. But they are self-monitored. So the guiding principle that I've embraced in life, and I got this philosophy from a guy called Daniel Pink. He wrote about the whole new mind. He said, if you look at the people that are performing this time, they are not people that are logical, so to speak. They're people that are playing, sinfulness, people that created money. So those are the guys that are leading. And so if you embrace that and you include it in the way you define your work environment, people will perform anyway because they're not dogs. They know that this is their expectations. So workplace, my own philosophy.
Work, play. That's very, very important. I'm sure you agree with me. We must play. Yes. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I'll take that home. Okay, for me as a leader, first of all, my boss said recently, he said, success is not a habit, it's a habit. So you don't just arrive, it's something you do consistently. So for me, I would say for us as leaders, all the other things panelists have said. In addition, for me as a leader, first off, two things I'll just add. You need to keep the vision clearly ahead of you. Where am I going as a leader? That why that keeps you waking up every morning and doing those things consistently. It must be consistently in front of you. Where am I going? Where am I going? That vision must be clear to you and it must drive you. Two, what we must do consistently, you are the resource. I am a resource. You are the resource. So I must keep improving this resource to go back to learning. As a leader, you don't know everything and you can't know everything, no matter how intelligent you are. So you must keep improving this resource that you are. You must keep adding value to yourself. Small conferences, reading books, watching the news, getting into trainings, getting into personal development. That will keep you, you know, active and alive to your responsibilities and continue to make you a valuable resource to yourself and to your team. Thank you.
Clarity in vision, staying focused, consistent, right? Those are the words that keep you going on a daily. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I learned, though very lately in life, about a particular Japanese principle called Kaizen. Kaizen simply means little incremental consistent steps. I repeat that, little incremental consistent steps. It means if I can decide to do one positive thing, take one step in the right direction each day, cumulatively in 365 days, I can measure what I have accomplished. And that is one thing that has helped Japanese, that the oldest companies in the world today are found in Japan. In fact, there's a company that is 1,400 years old, still functioning, construction company. 1,000, because they are patient, they are consistent, they take their time, but they ensure that each day something is done. That's what I've learned. I wake up every day to say, what is one thing I'm going to do today? But not just for myself, but also ensure that my team sees that and they can learn from it, get influence, and want to take the same step. The number two thing, and I'll close with that, is what I call, again, from a Japanese principle called the Bushido, is benevolence. which most of us will see as compassion, empathy, but they call it the feeling of distress. I will explain that. If you work in a company where you have a target of bringing in 200 million naira a month, you get into that position, the person who left there was making the 200 million. And then you realize the first 1 month you did 100, second month you did 90, the other month you did 100, you were struggling. What's the next thing that happens to you? You get distressed, you feel bad about it. So that principle is saying when you feel distressed about something, it's your duty to be accountable and do something to change the situation. You cannot lament, you cannot agonize. So you have to take responsibility. And what that does to you is you realize that each time a challenge comes and you don't pass the ball, your duty is to rally around the team, show by example that you feel bad about the situation, you want something done about it, and you rally everybody and galvanize them to be able to do something about that. Those are two principles that I have learned, and that has helped me so much in the things that I do. And I think if we can all do that as leaders, then we'll move in the right direction, and our businesses and the world will be better places. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. So, in other words, you're saying you need to work as a team as well. You can't do it alone. The
That's
team is very crucial to all of this, and that's why we're here. Without the people, the organization cannot get going. And without the leaders, getting all of these factors that we have put together working, I mean, you cannot be sustained. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to add a small rider, and we'll have a bank here. I have a question, if you don't mind. Yes, yes. No, no, not something
We'll
difficult.
get to that question and the Q&A.
No,
So
it's just something I want to use to round up.
All right then.
Yeah. So usually, and not just in the bank, every company, when we evaluate performance of the employees, what is the primary thing that we look at? When we evaluate performance in any company, what is the primary thing or the first three things we focus on? Revenue, money you're bringing in, how many customers you've met, whether you were on time and everything. How many companies have evaluated the mindset, the well-being of the individual? Until we start doing that, you're on the wrong track. I don't want to go into it, but that's something important.
Please give him a round of applause. That's very crucial and it is very, very key to our sustenance. Thank you so very kindly. Accountability is very key here. Um, work play. Please, I don't even know how many leaders do that. Thank you so much. We need to play some more. If you've been playing, let's play some more and we can get the job going. Yeah. Clarity and vision, focus, continuous learning, continuous development, skills, once then taking things one step at a time is very crucial. Then that thing that oils everything, the God factor, our creator. We need to on a daily connect with God, connect with our creator, whichever God, I don't know. I'm sure we all have that God that we, connect with, whichever way you do that. Please connect with God that helps you, that you believe in, and you would get all of the things going and our performance will be sustained. So I'm sure you need to give them a round of applause. You can do better. It's been an interesting session. We would have loved to talk more, but then we don't have that time. And we have a whole lot of questions. I only asked for 2. And look at, I have how many questions here. All right, we'll try to take those questions one after the other very quickly. All right, the very first question here, and anyone, it can go to anyone who is interested in answering them. Is there a balance between leadership and vulnerability? Is there a balance between leadership and vulnerability? All right, Mr. Adebeshi.
All right. I think, yeah, I can approach that from practical experience. Yes, you need to be vulnerable, as it is always said. You don't want to look like you can do everything. You don't. How can you be vulnerable? You can. There's a task to deliver. You can let your team know. A team is competent together. I need you to do this because I cannot do it. So that's vulnerability. Your boss does not know this area. But the balance there means you might be vulnerable. That doesn't mean you lose your leadership, right? That doesn't mean that it's just balancing sometimes around. There's this is another concept though, where you balance being nice with being kind. As a leader, you need to be, for me, that's not English though. You need to be kind, meaning somebody is sick, they need to go to the hospital. Somebody's daughter is sick, that's being kind. But when you are too nice, it means everybody dumps everything. You cannot ask people for accountability. You cannot demand results. You cannot demand outcomes. And you are being too nice. So people are gonna kind of take advantage of that. The same way, you may be vulnerable, but when people already see you, like if I'm talking to my team, I'll let you know what? I don't know the things that you know, and that's why you are here. I can have so much intelligent people in the team. I'm trying to do the work. So you give people their props, let them know how good they are. So it's not difficult for you to say, you know what, I can't do this. I know in the work environment, that's what vulnerability is. Could also be other things where it might not really be maybe at the work, it might be something else in life in which people try to um, make it look as if they are all cool, everything is all set. Sharing experience for some time. For example, I had this person that joined and I felt they had a kind of esteem issue. And talking to them, I knew probably where they were coming from, the experiences they've had. At that point, I thought I could share some of the experiences I've had that made them see me in a different light. So I told the guy, you know what? I had primary school in Motion. That's where my primary school was. My secondary school was in Agege. So it means I'm anything but dirty. So all of this, comportment, what you call steeze and composure, is what you can learn. So in that conversation, it's a crucial conversation. I'm vulnerable now. Tomorrow you can say it's because my Oga was, that's why it's, but there must be a balance. You must be able to give a little to bring people up. And when they see the authenticity in what you are doing, they will come along and they can be better for it.
All right, thank you very much. Please let's make the answers as brief as possible because of time. I would have said this question has been answered, but then from the HR perspective, as an HR professional, how do I communicate with business owners who are resistant to change? And true, we have some CEOs who are resistant to change. They just want more content. They are focused on profit, revenue generation. So as an HR professional now, how do I communicate with a business owner who is, thank you, Ugochi.
Recommend coaching. No, I'm serious now. A lot of MDs or business owners are not resistant to change because they're wicked. They're resistant to change because that's all they know. That's what they know. But increasingly, organizations, companies are calling in coaching interventions because coaching makes you able to think better. So HR is now not going to be knocking against a brick wall. They get someone who can clearly show them the difference between before you engage coaches to this is the result 3 months, 6 months, believe me, you see the difference. So you're not the HR doesn't need to do the work because you're too close. They will think, whatever. Once your leader develops a coaching mindset and understands the value of coaching, it becomes a culture in the organization, and you will see the shift.
So data today, they say, is a storehouse of power. So when you come to your executives or your leaders or your bosses, back your suggestions with data. Use correct data analysis, generative data analysis, predictive analysis, why we should do what we should do based on the data that we have seen from our history, based on what we see for tomorrow. So back your suggestions with critical analysis. I mean, that doesn't mean they'll take it all the time, but let your suggestions, your value that you're bringing to them be backed by data that they can see and that they can find. That will help us.
Just like to advise our colleagues who are individual that was cause them to panic. You see, when you are presenting to exams and you want them to value your thought lines, get them things that will cause them to panic. You must do that. And in getting them to panic is to let them know things they don't know. And then we ask them, so where do we go from there? Get them to panic. If they don't panic, your suggestions will not serve. So if I want to go to the board, I want to create panic in them. And in creating panic in them is to make sure, back to what she said, go to data, originate things that they didn't think about, but they must think about them. So you must get, are you getting them to panic? That's your question.
Please don't make that boss have a high BP though. All right, I think this question has been answered. Can a leader be a mentor that can actually put you through? I think you answered that earlier. All right, how does a Gen Z manage a millennial partner serving as co-founders? How does a Gen Z manage a millennial partner serving as co-founders? We're having these two generation millennial. All right, so we can take that.
Okay. So first, this is where vision is very important. Because before you decided to come together, there was a vision. And you both agreed according to that vision. It doesn't matter whether you're Gen Z or you're millennial. And you have also agreed on steps, what you have to do to be able to be on the road towards attaining that vision. Don't forget the vision is a desirable future, right? And so for you to get to that vision point, there is a mission, the things you have to do. So each of the partners have their roles defined and clearly stated. So if we stay within the confines of what has been defined and stated, then there is very little chance that there could be conflict. However, conflicts can arise. And when that does, what I always recommend is, we talk about mentorship, right? Each of those parties probably have mentors or people who are either the board of the business or advisors. They have to go back to them and have a conversation. That is a quicker way. Like if understanding contracts and agreements are broken down, you have to go back to mentors or those who sit in the board to be able to guide you and lead you in the direction. But the important thing is if you understand the vision and stay with it, then you can avoid conflict. If we all understand our roles and live and play within what has been agreed. For me, that's what I suggest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any? Oh, very quickly, then we can take the last question.
I'm in total agreement with him, right? Find a common denominator, something that both of you can agree to. That's the vision. And then he said you can avoid conflicts. Conflict is good because conflict throws up things. So basically, organizations should be thinking about conflicting harmoniously, not eliminating conflict.
Please give a round of applause for that. Thank you. So the very last question, all these questions are looking alike for me. So yes, how do you work with a CEO who believes she knows everything, he or she knows everything, just as a result of owning the business?
Do we have a CEO that knows everything here that cannot sell? I think that question was answered when uh, one of our speakers was talking about you should be able to just do a review of where you are. How much do I need this job? What can I do to adapt? Adaptability is the key. I was looking at the future of job reports from the World Economic Forum. They do that every year to look at what are the top skills that you need in the world. When they rank those skills, I didn't find all those ones we talked about the top five. Top five were things we learned in church, when we play, when we have friends.
creative thinking, organizing, managing people, dealing with people. You can check out that report. And right under that list, you will now find the more cognitive ones like AI, big data. So I think just being able to manage your CEO, it's very critical to know the kind of person they are. Of course, it's not going to be the end of your career. You might be looking elsewhere, thinking about pivot as a colleague, but in the meantime, look at what the CEO wants, and then gradually sell things to him in a way that you think. For example, you want to give an idea, borrow from what she said, give us the data that supports it. But you might not agree with everything. I think just being able to read your situation and adapt and be flexible and think of your next steps, your next exits will be valuable.
The skill that you need, which I think Coach spoke to, is emotional intelligence. That's what you need at play there. How do I speak to this person? When is the best time to speak to this person? How do I put together the report or the suggestion? There's some people that you give them the suggestion like it's their suggestion. Allow them. And then, of course, if you already have this mindset that my CEO thinks he knows everything, and you bring that mindset into your presentation, it's going to show. It's going to show through your speaking, looking down on him, thinking that you don't know this, I know this more than you. So you must be emotionally intelligent. I say to people that sometimes you can't choose your bosses. I can choose my spouse, I can choose my church, but sometimes I can't choose my boss, who my boss will be. So you would sometimes have to work with nice boss, difficult boss, great boss like the CEO, but not so great bosses. Are you going to change job every 6 months, every 12 months? No, you can't. So sometimes you need emotional intelligence. I've seen bosses that people said, this boss is terrible, difficult. In fact, I've seen colleagues too that people say, this person is difficult and terrible, but I work with them. I find a way to bring the best out of them if they're my subordinates. I find a way to connect to them if they're my bosses. I bring value to them. I help them. I support them. I let them take the shine. That way, they begin to trust you. You earn their trust, and then they will listen to you. And there's some things you can say outside the boardroom. You don't have to tell your boss he's wrong in front of everybody. There's a right place, there's a right way, there's a right style to work with any type of boss. So you need a lot of emotional intelligence, especially if that is not the right time to move. If there are opportunities for growth that you see in the organization, you can't just up and leave. You want to take the best out of that relationship, out of that point in time. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
And I totally align with you. I was going to say something about emotional intelligence. I've had three different experiences where two of the occasions, emotional intelligence worked because even when you know more of a CEO, you should never, never let that get out because there is a hierarchy. That's very important. When to speak, there are things you have to go to the office to talk about. Let's say in the meetings, there are places you think you need to don't even mention because at some point, one of the CEOs felt really, really bad challenge because when I traveled to the US, I came back and every other person there looked like they have been anywhere. I think it was a big challenge. So each time I was going to travel, I didn't say anything, I just took the lead and I disappeared, right? I managed that. But the last thing I want to say is once you're in that environment, it becomes toxic, it begins to affect your well-being. Please leave. I'm sorry. I did it. Once your well-being, your mental health is going to be affected, you'll have to leave if everything else fails. That's very important. Thank you.
I've been waiting for that. Very quickly, sir.
This is true to where I relate with my chair. I was to see this. What kind of conversation do you strike with your partner? And how do you strike it? Now, I can go to my he knows that I like tea. I drink a lot of tea. So I get his eyes. I say, oh, chairman. In fact, before I get there, I've said it. So at the tea table, what kind of conversation do you have? By the time you start to respond to that tells you you have credibility, you have reliability. Somebody is talking about orchestrate the conversation, connection. Let's see whether it's respecting your point of view or not. then you know you can make it. In a very, very controlled manner. But you will know that it's open to you.
It's all emotional intelligence,
There's,
right?
there is emotional intelligence, but there's also mindset. If it's difficult, tell yourself you're learning resilience. Tell yourself it's tough, but it's stretching me mentally, stretching me emotionally. I'm learning. Tell yourself that. And when it's tough, but like you say, then it becomes such that you can't sleep. I used to work in the banking sector. I wouldn't sleep. In my dreams, I'll be seeing targets. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I did this for 17 years. I ran. I would wake up in the morning, I'd be shaking because I know I'm going back to those targets. That is toxic. But if it's just a person is difficult, all of these things, put it in. But at the same time, tell yourself, I'm learning, I'm being stretched, I'm getting resilient.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And you can also recalibrate. That's what they've told us, right? Please take out time to also rest. It's very important. Take out time to refresh. Don't wait for that boss to tell you, right? Please give them a round of applause once again. Thank you so much, Mr. Olawanle, the playful boss. I'm going to leave it like that. The coachee, Coach Ugochi, thank you so much. The Gen Z boss, Mr. Adebeshi. The Gen Z, Mr. Wokocha, and then the all-rounder, right? The multinational here, Mr. Pascal Dozier. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. I'm sure it's been an interesting time out with all of them. Thank you so much for listening to us and taking one thing out of all of this conversation. Many thanks. I am Yemisi Landredo. Thank you very much.
A round of applause again for all our panelists. Please put your hands together again. If you really enjoyed the session and you somewhat wish that they didn't stop, put your hands together. Okay, that's something. Also, please let us put our hands together for the chief moderator, Mrs. Yeah, Miss Larido. Thank you. I mean, didn't she do a wonderful job of moderating this? Oh, put your hands together for her once again. Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate your participation. So I'm going to request something. I noticed there are quite a lot of spaces in between, the chairs there. So I want to encourage you to move to the front if you find out there is a space in front of you. Let's fill up those spaces. Thank you very much. So it's been a long day. We're coming to a session, very unique session. And by the way, we still have a session with a special guest of honor in the person of Mr. Olawale Moronkeji, who was on the platform. It's about career development. I'm sure you should wait for that. You really want to be a part of that. But before we have that session, we are having the executive showtime. Please, can I have any of the ushers come up here? Yes. We're having the executive showtime, and it's with none other than someone that I initially missed recognizing, even when I had seen him and I was thinking of it. Excuse me. And I'll be reading his profile so that you get to know him. So basically, the executive showtime is a corporate profiling and executive interview of a C-suite executive. In this case, is the CEO of Blue Chip Technologies, and it will be handled by Mr. Patrick Chilaka. whom I would also introduce, who is the editor of the executive magazine under the Images Multimedia Limited. Mr. Kazim Tewogbade is the group CEO, Blue Chip Technologies Limited. Highly accomplished and result-oriented solution architect with a proven track record of success in leading architecture and design phases for key information technology partners and projects. Over the past 16 years, Mr. Kazim Tewogbade had led the transformation of Blue Chip Technologies Limited from a startup to a prominent player in the African IT marketplace as its founding CEO. Please put your hands together for that. 16 years, that's big. With over 25 years of experience, Mr. Tewogbade possesses a unique blend of technical expertise, which is expected, strategic visioning, and business acumen. Mr. Tewogbade is well known for his dedication to delivering cost-effective and superior quality work. Mr. Tewogbade's professional journey has seen him through Information Projects Limited, Computer System Associates, CSA, Card-Based Technologies, MTN, and Accenture before co-founding Blue Chip Technologies. In 2008, excuse me, yeah. With a strong team, he is rapidly positioning Blue Chip Technologies, which is actually a Nigerian company, as an eminent Pan-African systems integrator with stable operations in 9 African countries. A round of applause for that. Thank you very much. He has a passion for technology innovation, and with his partner, has been very active in the technology venture capital space with investments in more than 80 startups across Africa via Voltron Capital. A round of applause for him, please. Finally, I have here Mr. Tewogbade possesses a BSc in computer science from University of Ibadan and MSc in information systems management from University of Liverpool. He is happily married with kids. Kindly please welcome with me with a rousing ovation. Stand up to stretch your feet, Mr. Kazim Tewogbade, Group CEO, Blue Chips Technologies Limited, for the executive showtime to be handled by Mr. Chilaka Patrick.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on existing protocols, this is Executive Showtime, that part of this program where we profile C-suite executives. Welcome on the show, sir.
Yes, thank you so much.
So can we walk through your early career path and what initially sparked your interest in tech and business leadership?
Thank you. First and foremost, we need to put a good round of applause for the organizers of this event. I've been very impressed with the turnout, especially around the speakers. They brought great speakers. I've learned a lot of things, and I bet that we've also packed some things up. Yeah. So thank you for to the organizers once again. Well, I've always been a tech enthusiast, okay, from my days in university. And one of the things that has really helped me is that I don't
always want to be boxed, all right, by status quo. I don't always like, something is difficult, then we can go and, challenge it or find ways to resolve certain issues around that same problem. So it's always right from university days. I remember when I got to University of Ibadan, and I was told that computer science students uh, do not do not take chemistry, courses. And chemistry was my best subject in secondary school. I was, oh, there are a lot of free, there are a lot of free, marks to get here, and there were a number of courses that are very well notorious for people failing. All right, so I said, that's kind of thing I like to have. That okay, people are failing it. Let's go there, and I can prove that people can actually pass. So it's been, I think I've internalized that, all right, across everything I try to do. I don't like, solving, small problems, like the big problems. Sometimes I look at some of these, skits, say, hey, big problems. Yes. Yes, that's, say, I don't want peace. I want problems. I want troubles, exactly. So that's the kind of thing that has shaped me. And it's still shaping me till tomorrow. Thank you.
Still on the question, what sparked your interest in tech and business leadership?
Well, I studied computer science, so it was quite natural for me to go into tech. Additionally, I was a very good programmer back in university days. So uh, luckily, I got recruited, from school to start writing big ERP program for a big conglomerate in Nigeria. So I just went into Oracle programming straight out of school, and that's it. I did that for uh, some years, and then I always knew that uh, at a point in time in my career, I would have to start my own business. Having learned some few things from my mom, uh, she she was a trader and she was doing very well. So uh, I felt, and she was making money. Very funny enough, my dad was into 9 to 5, and my mom was a trader. At a point, I knew that okay, even as a child, I knew that it looks like my mom was having more money than my dad. So okay, maybe after some time in my career, I would try and choose entrepreneurship. And I say everything is now it's not a story.
So that was
It's
it.
history, yeah, exactly.
Okay. What inspired you into establishing blue chip technologies, and what were those problems you were aiming to solve at that time?
Okay. At a point, I was manager in charge of data warehousing in MTN. Uh, that was where a lot of intelligence, a lot of customer centric, data driven products definitions were being made that time, and that was the intelligence, the customer knowledge was within scope. So the knowledge then that my team had was brought mainly from South Africa. So them from South Africans. And at that time, Nigerian landscape, there was no company offering such services. And few companies are even looking at business intelligence as was often called that time. They were always getting their resources or consultancy from abroad. So I saw an opportunity there. Okay, if I started my business, in that space, not only that, I'll be able to make money, but I'll be a pioneer and then be able to influence that industry in the Nigerian marketplace. Hoping that I will be able to extend it to
dwelling on how other African countries, what motivated your organization's expansion into African markets, and how did you approach this growth strategically?
Okay, remember I said that I like I like problems in quotes. Um, yeah, yeah. So we we learn, and sometimes it can be very very informal. I've worked in some places where there are some efforts to branch out, okay, and then it failed. I started looking at, okay, what can I do differently? Because first and foremost, there are opportunities in this market, huge opportunities. I was talking to someone yesterday that out of the countries that which uh, ventured into DRC, I would say like number two, right after Nigeria in terms of revenue. DRC is Congo,
French speaking
yeah,
country.
yeah, yeah. So who would have believed that Congo would be doing better than some big name African countries that we always been here? Okay, so yes, there are opportunities in these countries, and sometimes the more improbable the country looks in terms of business landscape, uh, the better sometimes the outcomes get. If you look at the story of Nigeria, when MTN came to Nigeria, Nigeria was off limits. Because at that time we are just navigated out of military, yes, military rule, the big guns, Vodacom and some other, Orange and some of these big companies. They were ready to come to Nigeria. Then MTN came. We can see their numbers have risen significantly due to that risk they've taken. So there are opportunities in these marketplaces that can be contested. And what we have built over the years in Nigeria is such that we've, we've established some credibility in the IT landscape. Because if you look at the IT landscape, you see the OEMs, the popular OEMs, or Microsoft and the rest. You see some of the distributors as well. All these companies, you know, they work across different, different countries. And if you have established credibility, if you have established reputation, then yeah, all right, going with them to other countries is just going to plug and play. Of course, some fine tuning still need to be done.
As a group CEO and managing people in the workplace environment, in what ways has fostering a strong workforce place, a strong workforce culture help position Blue Chip Tech as a responsible and reputable corporate organization?
Well, I think this has been really been dealt with by the panelists. Workforce culture is quite key. Okay. For small organizations, sometimes they need to find their identity. Some mistakes people make is okay. I've read this about this company. I've read this about this company, so I must be like them. No. So you have to find what works with you. I know an organization. I will not call I will not call the name. They're very, 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 very bullish when it comes to culture. It's a very toxic environment, right? And the reason from maybe number 5 or number 6 band to probably one of the biggest in the country, right? It has worked for them. Maybe there are questions around sustainability of that approach, because if you miss your target, in fact, sometimes it could be an auto. So if you miss your target, it could be an auto-generated email that will fire you. Okay, so but it has they've managed to get it to work for them, and they're one of the biggest players in their industry. And yet you see some uh, organizations who will adopt such approach, and then it will die. So the thing we've done, right, with blue chip is looking at, okay, who are we? Looking at even the temperament of the founders and seeing, okay, how can we try and create a good balance such that um, employees will feel very happy coming to the office every day. Say yes, they'll be proud working as blue chip employees. Yes, there is inclusivity, there is equity, there is also dignity. So we promote that very, 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 very effectively. But however, I will always advise that each organization should look at what works for them. Create that balance. We don't want to be seen as too empathetic, all right? Because you can be taken advantage of. At the same time, you don't want to, you have to show empathy. So at the end of the day, it's good to have a blend of everything.
Thank you. Blue Chip started from Nigeria. You've delved into like 8 African countries. Would you say you hope to conquer more African terrain? And do you hope to leave the African continent for somewhere else around the
Okay, I'm at this time of executing projects in the US, and also in UK. UK for a bank, in the US for a logistics company. But I don't think that it's within our short-term plan to move outside of Africa. But we can always seek for opportunities in those places and through partnerships. All right. Even in Africa, there you can't just continually to expand, because you have to, like, if you do that continually without looking at other factors, you get yourself burnt easily. So we are careful. All these things that we are doing, all these expressions that we are doing, they are data driven. Okay, it's not just that we wake up every day and say, yes, this is where we are going next. Yes, we still want to look at the French speaking West Africa. Left it for a reason. Our experience in DRC has given us a French speaking country, not much like Nigeria and some of these West African countries. I would say we've learned a lot there, and going to trying to expand in the West African, French speaking West African country. It's something that is on the table, but we're trying to take it slowly. One step at a time.
Okay. Let's dwell in your book, The Unlikely. So what would you say for those who don't know who happened to come across this book? What motivated you? What were those things that made you say, I want to write a book with the name
Well, I think if you get to the book and you get to read the introduction, you see how I struggle with that name, unlikely. Basically, if I look back and I see, the path and the opportunities that are laid out to me, right? Sometimes I see that the outcome of where I am today, there is, you could not maybe draw a line, or even if you even try to meander the line, you may not be able to have a connection. All right. And I think that's why I said it's unlikely. But anything is very likely. All right. if you are determined, if you are focused, and you don't easily get distracted or get dissuaded from the choosing path that you are choosing for yourself. So that's why resilience is important. And challenging the status quo too. You can't just say this is not possible. It's possible. It can be done. It can be done. And then you have to be very flexible as well. And knowing your strengths and weaknesses, you can't be, you know, you can't be a champion in all areas, right? And I think that's goes into my decision of even getting a co-founder at the time I started my business, because I saw that I was very strong technically. Technically, I was there, but on the commercial end, I may not be there. And but it's typical for programmers like me to say, oh, everything here is that way. But so you need to sort of like tell yourself the truth, do some self-reflections. All right, these are my strengths, these are my weaknesses. Let me take the steps and then win.
So, how long did it take you to write this book?
Say it took me about 20 months.
20 months.
Yes. I was, writing the memo incrementally.
When can we get to Lightroom for those who want to buy?
Well, it's on Amazon, and then it's also on as a local distributor as well. Yes, I can get the name.
So with that, we've come to the end of this portion of the show. Thank you very much for your time. We do appreciate your presence.
Thank you.
Please, you remain.
Please, a round of applause for our executive guest, Mr. Tewo Bade Kazim. That's what happens when you mention the surname before the name. All right. Of course, we've come to the end of that session, but I need to invite the CEO of Images Multimedia Limited, Mr. Omotayo Elawure, for a short presentation to Mr. Kazim Tewobade. Also, I understand you. A round of applause for Mr. Elawure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to say a little bit of what I know about Mr. Kazim Tewobade. And when he did the launch Unlikely, it is always my character background check. Even though I know him personally and I've known him for years, I think I got to know him when Blue Chip was founded in 2008, right? Back then, in a building where I was a portfolio manager as Magnetis Finance and Investment. And after that, I've watched him, transform. I've watched him change lives. And sincerely, I can say I envy him. Sometimes in my mindset, I tweak my leadership ability to fit into shoes because you cannot fit into his shoes, and that's the honest truth. Without spending much time, sir, the truth about the issue is I respect you. And today, in our character at Images Multimedia, under the Executive Recognition Council that I founded last year, we would like to honor you by giving you the very first ever executive and leadership recognition. On this note, I would like to invite a big man in the house. I will not by his name. I only call him OSM. I'm beginning to enjoy that particular name. Please kindly walk up to stage to present this to Mr. Kazim Telbadi. Thank you.
I'm challenged, I'm encouraged, and I love what I'm seeing. Thank you very much. Congratulations. On behalf of Images, this is the first leadership and executive accolade for you, sir. More grace, I will say. Thank you.
A round of applause again. Thank you very much. An honor well deserved. Please, let's put our hands together again for Mr. Kazim Tewogbade. Thank you very much, sir. Also, let us put our hands together for ourselves for being the MVP of this event, particularly for those who started with us very early and you're still seated. We really appreciate you. And we are just about taking like the last flight of the speaking session with the renowned and famous OSM, a name I just got to know today. But already I know that his session is a I even don't want to miss. I've heard a little from the panel session, how he spoke. So I can imagine what we should expect. As we are a bit running behind schedule, I'd like to just crave your indulgence for the next 25 minutes to be with our special guest of honor that will be speaking to us with respect to our team at the Executive Talk Show Platform 3.0, equipping people and organizations to unleash sustained performance. Media, do we have a role introduction? Do we have a video introduction? Okay, so we do. Can we have that, please? And for our lovely audience, after the introduction, once I welcome Mr. Olawale Moronkeji, aka OSM, I would like you to stand up with a rousing ovation. Let's give him applause as he comes to the stage at that time. While waiting for the media, please, we'd like to also say thank you again to our sponsors, Blue Chips, Technologies, Foresights, Consulting, and our many other event partners who have been a part of this. The video introduction. Thank you.
Orlamwe Murokeji is the Chief Operating Officer at Philips Consulting. He provides day-to-day leadership for the firm as well as overall direction to our client value engine, charged with responsibility for deal and revenue generation. With over 30 years of extensive consulting experience, Olawanal is a seasoned business leader and has established himself as an expert in driving strategic initiatives and operational excellence. His areas of expertise encompass strategy development, human resource function effectiveness, performance improvement, executive compensation, and benefits, as well as the design and implementation of employee share ownership schemes. Is highly skilled in change and communication management, ensuring seamless transitions and effective stakeholder engagement in complex business environments. Olawanal has led complex consulting projects in aviation, maritime, construction, and international non-governmental organizations. He has worked on multidisciplinary and multinational assignments. Olawanal has extensive board engagement and influencing skills. His exceptional business development acumen spans both the private and public sectors, where he has consistently delivered value through innovative solutions and strategic insights. Leadership is characterized by a deep understanding of the African business landscape and a strong commitment to fostering high-performance teams. and driving sustainable growth. Olawanal has an MSc in Industrial Relations and Personnel Management and a Minimba. Olawanal is a certified competency assessor by Thomas International, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria FCIPM, and a full member of the Society for Human Resource Management SHRM. Images are proud to present Olawanal Moronkaji.
With a rousing applause, shall we welcome Mr. Olawanle Moronkeji, COO Philips Consulting Nigeria. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Might be next. Okay, might be next. And I'm not going to do presentation as such. Good afternoon, everyone. Because I believe you must be tired of presenting right now. They'll be running the slide as you don't see them. But the meat of the presentation will be captured in this Mentimeter. If you can just scan this and you answer some key things. So are we ready? Yes, because I've been hearing a lot about career, about job, and I have some. So have we captured the if we are ready, let's say we are ready so that we can start to. So can we have the first one? Okay. What's the first one? And by the way, I like to thank Images because what we are dealing today start with people organization for sustained performance or growth. We didn't start with organization, indicating that people, in terms of priority, are much more important than organization. So, all right, your job is a 9 to 5. Your job is a 9 to 5. Just a yes or no. Okay. Your work is your life interest. Yes or no? Notice the difference. Your work and your job. Yeah. Let's go. Your job is your career. Yes or no? Okay. Your work is your career. Yes or no? Okay. Digital is universal now. Yes or no? Okay. Digital has taken over careers, therefore career is dead. Yes or no? Okay. Let's talk now. Can we see the journal answers? Do we have all the answers joined together? What I want to bring out is this. When you're talking about career, it's actually, in my view, and I'm not talking of the view of the of the theorist. What I've discovered over the years is that people look at career and job career. Your work is actually your career, something that is lifelong. You can die with it. You can't die with your job. You will retire one day, isn't it? But if you wake up in the morning and you say, "Well, I like to, I like to do something that defines me forever," that's your work. Nobody takes it away from you. It's not your knowledge. It's more than your knowledge. It's your skills and attributes combined, and they shape you till you go to the grave. You can do it without thinking. That's your work. Now, your job is a 9 to 5. You can say, well, I'm an officer today. I want to be an MD tomorrow. Some people look at their career like that. That's a terminal. But your job, your work has no terminal point. Now, I want you to bear this in mind. So when you are defining career, if you are defining it in relation to your work, then your work environment will be much more important. Now, when your job is a 9 to 5, it's one of transactions. It's like a transaction. I do this, you give me this. But when your work becomes your career, it gives you what they call meaning. You can see it, but there is what they call meaning. So in that case, you have a covenant with it. When they wake you up, just do it without thinking. Look at all the singers. That's their work. It's not their job. It's their work. It's something that when you wake them up, you don't need to refer to any standard operating procedure. You just start to perform. And they can do that without thinking. And so they create meaning, work, not out of job. Most people, when they talk about career, they are talking about career relating to job. No, they will promote you. At a point, you'll be stagnated, then there will be frustration. When you take your work as your career, you are hardly be frustrated because it's a passion. It's what drives you. It's non-transactional. So you build a relationship in your work more than your career. So when I ask that your job is a 9 to 5, a number of people say yes. So if they look at their career in relation to that, there will be a terminal point. But when you look at the next person, your work is your life interest. Something that, I mean, you don't even need to think about it. So your growth depends on how you factor in your interest, how you grow your interest, how you build around it, how you improve on it on a day-to-day basis. And that has gotten nothing to do with exogenous driven. It's endogenous. It's self-driven. This one, your work is your life interest. There are some people, before Chief Kolade died, I mean, he chaired a group that he used to be chairman of a group that I belong to, Men in Business for Christ. And so, one of the things the man told us one time in Hilton, Abuja, was that, you know, I may not have load of money, but I don't lie. I know how to speak. And that is true. You know, Chief Balade knew how to speak. He said, so at least I will attend, they will invite me to at least 4 conference or 4 speaking engagement in a year. That's not job. That's not job. That's life interest. That is gifting. That's a gift. So your gift is your work. And if gives your work, that is actually what I call career. Because there's no terminal point. Nobody can say I'm frustrating you out of this. They can frustrate you out of job, but out of your career, nobody can do it. If you know how to speak, you know how to play, you know how to dance, all those dancers, singers, that's their career. To Sunday is still relevant to tomorrow, isn't it? Even though his age. I was in a very big man wedding in Abuja about 4 weeks ago. And to be honest, I think they were singing. I thought it was Sunday that was singing. Throughout. It was Sunday that was singing. I don't know how they did it. And he was singing appropriately. I think they must have recorded that thing where he is somewhere. And they were just playing these things. And it was as if Sunday was on stage. That is career. It's not about I'm old. It's career. So I'm saying the career that we are talking about today, and that is why I said that most of us in this room need a lot of introspection. What am I good at? What are my interests? It's not something that an organization will do for me. They will provide you with career, job-related development. But when your work is your career, you you are the one that will be the instrument to drive the development. Everything that is developing in the area of your interest, you take interest. Nobody needs to say, oh, let's sit down at the end of the term. So you need training in interpersonal skill. You don't need anybody to tell you that. You know that I need it. You need how to, do the organ. If you're a singer, you don't need anybody to do that. I have a friend who likes to take people on movement. Her, her job is in digital. She likes anything that has to do with, digital. She has MS information technology, everything like that. But when it comes to dancing and movement, that you don't need to ask her, how did you get to know? She can do anything, anyhow, along that line if you wake her up. She doesn't need any form of tweaking. She will just be doing it without thinking. I know somebody that, he defined his career from cleaning. He's just cleaning things. He likes things to be well done, clean, well shaped. It's not his job. It's not his 9 to 5, but it is his 24 hours. That's his career. It's a lifelong thing that is going beyond a retirement of age 60. It's something because it will be relevant forever. That's it. So I see career as a lifelong thing beyond a job related career that you are waiting for them to promote you from officer to assistant manager and assistant manager. So you become dependent on the benevolence of others. But this one, you are self led. I see career, work related career as something that you are self led to accomplish. So when you see people saying that, if you go to my slide, you will see a lot of statistics display. So I'm saying that when your work is your career, that means that is what is driving you on a day-to-day basis, 24 hours. When your job is your career, know this today, there's a terminal point. Now, we have a lot of Gen Zs now that are operating in the ecosystem. Why I say career is dead is this. There's going to be a time when every one of these in this room, you will need me. I may even decide that I'm not going to do 9 to 5 again. There are so many, so many Gen Zs that are not driven by 9 to 5. You don't even want it, but you need them. So how do you start to design jobs or engagement that will reflect that of fluidity? So career need not necessarily be related to your job and should not be. It should be related to your lifelong interest, things that you can start to do from now and take to your grave. That's the summation there. Please let's go to digital is universal. Yes. And because digital is universal, it tells you that job related career is every second destructible. So every second. And I want you to note that. So if you plan your life, in fact, Gen Zs are not even waiting for that. Promote me to manager. They're not interested. I want to stay 5 years. They're not interested. So you can see that digital has disrupted tenure. They're not interested in tenure. And job related career is linked to tenure. Where one day you have spent 25 years. I don't see any any Gen Zs here that will say, I want to stay in an organization for 25 years. Who does that? They're not even interested. But they're interested in my career is that look at the guy that is doing our social media. That is his passion. That is his career. That's not what he studied in school, that guy. But he can do anything and get you out. That is his career. He can do that till he should crave. You understand? So the things that define your work is different from the job. The job is a 9 to 5. Your career is what takes you to the grave. Digital has taken over career. Therefore, career is dead. Work is a deliberate statement from me. I see career dead. Job related career dead. But work related career It's going to be there for life. Now, digital has taken over careers, therefore career is dead. Somebody said, no. Well, you can have a conversation. But I'm telling you, if you are taking, I said, if you are talking about work-related career, yes, I said, but if you are talking about the development in the digital space, tell me, if you want to get a summary of a whole page now, you throw it to, what do you normally call it? Perplexity, Claude. All these boys, they know all this is more than me, you know. And then I will be telling you that I'm the MD. If I want to line my job, my career along this line, it's dead. But what else do I have that can still be mining me life new till I get to the grade beyond my job? That's the question there. How is your experience with the results today? If you look at the results today, I'm not very sure, except people like us, baby boomer, Gen X, that are looking at, oh, I have to retire. 95% of these people here, they're not waiting for any retirement anywhere. They are looking at what can my work give to me to reach the grave. So all the statistics that I've shown in my presentation, if you show it, charting your course, it's about Project U Corporation. I call it Project U Corporation. What is my own company? My U Corporation. What do I have? What's my interest? Or what are my interests? What are my, beyond the discipline that I learn in school, beyond the knowledge that I have in school? You know, people study history now, knowledge. But if you look at what they are using to eat, they don't even see those things. So let's go to my presentation quickly, and I will tell you. Starting a career development guide for the next generation. I've spoken to it. The guide is your interest. Just one word, my interest. Your interest define your U corporation. And it is your interest that organization that are still existing will tap into. Just throw your interest, your work into that ecosystem, and you find your relevance. So look at all the statistics that are given a book. I like book, but in most cases, I apply what they call common sense as to what is good in my environment. What I'm seeing in Gen Zs, yes, 53% youth unemployment rate in Nigeria. That is by the book. If you look at our youth today, are they unemployed? It's not true. When I say they are not employed, in terms of if you see the kind of things they bring about, innovation, connection, thinking, you will marvel. In my team, in the office, and this is one of the things I promote. Some of them will say, Wanle, apart from this, your 9 to 5, my work is that I do cleaning for houses. That's the work. They tell me, and I say, go ahead. You can even come and claim for me. It generates more money, isn't it? Now, if the work stops, his career will not stop now. That's the sense. I have one of my colleagues that sells all these shirts. She will design it, sells it. She brought some to me in the office. I said, Wale, this is for you. I won't say that. Why are you doing double standard? That doesn't make sense. I want to include her. I want to represent her interest. I said, that's fantastic. Let me tell you, that has an indication of making those people to stay. So don't think that stay strategy is about constructing and how much of their interest do you bring to work. So they are not unemployed though. That is from Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. All the guys here, most of them take pictures. They have cameras at home. They do this. That's their work. Nobody can take it. If they fire them today, they will still be making money tomorrow. So let's go to the presentation, please. And I want to run it. So what you are seeing there, look at your know yourself, your Project U Corporation. I emphasize it to my children. What is you that the environment will always need forever? Forget about your skill. So your values, your strengths, your interests, your vision. What will I do for plus what will pay me for it? Who will pay me for it? I have so many people. One boy walked up to me. He said, Daddy, this is what I do. And I say, oh, you take pictures. Then you be taking picture for my group for this entire environment that I supervise. It's your work. Take the picture. He said, I do it as part-time. I said, that's your career. She brings an album, very nice. You pay for it. If we fire him from tomorrow in the place of work, the career continues. So let's go to the next slide. Yo. So this is formal. But I'm telling you today, what I want us to take out of this room is that your job is different from your work. Your work is your lifelong career that nobody can stop. Your job is 9 to 5, and if you are looking for career in your job, you are looking at a tenure arrangement. I want to stay for 10 years, policy driven. After 3 years, you will be promoted, we will evaluate you, which is fine, but how sustainable is that? So you have to build skills, knowledge. That's why you went to school. You know, LinkedIn presence. All those things are just for you. Job career, LinkedIn presence. Even your LinkedIn presence, some people will see you, see your job, join clubs, reading something. All this, you can use it to fine-tune your career, define your career. So what do I like to do? And then look at how my guy said, early career, you are one, you are learning, you are listening, you are taking up projects. These are formal things. These are things that are transactional. I'm looking at things that are confidential, not transactions. Mid career, 3 to 5 years. How do I think? All these things they have limitation. They have limitation in terms of what can they bring you. You can see that some of these work-related career guys, when they work for 1 hour, if a David put up a show for 2 hours, they can get money that they will not make in any job-related career in 50 years. So that's not work career. A job career, that's work. That's his interest. So I'm almost done. 5 minutes. Okay. Sir, technical skills, over skills. Forget about these technical skills. You, I mean, I always tell my prof, me, my common sense will never for framework will never replace my common sense. I use common sense in a lot of time. I talk to them about instinctive people management, which is this. We've spoken a lot about communication and storytelling, critical thinking, adaptability, stakeholder management, and executive presence. Part of executive presence is that show up where people can see you. All this kind of meeting, show up, tell them what you do, discuss. Then all these technical skills, you have learned them in school. You can even catch them up as you go, but they cannot define your work career, not job career. Let's go. 70% learn in the job, 20% from mentors and peers, 10% from formal training. You learn on the job. As you, on your work, you become proficient, you become an expert. And then some of the mentors, some of the great guys that have done well, you can connect with them. One of the people that I learn a lot from, that I always copy, is Richard Branson. I like his model. Richard Branson said, my people are much more important than the aircraft. So when you get the people right, you fly. And I copy him. This guy, a driver went to pick in his house early in the morning one day, and it's 7 a.m., and they were to take breakfast. He has a driver to join them at the breakfast. So the executive does that, and we do that. Say, join us at breakfast. The same table. That's loyalty. That guy cannot. Davido went to be the, what do you call it? The, maybe, what do you, is it for his driver? Unthinkable. You will even see it in any book. So let's go to maybe the last slide or something. Yeah, what's my your network is your network. Your brand is what people say about you when you leave the room. So what is your professional network like? What's your inner coach? Who are your people, your significant others? And how do you personally brand yourself? Consistency in your message and in your persona. You don't say something and they see you leave another thing. All these things are things that help you build more of your job related career, not work related career. Work related career, they are instinctive, they are self driven, they are your person. And that's what I want you to embrace because job cease, will terminate, but work will be forever. Yeah, thanks. Let's go. Take my 5 minutes and let's go. So, own your home brand, Project You Corporation. Be active. Let them know you for who you stand for. If you're a good public speaker, speak well. Let them. All the Gen Zs now, they are doing MC all over the place. Even from the 9 to 5, they are still doing MC. I remember when we want to do the birthday of my wife, the MC said, I'm going to charge you several million. I said, to speak for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just bring everybody here. He said, yes, for something millions. He's not handling that in the work. Oh. That's life. That is work. Reputation, visibility, and be consistent. You build your personal brand, and then Prof said I should be digitally present. They always pressure me in the office for that. He said I have this, I have executive presence, I have reputational capital, I have thought leadership ability, but I'm absent digitally. They are trying to supply them. Thank you very much, Prof, and my guys. so, so, so you the summary of my message is this: let's focus on our work. Once your work is settled, you can never lack. Money will be rolling in forever. Thank you, everyone.
A round of applause for Mr. Moron KG. Thank you for that introspective insight on career development. You know, we were told just now that job related career is dead. You know, work related career. All right. We are about putting an end to this event, but we just have some few things to recap. So we have room for just one question. We like to limit it to that. But so this is what we have also done. Remember, I've been saying that if you have questions, even if you are watching virtually, you can send in your questions. So I'm going to call out a particular email you can send questions to. I know there are some of us, maybe you wrote some questions and you still want those questions answered directly. Send it via email. If you have a particular speaker in mind that you want to speak to the question, then mention it in your email. So the email is event@executiveplatforms.tv. Yeah. So just pick that and save it. Then you could share your questions. But like I said, there is room for one person to ask our special guest of honor that just finished speaking a question. So who is that one person in the house? Do we have anyone like that that you want to physically? It's a prestigious opportunity. Very rare. Okay, we don't have any. I can't see any hand. All right then. So since there is no question, I have a question. So let me just ask that. So I wanted to ask that because there's a way when you were saying something about this, even though I understand the concept, given how you made your presentation, but there is a way whereby they say, because this work related thing seems to be like saying follow your passion. And I remember that in the early days I'm a millennial, right? So when we were looking for a job after school, yeah, you had passion, but then the question was, do what your hand finds to do first. Then when you have started making money, now fuel your passion. So I'm looking at a way of, wouldn't this be communicating a sort of a thing like, okay, so I should go for work related career development, even if he's not able to pay the bills? How do we, or does someone, even though I understand because of, but then how does someone balance that and don't have that kind of quote and unquote misconception? And because of that, it's like, well, it's work related, right? So work related, you are passionate about photography and you are doing it, and maybe it's not paying the bills. Won't it lead to frustration?
Okay, so thank you very much. Everybody has a retirement plan. I do. So part of my whole retirement plan is to lecture in the university for about 4 hours or 6 hours in a month. You understand? Now, what you have asked me, I'm not saying they are mutually exclusive. Your work, your job can be going on while your work is also going on contemporaneously. Now, I know what I want. My work will terminate at a point, and my job, you understand me? For all the development that I've had, former, self, from the ecosystem, but I'm saying to myself, if I want to go as a lecturer or to provide thought leadership in a university at a point, what do I need? You understand? What should I be? Should I continue to be a minister? Would they respect me? The answer is no. So I went for a PhD. Said, yeah, I want to be like prof. That's it. Nobody. My organization is not paying for that. I'm doing it. It's self-led. But I was able to recognize that early. That look, if you don't have a PhD in this country, they say want to lecture, they won't even respect you. They won't even give you the opportunity. You understand? But I know that if I get to the age where I want to retire and I say, well, I'm no longer working for anybody, and I go to any university system, my job related experiences are the following. My passion, my interest is this. You bring the two together, they become your work. They become something that can take you, till you die. I don't need to rely on anybody, give me a handout to live. That's what I want to. So you can have your work, like I told you about my colleagues, they are working 9 to 5. One of them told me, OSM, I have a cleaning business. I didn't say that's a double standard. I would be stupid to do that. You understand me? So you can do your job. You have an organization line. You say yes. So those people are still working with me today because I recognize their interest. Those are the conversations. And I'm saying it to the room that your job or career should not take away your work career. Your interest. If you like to sing, let them know you as a singer. You can do it on a Saturday, do it on a Sunday. And once they start to recognize you for that, they patronize you.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope that is clear for someone. A round of applause for Mr. Moran KG. Thank you so much for your session. Please, let's put our hands together again for him. So it's still the Executive Talk Show platform 3.0, and we are about closing out. But before then, we have two major items. One is a business pitch by some of our sponsors and partners that are present. We'll give them a few minutes for them to announce and tell us more about what they do. Afterwards, I'll be inviting Deborah. Hello, Deborah Oshuzi to come and give the closing remarks, and then also awards to our speakers here that are still present and represented. Thank you very much. So, do we have blue chip in the house for the business pitch? This blue chip. Okay, please put your hands together for our platinum sponsor and partner from Blue Chip Technologies. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a long
so many, and I believe we've, you know, soaking a lot of, advantageous points given by the speaker, from the prof himself to Mr. Nee, and also Mr. Ibrahim, and the panelists as well. So I want you to give a round of applause for yourself and for the organizers. Okay, so I'm supposed to actually speak to these slides, but before I go on, my name is Mubarak. I'm a blue chip product and services sales evangelist. So anywhere I go, I pitch to people about what we do at Blue Chip Technologies. But today, I want us to not talk about that now. I want us to talk about emerging technologies. So I'll be talking about AI basically, and I'll be talking along what we are currently doing in Blue Chip in terms of AI initiatives and different workloads that we're working on. So interestingly, during this session, I saw a tweet from Deal. I don't know if you know Deal. Deal is a payroll company based in US, and it is worth over $10 billion in valuation. And the CEO was talking to the CEO of Anthropic. I don't know if you know Anthropic, the owner of Claude. So he's saying that the owner of Claude should please leave payroll system and don't build the automation for payroll, so that their business will not collapse. Because if you look at what AI is doing now, a lot of automations, a lot of process simulations are going on, such that within minutes you can create an application, within minutes you can create a solution. So, and what we'll be talking about now is, where does that leave you and I? So, as an aspiring 9 to 5er, what do you want to do so that AI will not take your job that has not even started? So, um, if you look at the way AI is evolving, you see that the speed is crazy, man. Different rollouts, and the most recent one released by Claude, the Claude Mythos. I don't know if you have heard about it. It is so crazy that they had to suspend it because they run it through all the global OEMs platform vulnerability checks, and it detected vulnerability across all the major platforms. For instance, if you are a company that you are running on Microsoft, when they ran the Mythos model of Microsoft, it detected vulnerabilities across. So what it means is that companies are sitting on a time bomb, such that if such model is released to the public, hackers can gain access to it and use it for malicious things. So that's what AI is becoming. And how can you position yourself, as an aspiring careerist, and also as a professional, And I'll also be talking on the opportunity within the AI spectrum. So if you look at AI, so some people are actually afraid that they might not get job because already AI is doing a lot of jobs. And if you look at the big tech, the Oracle, the Microsoft, they are not playing at all. What they are doing is they are cutting jobs and allowing AI automation to take over. So that you don't fall within that sorry state, it is better you start, getting accustomed to AI. So I'll be telling you what we are doing around AI as far as Blue Chip is concerned. So for Blue Chip, our focus in terms of industries, we play around, we play in manufacturing, we play a lot in telcos, we do a lot in financial services as well. So what we are doing with AI is to build different workloads and initiatives that will help all those industries to better, improve their day-to-day businesses. And so we have invested a lot in research and initiatives about AI, to the extent that we have also, introduced we have created a summit where we bring industry leaders, global industry leaders in AI and tech to speak about the emerging AI. And we also have leveraged our years of experience. When the MC was presenting my boss, you said he has over 16 years experience, and it's actually, more than 16 now. We are over 18 years in business, and those experience across 18 years, we've been able to put it together to create an academy where school leavers, if you are just a recent graduate and you are trying to find your path, you can actually come and learn about AI, learn about big data, learn about emerging technologies, so that you can put, you can set up on the right footing. So, and also, I was talking about our summit, which is coming up on June 10th. It is Start Data and AI Summit 2.0. So we've been doing that, using this opportunity to also invite you to, attend the summit, where you learn about transformations that AI is currently doing, and how you can also benefit and be a part of the movement, because it's very, very revolutionary. So I think on that, I'll stop now. And if you want to learn more about blue chip technologies, you can visit our website, blue chip tech. Yes, and you can also, you know, register for our events, where we'll be telling you more about it. Thank you very much, and have a very good day.
Thank you very much, Blue Chip Technologies. Great. So please take note of this event. You can take pictures of it so that you can refer to it. It's time for me to welcome Philip Consulting, who's also a partner sponsor for this event, for their few minutes of business pitch. I understand it's Prof that will be speaking. Mr. Lawal Moronkeji. Okay, that will be speaking. A round of applause for Phillips Consulting, please.
Let me confess that I want to thank my brother. That's the Emages MD, the chairman. We had a conversation some time ago over dinner somewhere, and we're just gisting, myself and his ecosystem. And we just stumbled on kind of signature things that they are doing. I'm not even aware of. And I'm here. But what I saw today, I was discussing with my colleague, Prof. There. I just said to him that these are the kind of connection we should have. This is what they call Nigeria. This is not, this is what we should be having. And the kind of goodwill they have shown to PCL, I want to say very much, thank you very much. The kind of collaboration we are having, I want to thank you for it. And I say that this is the beginning of, you know, relationship. It's going to be very sweet from now. Now, at PCL, we are purely indigenous. This is our 34th year as a national consulting firm in Nigeria. And if you look at the big four, whenever they call the big four, because of our brand reputation and the kind of people that we attract in the firm, they must make sure that they call PCL over and over and over again. So we are very proud to be national, not local, national. So we believe very much in national content, not local content. We are national content, and we are very proud. At PCL, we work with organizations. We don't consult for organizations. We work with organizations to drive results. And our is collaboration. We are people focused execution firm. So we are not describing for organization. We have verticals in digital, we have verticals in learning, both digital learning, classroom learning. We have verticals in people and culture that Prof heads. We have verticals in strategy and operation improvement. All those things, and we also do international development and business solutions. Business solutions. And you can imagine the number of people that have gone into the ecosystem through this organization. We are proudly Nigeria, and we have operations in Uganda, Ghana, Abuja, and Lagos for now, and we are still expanding. So we will be working with you as we go on. You know, if there is anything you want us to talk to us about, there is an inquiry, something, just scan it, link up with us. We are ready to talk. This is about building a nation. It's not about building just one small organization. We believe very much in Nigeria, and together, this country will be a pride. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for PCL. Thank you, sir. Finally, for the closing remark and award presentation to our distinguished guests. Once again, before I call Deborah Oshoze for the closing remark, I just want us to put our hands together for our guest speakers and distinguished speakers, both the one present and the one not here. And I'm going to just reel out the names again. Professor Ademola Adedipe, Mr. Ni Adesoya, Mr. Ibrahim Tiamiyu, Mr. Olawanle Moronkeji, Mr. Adebayo Adebeshin, Mr. Pascal DK, Mrs. Adenike Nwokocha, and Mrs. Ugochi Osai. And not forgetting our VVIP, the executive guest for the corporate profiling, Mr. Kazim Tewade. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Deborah Oshoze as she presents the award and give the closing remark.
All right, good evening, distinguished speakers, esteemed VIPs, honored guests, and our valued participants, both the ones present here and the ones on the virtual link. We truly appreciate your patience to this time, and we thank you for staying with us to the end. So before I move to the closing remark, while the closing is going on, I will call on the Images team to be having the presentation of gifts to our speakers, guest speakers, and all necessary people they want to gift. Okay, on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to extend a heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of you and being part of the executive talk show. To our exceptional speakers, we appreciate you even for those that have left. We thank you for your invaluable insights, your contributions. I mean, I've learned a lot, and I'm sure everyone has done the same. We thank you for our VIPs. We appreciate you, and we thank you for your patience to this time of the event. We want to thank also the CEO and founder of Images Multimedia, for conveying and driving this insightful idea. Your vision and commitment to creating a platform for impactful dialogue made this event possible, and we are grateful for your leadership. To our distinguished Images executive team, the committees that work hard to make this event a success, we thank you all and we appreciate your hard work. Please, can you? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. To our hosts, Yemisi Doru, our darling host, always there for Images. We thank you so much for all you do. We thank you so much to Tolu Rock, our MC for the day. Thank you. Thank you for work well done. And to every one of you, our lovely participants and attendees, both virtual and physical, we thank you so much for your patience and the energy you've brought here. This event could not be a success without you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Images team, please, can we move over to the event? I mean, the gifts, the gifting part of the event. All right, first on the list is Dr. Nii Adesanya. Nii Adesanya is not here, but he have a representative to stand in for him. Can we welcome Kazim Tewagbade of Blue Chip to help us with the gift? Thank you. Please let's appreciate him as he walks to the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kazim. Yeah, thanks for your time. And next on the list is Mr. Morenkeji Olanwale, OSN. Please let's put our hands together for him as he walks to the stage. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for time, support, and all that you do for Images. We appreciate you. Can we have we can call, bro. Let's call Images CEO to handle this. Thank you so much. All right, next on our list is Professor Ademola Adedipe, Prof himself. Prof, I've learned a lot. Oh. I need to come and be under your mentorship. Thank you so much for all you do. Prof is not just a speaker here, he's also my mentor and he's a true friend. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate you. Let's have Jaira. I'm sorry if I missed the name. Yeah, let's have you on the stage to give us. Gyre Computers. He's the CEO for Gyre Computers. Please, can we put our hands for him? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time, patience, and we hope to see you all in our next event. And the next on our list is Mr. Adegbeshi. Thank you, Mr. Adegbeshi, for your patience up to this time. We welcome the CEO of Images, to handle this part of the gift. Mr. Adekbeshi, thank you. Yeah, thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your insights this afternoon. I've learned a lot. We're glad we brought you on board. CEO Images, please, can we have you on the stage? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We have come to the end of this program. So please feel free to network with our speakers and VIPs. Take numbers. You don't know where you meet again. Our next executive talk show is coming up in October. Please stay connected on our link. I'm sure you've learned a lot here and we have more to deliver to you. Thank you so much. Do have a lovely evening.
A round of applause for Deborah Osai, please. A round of applause for her. Yes, so yes, of course, the event is officially closed, but then we do have the order of photographs. So for our distinguished speakers and guests and VIPs in the house, please do take pictures at the media wall. And of course, everybody, you can take your personal selfies using any of the backdrops around to keep the memory of this event, even as we look forward to the Executive Talk Show 4.0 soon. Once again, thank you everyone for coming, and God bless you.
Hey, 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 hey.
Favor that comes.
Enjoy the last time that I checked. Now before I digress, my girl, you told me that I'm